Sunday, oh Wendy, Sunday, oh Wendy, if there's someone, Sunday, oh Wendy, I guess I live Sunday, oh Wendy, and maybe when I go, you Sunday, oh Wendy, it's a game, Sunday, oh Wendy, it's a game, Sunday, oh Wendy, Sunday,
Wala. Hello. Oh, good morning, good morning, everyone. Good morning, wherever you are. If anywhere you live, my afternoon, good afternoon, and night, good night. But most importantly, welcome to the show. As usual, we have a lot of breaking news and interesting topic to talk about today, all centered around two things: Nigeria and politics, of course. And on that, I would say welcome once again. And before I go right into the airline, I want to use this opportunity to say thank you to everyone that has been supportive so far of the channel. You are far too kind. Uh, may your pocket never run dry, as they say in our churches. And keep doing what you know how to do best. I will promise you, keep bringing you as it is live coming out of Nigeria. So most of the time, we'll give you what is even uh yet to happen. We predict yet to happen, and it happens. So all because of your support. Thank you. And again, if you are coming on screen, please, we will encourage you to put on your camera. I know I can force you, but be a gentleman or a lady for the sake of the show, not for the sake. Yes. So let's get into it. We'll be talking about again the star boy at this time. This time around, I'm with all due respect to Yemi Oshibanjo fan. I think Obi is the star boy now. It's always on the headline. It's always on the headline for one would say for the right reasons or for the wrong reasons. And that reminds me, man, where's Joel? Joel, I haven't heard from you in a minute. I hope you are good. I hope you are good. I hope you are okay. I know I've not been showing up for the evening section, but I haven't heard your voice in a minute. You are the unwavering obedience that we have in our midst. I hope you're okay though, but reach out. We concern. Yes, Obi is saying even I put gun for my head, no, you know, go pin about security. That's I don't know. I even me too. I'm kind of like I don't know. I don't know how to react to that. But said even if you put gun to my head, I will not tell you my security details or plans. But he went ahead and said any of the generals, whoever no perform, ain't go fire around. But I don't know. I mean, this young like that. From there, we'll also be talking about again one and only Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Federal government returned to court regarding Nnamdi Kanu. Ah man, that's a hot one. Um, also we'll be talking if you if you are too big to play, if you are too big for politics, MC Olu will be your governor by Dele Farotimi, the author of Do not die in their war, I be do not yeah, according to the do not die in their war. If you are too big for politics, MC Oluomo will be your governor. Is it him saying, hey, I'm fully a politician now? Is that what I'm hearing? I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking, but is that what I'm hearing? That is interesting. We all need to be on the table anyway. So UK, one of possible attack in FCT area. I don't know. Then they warn us what they say. There's going to be attack. Man, they should be kind enough to give us how, when, and who, if possible. Because for them to be this confident, they should know more than me the eyes. Yeah, so those are many other things that we'll be talking about today. As usual, I promise it's going to be very interactive. It's going to be very educative, informative, and most importantly, entertaining. But yeah, feel free to come on stream. Let's talk about this breaking news, these breaking headlines that are just coming out from our beloved country, Nigeria. Wherever you are, please. The link is on the screen. Join me. Let's talk about this. I'd like to hear different opinion. I don't want to be have a final say on this topic. I don't want this channel to be an opinion in the channel. I want to be actually a news for every sense of the word channel. So that being said, we want different opinion. The more we go back and forth with our understanding of the topic, the better for our viewers. Which is why we come here every day because of our viewers. But yes, Peter B, if you put guns to my head, I will not tell you. Say, if you put guns to my head, I won't reveal how I'm going to deal with insecurity in Nigeria. Says Peter Obi when asked how it will cope insecurity. Yes, apparently got an interview in China's today. Yes, today, and yeah, I think it's about 50-minute long interview, and I've not finished listening to it. I actually just some money 30 minutes before the show. So yeah, but I was able to listen to that part where it was actually very, very strong in his view on how he's not going to reveal how he's going to deal with insecurity because I was actually communicating with everything he could. He was so bad, was very vocal about it, the expression on his face, the heart tone on his face, the non-verbal, the hand gesture, everything. It was so he meant what he's saying. Instantly, my mind go to the generals, both the retired ones and the service, those in service. Because at the tail of that, if they put gun for my head, I would not reveal this. At the tail end of that statement, he said, anyone will not perform, he go see firearm, scam. That is going to be very decisive about it. Paraphrasing his word, he said he's going to be very decisive about it as a commander in chief. So, for instantly, my mind go to the generals like, how are they going to receive this? Are they going to feel threatened? Are they feel undermined already? They don't know what they are doing? I mean, so many questions. Or are they going to say, hey, that's the guy we want, that's the man right there? But as I said, I like hear diverse opinions. Let's welcome one and only Ajale Kuku. Ekarosa.
How you dey, Ovie? Ọmọ Agbájé.
I did fine. Oh. I did fine. I know they fine because at this point now, I don't know. Obi say if he become president, it's just gonna be decisive about protecting life and property, since that is the very essence of becoming president. But every other detail about how you go to secure Nigeria, it's not going to reveal it, even if they put gun on his head. As a man who have witnessed presidential candidates in their tens and in years across the world, pretty much, not just in Nigeria. What do you think? Is that a good strategy?
Uh, uh, Greetings to our listeners around the world. Um, Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Ovie, Obi,
Yes.
Obi is a corny politician, like every other one, like every other established, or should we call them, how do we call them? Um, Anyway, maybe I will remember later. So it's one of the, it's as corny as them. And its failure to tell us how it's going to secure us as the president um, should indicate to us that he has nothing good to offer us, because two main responsibilities are required from government. Number one, security of life and property, and number
He
two, the
acknowledged
welfare
that.
of the and number two, the welfare of the people. So security of life and property, that is the most important, that is required from every government at any level. If this man is failing to tell us, it shows he has nothing to offer us. And considering the situation of the country now, with insecurity that continue to ravage us as a country, the biggest problem for us in that country, security, is bigger than economic problem. As a matter of fact, insecurity contributes immensely as one of the causes of our economic problem. If we can solve the security problem, 70% of our economic problem will be solved. Don't let me put this, maybe 70 or 60% of our economic problem will be solved. Because you will see Nigerians will be able to go to farm, to work on the farm, produce more food for us to eat. And when we have more food in our economy, that will solve food security. So you can see how security of life and property is connected to every other security in that country. That will solve food security because Nigeria will have more food to eat. And Nigeria will have more produce to export to international community to earn foreign reserve. Forex. Yes, I'm listening. Yes.
The obedience, we say, is a good strategy so that people will not the state non-state actors themselves will not take advantage of it ahead of time, or opposition party will not pump propaganda along anything that he has to say. So some people are actually applauding for taking that route. What will you say? What will you say to them?
And they are just dumb. It's either they are dumb or they are just supporting him blindly for some.
Can I interject?
Okay.
Do you watch that interview?
Yes, I did.
You hear when he mentioned two countries that don't review their security intelligence, what they do? Do you remember when he said that?
What concerns us with other country? We are talking about our own country. You are referring our other country. You want to be president when we are having insecurity problem. Hold on. When we are having insecurity problem and he doesn't want to tell us.
Yes, he has already told you all the reform that you need to do, the increment of the personnel, the retraining and all that. He has said all those ones. But you see that main one, the action he needs to take, he said he's not going to reveal it. And if you look at him when he was in Anambra State, this man that was on the list that Obedience pushed away said that he was one of the military then, that the way Obi handled the insecurity at that time, because he called him, he came to barrack straight after he was sworn. He came to barrack and asked series of questions. So the next thing he came the following week is that everywhere has been started stabilizing because of the strategy he gave them, all the stuff, the team he brought together, and everything settled. You know how Obi deal with insecurity in Anambra decisively that even the head of it declared Anambra as one of the 7 states as of then. And Obi told you that some countries don't review their strategies when fighting insecurity. Insecurity is very insensitive. It's very, very sensitive. It's not something you come to the air and tell people how to handle you. So are we really educated, or are we just acting as if this is how things used to be? How will you be telling everybody how you
Emmanuel, the America that I use as an example, I don't think it's the right example, because America, they fight external war.
He mentioned, I can't remember that he mentioned 2 countries.
He used America as one of the examples. So that's a very wrong. That's a very wrong comparison, because America know they fight the cancer because we they fight. America they go fight war. That's a different ball game.
But you already told He told you that he's going to remove whoever that is not ready to work with him the way he wants it to be worked. There's no paddling of anybody to stay when you're not doing anything. He will sack you immediately. Rufai asked him that question 2 times. Are you going to be sacking everybody? He said, I will sack if you're not doing your work.
And you don't think that was a
And that's
setup?
what
And you don't think that was a setup? Question.
That's what he said. Oh, he didn't hear that part.
So, if what do you say? If we are to be Atiku that said that he will not reveal anything, he will not say anything on his security, or Tinubu, will you be saying the same thing you are saying?
Ajale Koko, all of them have been saying things on insecurity. Haven't all of them been saying things on insecurity? But what Erufai was asking him is the way he will go about it.
Okay,
I
let
want
me
to
tell
ask
you
you,
the way.
is it necessary for you as a person, like for instance, you, Ajale Koko, if you have a strategy to somebody has been robbing your house and you have a strategy how to catch your thief, will you be telling your neighbor how to catch your thief? Like your neighbor, not even like a far person, just the next door, the person your next door. You go and tell him that this is how I'm going to catch this thief. Ajale Koko, as an educated person,
can I come in, please?
are you going to reveal that to him?
Okay, can I come in, please?
Who is that?
The progressive.
Progressive. Okay, yeah. Say something. Yeah.
So thank you. This whole matter, Obi is not yet the president. This idea that you cannot reveal security matter when you are not even a sitting president is laughable. Obi, as we speak right now, is a private citizen. He holds no position in government. So if you are vying for a post on a security issue, you should be able to articulate your positions, what you are going to do. It is not, we are not saying, I'm going to buy this. If you say you're going to buy gadget, how has that compromised security matters? I don't even understand. You know, this you don't look.
Progressive. I think he has said he's going to. I think he has mentioned everything that everybody needs to hear about progressive.
There's some coded. It's a private citizen. It's not the
he's going to increase personnel.
Hold on. What Obi is doing right now is what President Muhammadu Buhari should be doing, not Obi. President Muhammadu Buhari is a current city president, and he can say, listen, security issues I cannot discuss on a public space. You understand? Because he is the sitting president, not you as a private citizen who is running for the position to become a president, and you're saying we cannot discuss security. What do you mean you cannot discuss security matter? So, okay, listen to me. If Obi have ideas, hold on one second. If Obi have ideas here, it is not about Peter Obi, it is about the security of Nigeria. If the federal government are not even performing well, do you know that they can actually pick policies from the opposition? The opposition put out policies and then encourage government that is in place to say, look, this is our policy position on this matter. Why don't you try it? We see it around the world. And then government can look it and say, okay, you know what, maybe let's try that that policy from a Labour Party, or let's try that policy from PDP. Even if they don't want to use the old policy, they can do some of it.
But progressive, they have to go to Obi and collect that idea from him, not for him to come and say it in the public. You are fighting. Wait.
It doesn't work like that.
What are we even talking here? You're fighting security, and you're coming to the end to tell everybody about the insecurity you want to fight.
Yes, just
the people that terrorize the country.
Emmanuel,
find a way.
Just hold on. Let Mr. Magui. Yeah.
I just have a short time, so let me just interject on this. On the basis of what Obi said, look, he's only an idiot will tell a thief that I have an AK-47 in my house. So if the thief is coming to your house, he will use definitely a pump pack, a bazooka or something like that to attack you. So Obi revealing what he's supposed to do or what he's about to do is actually, anybody that worked in any intelligence office, is actually the wrong strategy. He said decisive, and I watched it again and I repeated the interview. If a president, we should take him by his word. And actually, Emmanuel, what he said is right. He's not supposed to reveal the secret. What they said, you should hold them by their words. And for me, anybody that says Obi is not saying what he's supposed to say and all those things. That's not actually the truth. Intelligence means you keep it, you deal with them, you deal with the thieves or the terrorists or whatever, but you don't reveal yourself. What Progressive said is actually right in a way. If he knows how to do it, why not has he proposed such measures to the current government that we have? So that's where I find him wanting. But apart from that, what he said, anybody that is demanding that a future president or somebody that is wanting to become a president should reveal what he's about to do to the enemies of Nigeria, man, that person is probably kidding. And that person is not taking him serious. And I just can't believe that people will be wanting us to reveal our security details to people that are not our friends. Man, guys, be serious, man. Well, apart from politics, I know. But man, this is Nigeria that we are talking about. We are in danger here. So that's just my take. But you guys should continue.
Sorry, my brother. You guys are discussing this thing as if this is a situation room where Obi will be discussing how the soldier are already planning to go to some bush in Maduguri or in Zamfara to go attack. Strategies, we are not saying you should come up and tell us strategies, because those are instant situation that the military plans and they want to carry out. And in fact, situations like that does not even involve the president. Those are intelligence and plannings that are carried out by the echelons of the military. They will plan this issue. They will plan attacks, and then they will discuss it with the president. That is what you call secret matters. That is what you don't discuss in public. How are you going to tackle insecurity?
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on 1 second. How are you going to hold on 1 second? Hold on 1 second. 1 second.
No, it's still what you're saying. If you are in the position, having said that he's going to
something to you. Let me explain something to you.
If I'm in a big
position, hold on now, hold on. If I'm in a big position, I listen to somebody like Showore. Showore say, listen, every general that has been involved in the fight against Boko Haram, I'm going to sack all of them because they've failed woefully. That is one. Then secondly, there's nothing to stop Obi from saying, okay, we're going to introduce technology. We're going to have a max or a camera up the skies to make sure that we are being proactive. What stops you from even articulating issues like that? What stops you from doing that?
So, I just we have nothing of it there that is going to increase the personnel and reform them and give them ammunition necessary. You have not heard that?
Did you say it on this interview? We're talking about this particular interview.
Yes, you want to interview by yourself. We are referring to this interview. Yes, you have to.
But I'm telling you that what he has been reiterating for over almost all his. What Mufa is asking him is the procedure to take. And Obi say, even though you put gun on my head, I'm not going to tell you the procedure to take.
Look.
But you see that one that everybody needs to hear.
Look, my brother, how do you even explain procedure when you are not even the president? How do you explain procedure when there is no plan in place?
That is the question asked him. They asked him, give us the procedure, what to do. They were asking him procedure. So how will he be asking procedure how to handle security?
When the United States was planning to, when they were planning to go and kill Bin Laden that time, right? This was a matter that was discussed in the situation room between the president, secretary of state, the head of the military, the head of the generals. They came and give information to the president. This is what we have. This is what we have. We think we can do this. The president, all they just need from the president that time is, okay, go ahead, or no, don't go ahead. And then the president gave a go ahead. So he doesn't plan none of these things. What are you talking about? He doesn't plan it. They come with the plan. And then
wait. Look, the time they went in that situation room, Obama made the note of say I talk, but Obama was the one he wanted to win an election, and that assassination and that killing was the thing that gave Obama that election. So
My
make you
brother,
no
what are you
talk say
what are you
Obama
talking
no dey
about?
involved in
What
all
are you
these things.
talking about?
Well,
What has
listen,
what has
wait,
that got
wait,
to do
hold
with
on, hold on,
election?
hold on here, hold on. Let's put a context to that. Just because you are the president doesn't mean say you go just when you go meet the general say, hey, do this, bam, and it's done.
No,
It doesn't
they
work
will
like
make
that.
the generals make the
You
plan. They will
you
put the
won't give
plan
them,
in place.
you won't, yeah, they will give you two options: the worst situation wherever and the best situation. They will tell you, sir, if we do this, this is what is going to happen. If we do this, this is what is going to happen. But it is your choice to make. That is it. No, we say you just go there. People say, did. Who in a military guy? What does he know?
No,
Nothing. He
they're not
cannot
telling us
suggest.
as if Obi is
So,
already sitting in the situation room
so
and then he cannot reveal all these things. What is he
no
revealing?
matter yes, no matter what you have, then we have to brief you what
No,
is
no,
available.
Progressive, you're not getting it.
Then
It is the
go from
question
there.
that Rufai threw to him because he said that he's going to tackle insecurity decisively. Rufai said, give us procedure. All of us did not
My
ask him,
brother,
what and what are you going
Let's go back
you have a
to let me
policy
go
position. This
Prestige.
is
Let me go back to
how politics
Adeliko.
work.
One thing I understand about the entire interview is that Obi now there I know say man, the guy is a good politician. Because all the questions, none of them answer direct. That is a good politician. So I applaud him for that. You
Obey,
understand? But
obey. Let me
let's
explain
go
something
to
to you. You
let
see,
go. Yes.
obey. You have what you call policy position, right? If they interview you 200 times you give that same answer. That is your policy position. That's it.
Yes.
There's not. That is your. If
This
they interview you 200 times, you give that same. It doesn't matter whether you give it 10 interview ago. You will come back and you give the same answer because that is your policy position. Okay, what are you going to do?
just
We're going to
yes.
buy weapons. We're going to increase the numbers. We're going to buy drone.
Yes.
You keep telling people that same answer. That is your policy position. There's not like a
the
Just
same
like
procedure.
this platform that
just
No,
everybody
like
is telling us
just
that
like
Obi is keep
hold on, hold on,
repeating,
hold on. Hold on, just
progressive
like
is this platform
Emmanuel, just
that you
like the
people will
issue with
come.
consumption to production. At least every day in the talk am in the try give contest. Even
Obey,
though that
you
is not
too,
how he's going to do the when
obey,
you actually get there, but he give
obey,
contest
you too,
and
you
give
get
ideas.
that because when Obi went to CNN, to UK, all this touring, he was saying all these things that increase, even both his Twitter, he has been
He
pouring
must
those things on his Twitter. He has been reiterating what to do in security reform and everything, which APC even followed the same route that they say are going to increase this and that and that and that. So they have been saying
they
that,
go fresh.
but that
No be
that is
wetin
not the
talk
question.
yesterday. We are talking about this. We are thinking forward now, not be backward. What is he going to say tomorrow? What is he going to say next tomorrow? That's the most important thing. Not what he said yesterday. Ajani go. Let's go on.
Um, you
Ajani
see,
go. Are you see there?
I'm
You
here
can,
with you.
Emmanuel. I'm not saying that you just need to have a better argument to defend him. You understand? Because there are also some people will come out and say yes, that's a good thing, but you have to have a better argument to conquer it because you know at this
Of
platform
course,
people will challenge
that's what
people
I'm
will
telling you
challenge
now.
your
That
interpretation.
question, the way the question came from Erofai, Erofai was seeking for procedure, and he told him that even though you put gun on my head, I'm not going to give you the procedure.
Okay,
So
but that's what I'm saying. I mean, people who are because that leaves the room for different interpretation, and that's why you are seeing here. You understand? Because some people
see
see that
this.
as a metaphor.
I,
Some
I
people
think I
that
think
was a metaphor, right?
I think
That's
I
what
think
you use as a metaphor. So
today's interview seems to be one of his best interview. I give him.
yeah,
I think I
because he
give him.
spoke like a politician. Because
I
he
think I
spoke
give
like a
him 90.
politician.
I think I give him 90 over 100 for today's interview.
Yes, he spoke like a politician. He never answered any question direct. None. And I was like, okay, that's this man, this guy not there. He's learning on the job. So on that basis, yes, I'll give it to him. But that's what we've been saying all along. Him and the rest are all the same. Because that was the basis that question came. If you remember, what Ruben Abati asked him a question, follow up waiting Ruben asked him. He said, all of them they say the same thing. I will do this, I will do this, I will do this. How are you going to do it? You see what saw what happened in Britain. The lady no fit perform under 6 weeks and she got kicked out. Are you going to resign if you no perform? Or give us detail. What are you different from the rest? Did he give any details? How you go to do any of in policy? Forget the security now. He didn't. But he went around. I said, that's my guy. So Boku na no come in they sing praise of our sister. Oh, it's hallelujah, it's different. It's not. Anyway, I said, look, if you're not there, let's go to you, Emmanuel.
Hey, let me
Oh,
tell you.
okay. Oh, okay, you are there. I just say,
You see, Obi people that are supporting Obi, I think they should develop an habit of not just supporting this man on everything. If this man made a mistake and does something wrong, they should be able to say it. They have nothing to lose to say, well, it looked that he didn't do good on that part. But on the other part, on this one, yes, I think he did good. You have nothing to lose for 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 saying that. But to want to support your candidate all the way, even when it's right and wrong, you're always behind him. I think it's just a dumb habit, completely dumb. Obi want to serve us. It's applying for that job to serve us, not to. It's not our family. It's not your brother. It's not your sister. Tinubu as well and Atiku and Showore, everybody want to serve us. When they perform poorly or on a particular issue, they couldn't say it well to convince us. Let us say, he should have done better. That is the way to do it. But to want to protect this man, want to just support some dumb action, I think it's just, it just doesn't make sense. Look, Obi, if Obi should perform like this on a presidential debate, that is the completely gone for him. The whole country will just say, this guy is a rubbish.
yes.
The whole country will say, this guy, the entire leadership of the country, across the country, business people, everybody will say, this guy is dumb. He doesn't have idea of the job he wants to do. That's going to be the conclusion.
Yes, but he want to fire general. Say you fire general if you don't perform. As
Yes.
in on what ground? You just come fire general because you don't perform. I
Look,
mean, that's just
he should have used the opportunity to tell us, just highlight some of the, step that you are going to take to secure our life. You don't need to go into details. Just like, Progressive was saying that you should have said, maybe I'm going to make use of more drone. I'm going to do this. That one just tell us some primary things, some primary security measure that you're going to take that can give us that sense of belonging that, yes, this man, yes. I look at some of the failure of this administration, area of their failure. Capitalize on that. Say something of that. You can talk of the motivational aspect of it. How you are going to motivate the military, how you are going to hire more of military personnel, how you're going to work in conjunction with some maybe international community, what you are going to do to ensure that the security structure of Nigeria and the connectivity with in totality, how you're going to structure them. Just tell us something that can give us an idea that, yes, this man will really do good on security. But when you fail to tell us anything, it shows that you don't know what you're doing, man. So I'm just, and security to us in that country now, it's number one problem. It's even greater than the economic problem, like I said earlier, because security drives everything. If security, the production and consumption to production if we don't have security, you can't get it right. So this man should know that the whole country is watching him, and we are watching him. We are going to analyze his issue here. If he fails, so we should be bold enough to tell our people that he is not doing right, and that is what I think. He failed to answer the question well there.
All right, yeah, actually we go. Okay, let's on that. I mean, let's proceed from there because the idea, that make us go back and forth is because a lot of us are not actually deeply into politics, or some of us just join, this idea of following politics not quite long ago. That's why we keep going back and forth in some of the things that are so obvious to us when this political actors speaks. Now, because I said that to go to the next story, which is by Daily
Obvious.
Parrot.
Obvious. Sorry, can I just interject? I want to leave immediately. I'm in the middle of a meeting. I just wanted to interject.
You want to speak on the Obi's?
Yeah, Obi and security.
All
Yeah.
right, all right, go ahead.
So I heard what Ajanli Coco said. Rather, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody. Yeah? I've not been here for a while. We've been up to a lot, and so
The
yeah, I heard.
obedience. What are you guys being up to? The obedience.
I'm gonna return. Hopefully I'm gonna create time to return to the show in the night, and trust there's a lot. Trust me, there's a lot. That's really a
Okay.
lot. But let me go quickly.
Well,
Say
hey,
this.
I can even have a one-on-one with you, or
Yeah,
not
yeah. I
not
think we should do
live,
that.
but we'll do. Yeah,
I think we
but
should
if
do that. I think we
you're
should do that.
drop me your contact on the private chat, then we'll call you. Then we'll talk about that.
WhatsApp contact or email or what?
Yes, either one. The fastest one to reach you, or the convenient one for you.
All right, sure. So quickly
Yeah,
on the OB space.
yeah.
I heard I think I heard Ajan Likoko talk about the fact that he's not willing to discuss or disclose his security measures, yeah. And I think I don't know how many of Obi's interview Ajan Likoko has actually listened to, like from beginning to end. Like how many? Obviously, the man has gone up to 100. I don't know how many he has listened
Everyone,
to.
every interview he had, I have watched
Okay,
him,
okay,
I've listened to him, but we are talking
okay,
on this specifically. We don't want to go back to what he has said in the past,
Yes.
but on this very video, they asked
okay.
him, what is going to be your security measure, against
Let,
insecurity in this country?
So
He said, I'm not going to reveal it. So,
play,
Coco,
play,
are you? I'm coming. I'm coming. I want
play
you to say
time,
something.
play time,
Let me
play
say,
time. Hold on. Remember. Let me add it
okay, okay.
to the question. Let me add it to the question.
All
Remember,
right.
this is just like a follow up to what his vice president said. That's Dirty.
Okay.
Dirty said the same thing with Shehu on channels when he was asking him
Yeah.
what do they have for security,
Yeah.
and he said, "I can't. I think I can't say. I can't say." He keep repeating that. You remember?
Yeah.
That's just pretty much the same thing. So they
Okay.
are
Okay.
consistent. It's not that
Ovie.
it has nothing to do with his previous interviews.
Ovie, you
Ovie.
try where for there to bring what the vice, maybe that is
Yeah,
their strategy. Maybe they don't have
Let me
anything.
address that
They just
real
want to
quick.
tell us,
Sorry,
oh,
I'm in a meeting.
don't worry about us. We will do something. Just like the
yeah,
vice president said. Yeah.
Yeah.
yes. Let it have time.
All
Go
right.
ahead, please.
All right. Before I get back to Obi, let me quickly address the data that you just I brought into the conversation. So if you're very quick to quote what Dati said to Shehu, you should probably also I I imagine you must have watched Dati's new interview with his exclusive with what's this channel's guy, um the one that
That
interviews exclusively,
yeah, you're talking about
Terry Kumi.
poli-
Terry Kumi.
yeah, Terry Kumi, yeah, Terry Kumi.
Did you see his response there? He kept responding till he was like, Terry, you have digged in too much. You know, the last time I refused to tell you, but I'm gonna stop here. But he made a lot of responses. Terry started laughing. He said, it
So
came twice this time. I'm gonna give you some. And he dished out some.
that was
So maybe
after
you
the
should go back to
backlash,
that
right?
interview.
So that was after
So
the backlash. Are we expecting
he,
to see Obi change
no,
his
okay.
response again after backlash? Because there's going to be a lot of backlash coming from this one. Is he going to
All right.
switch change again, just like his vice? Is that what you are saying?
I just stole out a few minutes to address. Let me just address this. Then,
Because
if I'm done,
now that
if
you
I'm
are
done with this,
defending him, now that you guys are defending, if he changes his mouth tomorrow, what are you guys going to say?
no. Can I talk first?
All right, go ahead.
Then, if I'm done talking and someone that has been following Obi says this is not his position, then maybe the person should bring a counter argument. All right. So Obi has made it very clear on security. He has been hammering on multi-layer policing. He didn't just say state policing. He said multi-layer. He said federal police, state police, and local government police. He has been hammering on that. That one is in his manifesto. I've actually seen a part of his manifesto. So he's talked about restructuring of the entire security architecture. He's talked about that. He said it's gonna from bottom down to up. He's gonna restructure the entire security architecture.
Hey,
He's talked
from
about. I'm coming. He's
that,
talked about.
okay.
Let me just finish. He talked about training and retraining the police and adequately equipping them using technology. And then he hammered on what he called transparency in procurement of all those things that are equipping them with. Because most of the things that have been allocated to the police and the army end up in private pockets. So he hinted on the.
Hey. Why did he
I'm coming
fail?
finish.
Hold on. Because you are saying all these things that we don't hear this man
Let me
said on
finish.
this
When I
interview.
finish, then
No. Hold on.
if you
Why did he fail to mention all these things
Angelico,
that you are all
let the
saying?
man talk.
Why did he
Angelico,
fail?
Obi
let the man
conducts.
talk.
Why did
Obi
I don't know why
can I finish and let
we
Angelico
are I
complete?
don't know why are you guys too protective of this goddamn guy?
Allow me to land. Allow me to
Why
Angelico, let
you
the
guys
man
land.
are too
talk.
Angelico,
protective
can
of this
you
Angelico,
wait? I
let
don't
the
goddamn
like
man talk.
bantering
corrupt
now.
Come on.
politician?
You got
I don't
enough
Why
like
are you
Angelico,
bantering now.
protective of this goddamn corrupt politician? For God's sake, this
That is
man did
not
not
the
say all
question
these
that
things you are
asked.
saying on this
Can you allow
interview.
me to finish?
He didn't say
Angelico,
all these goddamn things that you are saying on this interview, and this is
Angelico,
what
I'm
we
going to
are
provide
discussing about.
proofs. No, I'm going to provide you with proofs. I'm not one of
Angelico,
those
you know the
iPhone
only
guys
one
that banter things
on this space.
around.
Let the man talk. Come
I'm
on
going to
now.
provide you with proofs. Obviously, we're going to have a private section, right? I will dish out videos. Don't worry. See,
We're
I'm
gonna
part of
have
this movement. I'm on ground now. People cannot push me around. No, come on. I've not been here. I've not been here so often. Maybe that's why nobody can push me around. I don't come around and say things I don't know. And I provide videos. And I provide. Obi has had tons of interviews. I'm not talking about before he started running. As a Labour Party candidate. Obviously, we're going to have a private section. That's why I think that private section is very, very important. So let me finish what I'm
sure.
saying. And before I started
Okay.
saying this, I said, if you have a pen and paper, write down everything I said. And when I start dishing out videos, any one of what I said that Obi hasn't talked about, hold me on that. So let me complete what I'm saying. He talked about hiring more police. He said the 300 and something thousand we are doing against 200 million people is the worst obtainable in any nation. He talked about the least margin, doubling that on his least margin because they asked him, okay, are you going to make it 1 million? He said doubling that fact of that number on ground now is the least obtainable. And if I'm calculating, doubling that should be 600,000 and around that. That's one. And then Dati, in the Terry Kumi video, talked about returning the military to their primary duties, which is protecting the territorial integrity of the nation. The people that should handle the security, internet security, is the police. So the place has to be brought up in a way that they should be able to man that responsibility. And then Obi keep hammering on a phrase he calls political will. He even repeated this in Arewa House. And in one of the interviews, he said that a lot of the problems in Nigeria are not rocket science. And I've said this in this platform before. He said that most of the problems in Nigeria, which he has found out, see, Obi has talked to more generals and ex-police officers in this campaign more than any other individual. He has talked to like tens of them. Obi has been going around. Obi has been consulting Insecurity. He has been consulting generals. No, I'm not talking about the famous ones, the IBB, the ones with the photo ops. No, I'm talking about within the military hierarchy. So he said he listed these things, and then he kept hammering on political will. Political will. He even said it in Arewa House. He said everybody's going to bring manifesto. Every one of them is going to bring manifesto. Even some people will use more Queen's English in their own than his own. But that they will be selling now is trust and political will. That most of Nigeria's problem is known to the political class. The problem is that which of the political class member has the political will to actually get it done. That is it. And then, in addition to this thing, he now said, and then the one I will not be able to disclose to you. He talked about multi-layered policing. He talked about the restructuring of the entire security architecture. He talked about training of police, equipment, technology, and whatever it is, and transparent procurement. And then he now added, he didn't have to add this. He could have just listed this thing and people will say, okay, we have a blueprint. But he kept hammering that there is the one I will not tell you. He didn't have to say there's one I will not tell you. You could just list this thing and say, you see, yeah, well, other candidates are not saying anything further than this anyway, so I can still pass with this. But he keep hammering on that extra of the one I will not tell you.
Later.
And then,
are you saying Obi is doing this just to catch a buzz on the knows people are going to react just to stay on the news, or the distraction is part of the whole politics?
Come again.
Are you saying deliberately just said that?
Is it on the part of the one you will not disclose? Is it on the part of the one?
That even though if you got on my head, I will not say anything just to get people talking.
No. The thing is that Obi, if you're a serial interview person, that means conducting an interview is almost a part of your daily life. You find that sometimes you start sounding like a broken record, because you're imagining that whoever is following you, even if you list 5 things on this interview, the next interview you list only 2 or 3. That like you have been following me. So if there's anyone I did not list in this interview, I probably listed it in the other interview. But the point he was making, he kept hammering. But what has been consistent with all the interview, where he listed more or less or whatever it is, has been he has never avoided that part of the one I will not tell you. He kept hammering on that. And actually, that's what is more important than multi-layer policing. Is talking about restructuring, training and retraining. And funny enough, no other candidate has gone beyond telling us anything apart from these things now. If they have even talked about it anyway, because why we are crucifying Obi is because he's even talking. He's even talking about it. But then he didn't have to. My point is that the final point I will make, OJ, is for me, Obi. Maybe what Nigerians probably want now. Nigerians probably don't want to be kept in the dark. So, what he should do going forward is stick to telling us about the multi-layered policing. He's the only person talking about it. You saw how Tinubu cleverly removed it from his manifesto. State policing, he withdrew it completely from the manifesto. Meanwhile, I'm almost rounding off reading Tinubu's manifesto. And over here in our private section, I would like us to discuss that as well. So, I think what Obi should do going forward to avoid this thing now is just settle.
Let me ask you a question.
Let me finish. Then you ask me. I expect you to ask me a question.
Hold on. Let us interject you. You have been talking too much. Let us interject you. If it had been Tinubu or Atiku that said what Obi said, I'm not elaborating on my security. What would have been your position on that?
Did you even hear what I said?
What would you have said? What would your position? what will your position be if you have been Tinubu or Atiku would have said, I'm not saying anything on security? I bet you all of you will be blowing up, will be attacking them like a hyena looking for dog to eat right now.
If you have ever heard me attack anybody on this platform or any other place, maybe you should come.
No. You'll be criticizing Tinubu or Atiku if he has said the same thing that Obi said, that he's not going to say anything on security. I'm talking. Yeah. Listen, what would you have said? What would your position be if Atiku have said so? Or
listen. Yes. I just explained to you right now that this guy had in several interviews listed.
No. Answer my question direct.
I'm sorry, guys, but I'm struggling to stomach what I'm hearing. I beg your pardon. I didn't want to come in.
One man, you can come in. Sure, you can come in. Why not?
PlayStation. What are you talking about?
I'm here. Ask me whatever.
No. I know you are there, but what are you talking about?
What part of what I'm talking about?
It tells us that he has a plan, but it's not going to tell us what the plan is. What does that mean? So if he has a plan that he doesn't want to disclose, then why say he has a plan in the first place? Why open up that space only then to leave to people to speculate if he has that plan or not? What is just a total nonsense? If Tinubu had done that, you would have been doing agbado all over social media. But what is this now? He has a plan, but let me show you this. He has a plan, but he doesn't want to tell us. Have we not been here before, PlayStation? Have we not been here before? I mean, what are we having?
Can I respond?
Can I respond? You can respond, but the better person to respond is the vice presidential candidate of your party.
No, let's not do that. Come on.
Let's not do that. Tonight, doesn't Peter Obi Dati ticket have a solution to insecurity in Nigeria?
We do.
And what is that?
My answer is that we do. Just take it. We do.
What solution do you have?
We do have the solution.
How would you fix it? Nigerians want to know.
We do have the solution. My good friend, please take it as that.
You don't want to divulge?
Better not to.
I mean, anyone that wins this election will have to tell Nigerians how they hope.
I'd like to give you answers.
Look at that.
That is it. The same position, presidential candidate and his vice president, they are telling us the same position on security. You just want us to just take it like that.
These guys now,
somebody that has no hold on. Somebody that has no antecedent in security forces. Somebody that has no strength.
Can I address that space? Can I address that space?
Has he worked as an army personnel?
Let me address it now.
Do you know what antecedent in security forces means?
Should I address it or not?
No, just answer that question. Has he had employment in any security agency? Yes or no?
He's not a security officer.
So he doesn't have antecedent then in the security forces.
He does have antecedents, and I can tell you.
In the security forces?
Yes, I can tell you.
No, don't worry about that.
Maybe I shouldn't tell you. Maybe
this is what annoys people. If Tinubu or Atiku had done that, they'll be caught over the place.
One man.
I know, but I don't know, and I will not tell you if I know, and maybe I know. I don't know.
One man. Let me make this.
I don't know. Oh, it's just gibberish, isn't it? Total nonsense.
One man. Let me make this point. See, this is the only platform that has ever made me raise my voice before, and it's something I don't do. The idea of discussing a candidate and people bringing other candidates is a culture I don't know where it came from, because in all my years of having pundits and all of that, I don't do that. If I want to discuss Obi, I will discuss Obi. If I want to discuss Tinubu, discuss Tinubu. This whole idea of if it's this person, if it's that person, maybe you should tell obedience online that. Nobody should tell me that.
If you don't compare and contrast in a presidential race, where have you been?
No. If you want to, no.
What are you talking? Are you Peter Obi in this
one man, wait now. You are not. Wait now. One man. You are not comparing Obi's security policy and contrasting it with Tinubu. You are comparing the reaction
we are comparing Obi's policy
to the reaction Tinubu zone. It's two different things.
To play fast and loose with something that is most germane to
See,
the
the
space.
worst part
Telling you
is
that
that we have not even heard from Tinubu. Tinubu have not even said anything. So why are we mentioning Tinubu in the
That's,
because
for
he has not
example,
said
how can
anything
I
either.
start comparing
Because he
and
said, I know,
contrasting
but I
somebody's
won't tell
security
you.
policy with
Anything.
We can
somebody
only
that have
compare
not given me a
Tinubu
security
when
policy?
Tinubu have said something to us. Tinubu has not said anything. So why are we comparing Tinubu and Obi?
So any day everybody lay down their security policy, we all put it in the table. But for now, everybody has not. So let's talk about people that have.
It's unbelievable. Adale Koko, I hope you are listening to all this because I didn't want to come in, but I was just alarmed.
It's unbelievable, completely unbelievable.
So for me, Obi, let me just round up.
You just said you want to interject, and you are talking for almost 30 minutes now. Let us continue this program. We have heard everything you are saying about
Obi, maybe we'll have our
about
private
Obi.
section because for me, I believe discussions should be about exchange of ideas, where people keep decorum and where people learn. If I have something to learn, I learn. If I have something to give, I give, and that's the whole idea of discussion. But when people are shouting down on people, it is I don't think it's a conversation.
No, don't get it wrong.
So
Nobody is shouting down on you.
But that's what's happening.
Nobody is shouting down on you because what you are doing, you are speaking for Obi. You are speaking like a spokesperson for Obi here. What Obi did not say is what you are saying. He did not say that. He did not elaborate. Hold on, man. He did not elaborate the way you are telling us.
Your email.
This man did not tell us that.
Are you going to bet
he
your
might
money?
have said it in his previous interview. That one is gone. We are talking about the same thing he just said.
Are you going to put down $2,000 if I provide videos where Obi said everything I said now? Are you going to put down $2,000?
On this same video yes we are discussing on this very particular video?
You cannot remove Obi from other interviews he has had.
Just forget it, man. Just forget it. Yeah, just forget it, man.
If you want to single out this video,
that is hanging. Later. Yeah. Send me a message on the private chat.
I'm gonna send you a message and just to leave. Yeah. For me, when I finished saying this, I just concluded. I gave Obi an advice. And nobody listened to that. I said, if I'm going to advise you, Obi, please, in other interviews, box this whole idea of and the extra you won't tell us. If you're not going to tell us, don't even tell us that it's existing. Box this by the side and just tell us the multi-layer security, whatever, everything, and let's move. That's it. End of discussion. Because if that had happened, nobody would get it.
Brother, you could have just said this earlier. We would have saved ourselves.
No, people won't let me talk now. People wouldn't let me talk when we are having conversations.
But that is not the question. My own argument that is not the question that was thrown to him. Let's get it right. That was not the question that was thrown to him. Erofai asked him directly to give him the procedure.
Guys. Okay, I know this is going to be in our discussion for a couple of days. So let's move on to another topic. We'll go back to it by the time I shift on to another one. So Clayton, I understand that you want to leave. So show me your digits on the private section, then I'll give you a call. We'll take it from there.
All right, sure of you. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, go. And let's go to Dele Parotimi. Dele Parotimi is saying that if you say you are too big for politics, MC Oluoma will be your next governor. As a man who is from Lagos State, are you ready for that?
We are not ready for that. That is why we are speaking up now. That's why we spent 5 hours, 6 hours on this platform so that we can continue to, educate our people and sensitize them politically. You see, what our brother Farotimi said is it's just a wake-up call to Nigerians, particularly the dumbest Nigerians. And who are those dumbest? The educated Nigerians, particularly those in the middle class that doesn't vote. They are never committed to anything. They are saboteur, and they are corrupt people. They destroy that country called Nigeria. The middle class people. It's not the people at the lower class. the lower class, they go about their own businesses every day. They struggle hard. They struggle on everything to send their children to school, to give education to their children. They suffer the effect of bad governance. Most. The middle class, they collude with the top class to destroy that country. If the middle class people, useless people as I call them, had been in the front fighting for nationhood, that country would have been a better country today. Who are the people that vote most all the time? These are the lower class people. They are the ones that will stay in the sun and in the rain 10 hours, 8 hours, voting and defend their vote. Not the middle class people. They don't do anything. They don't fit for anything. They are bad people. Very, very bad people. So, Farotimi calling them to stand up now is just giving them a heads up. The nation, your nation will be destroyed. And you will go down and go to that lower class. You'll be pushed down the lower class if you allow politicians to continue to govern you like this. Look, if the middle class that can speak good English, big grammar, that knows what is right and what is wrong, has been in the forefront fighting for the right of Nigerian people, that nation will have been better. We will have good education, we will have good healthcare services, we will have good infrastructure, but they don't care because of the crumbs they get from the top class. They feel comfortable and they don't care about other people. They even isolate. Some of them doesn't even want to see some of their relatives that are poor. They don't want them around them. This is who they are. This is who they are. So, look, they always have solution or option for everything that is going in that country. Those middle class people. Educational system is not good. Instead of them to fight to fight for better educational system, better educational infrastructure, they go and look for private school for their children. The healthcare system is not good. Instead of them to fight to make sure these things are good, they go to private hospital, the highest paid private hospital in the country. They don't care. Because as long as they are comfortable, they don't care about others. Selfishness. So, person like Farotimi that is standing up is part of the middle class too, but you see him playing his own role to save that country.
I think that's my next question. Are we seeing him becoming a full-time politician? I mean, because he used to be on the fence, just out there criticizing government and what have you. Now he's in as a spokesperson. He's a spokesperson. Officially, a campaign spokesperson for Labour Party. That's Peter Obi. So, what do you see to that? Is that a good thing or?
Yeah, it's a good thing. At least he's playing his part. It's joining Peter Obi that he believes in that can be the best president. I mean, you must align with one of them.
Are you surprised he's not supporting Showore?
Oh, he said the reason why it's not with Showore. He said his heart is with Showore. But on the basis of equity, that the Igbo have not had it before. They've not been the president of that country in the recent times since the Fourth Republic. He is supporting Obi. So he made it clear. You understand what I'm saying? So he said on the normal, not the normal circumstances, he would have supported Showore. But Showore, he wants to support Obi now so that Igbo can have their own shot as well. So, you see, when people make their position clear, I like it. The same thing Abelifere did. That, okay, on the basis of equality, justice, and we are supporting Obi because it's only the Igbo have not had this thing from the South. It is good. I like such standing. But not to do anything at all as a citizen when your country is being destroyed by criminals. I mean, it's just insane. So the middle class, Pharaoh to me telling them, giving them a heads up to stand up, I think it's a good call. I mean, they have to respond. We must save that country together and do the right thing, to take our country back according to Shogure's slogan. I know some of them are stealing it, like Obid. I mean, sometimes he mentioned that too. So let's take our country back. This is the slogan of Shogure, and we have to stand by that. Take our country back. We cannot continue like this. That is the slogan of Shogure. So let's give kudos to Pharaoh Timi for participating this time. Others should follow. I mean, they should heed to his call. Yeah, that's my take, of you.
Yes. Talking of let's take our country back. Let me ask you this question. But let me ask you this question. Taking our country back, federal government has gone back to appeal court to say Nnamdi Kanu is not going anywhere. Our country need to be, I mean, this is me just adding my own shenanigan. Being the fact that you say we need to take our country back. So they're saying Nnamdi Kanu is not going anywhere. He need to stay with us for us to take our country back and put it in order with him in it. So what do you say to that? There's no judgment yet. By the time the article that I'm reporting from was filed before the judgment could take place. This was before the judgment. So I don't know what the judgment, if they have passed or not, but the federal government has approached.
So you said that federal governments have appealed the Supreme Court that they are not releasing Kanu.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Constitutionally, they have the right to appeal, and but one thing that is very clear to us is that federal government is losing that case. They came up with 15 count charges against him. They were knocked out at the first instance, and that was reduced to seven count at this, appeal court. They lost it. The appeal court said they violated the constitutional right and its human right, and on the basis of that, the order is released. Now they are filing for Supreme Court. Let's see what is going to play out at the Supreme Court. Since the government is not heeding to the call of elders, this is a government that does not listen to anybody. They will do what they want to do, but what we know is that they have never done anything right, and there's no. Look at the cases that Abubakar Manami has filed against several individuals in that country. He lost everything. So I have no doubt in my mind that they are going to lose this thing at the Supreme Court. So because all the charges against Nnamdi Kanu completely violated his constitutional, his human right, and for federal government to lose at the appeal court, that's a very big blow on the federal government. Very big blow on them. On the legal aspect of this, is a big setback. On the legal stand, it's a big setback to federal government because they make too much noise against this guy. Oh, this guy is a terrorist. They describe IPOB as a terrorist organization. They have tried everything on the international community to put them on terrorist list, but the international community that knows that all the federal government is doing against this individual and his organization is all illegal. They refuse to prescribe IPOB. So it's just they I don't see them winning this case in the Supreme Court. And very soon, every IPOBian around the world should keep hope alive that their leader will be released by Nigerian court, particularly the Supreme Court, and he will go back home to his family. We have seen what they did to Sowore. They lost the case against Sowore. Everything that they did, they lie against him. They charge him for treasonable felony. They lost on that ground. They took his party. The guy fought all this way. He took his party back. And, he's a free man. They're still holding on his passport. He cannot travel to his family in the United States. His children are in the United States, 2 children with the wife. They are here. He cannot go. The wife cannot come and see him for the past, how many years now? Going to about 4 years. So this is a very ridiculous administration that is running Nigeria. No care. No respect. They don't respect the law. They don't respect their human being. Their citizen. They don't respect anything. They don't respect nothing. So, Nnamdi Kanu, I believe, will soon be released and let the IPOBian just keep hope alive. That's my take on that.
Janle Koko, can I ask one question or pose one question to you?
Yes.
Do you think that the federal government of Nigeria is actually prosecuting Nnamdi Kanu based on, or no, let me rephrase, sorry. Do you think they want to win the case, or they are just holding him there just to keep certain things at bay? That's my question.
Whether they want to hold the case or just, look, let me tell you, if they don't want to win the case, they will not file charges against him. Look, let me tell you this. You don't know Nigerian state. Nigerian state is the most cruel state ever in this world. They don't care about you. They will do everything to bring you down, to destroy you if you are standing in their way, particularly when you speak for the right of the people. This is not the first time that Nigerian state will do this to their citizen, that is standing up fighting for the right of their people. The first case that happened in Nigeria was against Chief Obafemi Awolowo when he was standing up to fight for the interests of Nigerian people, and particularly the minorities across the country. What did they do? His colleagues that fought together for the independence of Nigeria, Chief Nnamdi Azikiwe, that was the head of the government there, the president, and the prime minister, Tafawa Balewa, they gang up against him and took him to jail and slammed him in 10 years imprisonment. This is Nigerian state for you. The moment you want to stand up to fight, they will molest you. They will carry out the injustice against injustice upon injustices against you. They done it against Chief Awolowo and his political associates. All of them were jailed, were put in jail in order to destroy them politically. They did it against Chief Gani Fayoyemi, a human rights lawyer. They did it against Falana Ransome Kuti, singing song. Can you imagine somebody that just a musician that sings against government oppression of his people? Do you know how many times they've been to Fela to beat the hell out of him and put him in jail? And even his brother Beck, Ransome Kuti, and Sowore and other. A lot of people have been humiliated like that for standing up to fight for the right of Nigerian people. So let me tell you, look at Igboho. What did Igboho do? Do you think that if they had caught Igboho in his house that day, do you think he wouldn't have been killed? They would have exterminated him. I'm sorry, one man to use that word, K. He would have been exterminated. Don't dare Nigerian state. The moment you step up to fight for the right of your people, the security forces they have, both in the military and the police and other paramilitary, is not to work for you, the people. It's to exterminate you. The moment you are speaking the right, you are speaking,
what's their end game?
Against them.
What is their end game, if I may ask? What is their end game, if I may ask? Because I'm just trying to figure out
their
them holding him back and prosecuting
is to put him in jail, to live in jail for a long time. It's just to do that, and that is why you see they couldn't get their charges right, because when you trying to lie against people, when you got to frame up something against them, as a government against your city, we want to frame people up. They won't have fact to that effect, and in the law court go with fact. They ask them thorough question. Fact finding, they couldn't present it, and that's why they're losing.
Actually, go on that space. I think yes, I'm just getting on breaking news coming in now. The Court of Appeal reject government request for adjourn of hearing of Nnamdi Kanu. So the Court of Appeal in Abuja on Monday rejected the Nigerian government application for adjournment of a hearing relating to the judgment freeing Nnamdi Kanu from detention. A 3-member panel of the Court of Appeal led by Oladotun Adefope Okoje had on the 13th dismissed the terrorism and treasonable felony charge against the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. The court had ordered Mr. Kanu released from detention after striking at a 7-count charge pending before Binta Nyako of the Federal High Court in Abuja. Mr. Adefope Okoje held that Mr. Kanu forcefully extradition from Kenya to Nigeria in June was a breach of local international law. Instead of complying with the appellate court decision ordering Mr. Kanu unconditional release, the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation filed an appeal at the Supreme Court. That's Supreme Court. This is the appeal court. What's the difference here?
What do you say? You said the appeal court rejected what from the federal government? What did they reject on that?
They reject the federal government appeal.
Which appeal? Filing appeal against at the Supreme Court or what?
Yeah.
Let's release him and let him go home now. I mean, what are they going to hold him? Why are they still holding? That means they have to let him go. Is that not what it means? Maybe you have to go into details of that report. Maybe that can help us.
Ovie.
Yes.
I think my understanding about what you just read, because I think I read the same thing. The government is appealing what the appeal court has decided. So so the appeal court itself is rejecting the appeal. They say the appeal to the Supreme Court is not necessary because whatever they adjudicated will stand. So it doesn't matter what they are going to appeal. But the federal government is still going to appeal it they already appealed it to the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court is going to decide whether to take it or not. But according to the appeal court, they said their decision is going to be final. So there's no need for the federal government appealing. That's my understanding about what you just read.
So now they are now waiting for Supreme Court to respond. Have we?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Where you will see. So what the appeal call is technically telling them that before you go further on any other going to the above court, release him first. So, but they won't do it. They don't respect.
Yeah, you're right, Angelico.
Yes,
what you said is correct, but they're not going to do it like you said.
They don't respect the rule of law. They never obey the rule of law, and they will not do it. Do you know how many times that they've been called to bring this guy to court, that they refuse to bring him to court? What about it now? So let's wait. Let's see if they're going to comply with the appeal call. If not, we just tell our people, you know, the IPOB around the world to keep hope alive and look forward to a good decision from the Supreme Court. Nnamdi Kanu will be released. He will go back home to his wife and his children.
Thank you, Ajala Goko. Let me move on to Agui. The studio is full this morning and we are running short of time. Thank you, Mr. Ajala Goko.
Thank you, Ovie.
Yeah, Mangwe,
Yeah.
I greeted you plenty.
And my need for ground, sir.
Thank you. Let me bring this story to you from a different angle. Okay, this
Right.
it's still about this Obi saying if they put gun on his head, it's not going to say much about his security plans. But now, at the eve of that, the UK is warning of possible attack in FCT. You understand? So it's restricting their of course their citizens here, their employee to their commission, just stay within their own their designated places. So, but here we are. We have a possible incoming president, saying pretty much she has no idea how to rather run the security, they have no any preferable solution, have idea how to change the security situation of the country. So, I mean, from this angle, what would you say to that?
Well, I think anybody that has been paying attention to the security, not just Nigeria, but the world, will notice that there is a little bit of an upsurge, or there might be an upsurge in terms of attacks all over the world. But coming down to Nigeria, I think, well, the foreign countries residing in Nigeria are allowed to issue security infos to their citizens. But what baffles me is that Nigerians or our security outfit wasn't able to issue such notices or notice, but rather they withdrew and said there is no such thing as a possible attack. On the issue of Obi, I will say, well, I listen to him very well. I'm not quite a fan of somebody, coming on the open and declaring what strategies he's going to use to fight insurgency or to fight any attack that Nigeria is going to have. I think the security of Nigeria should be kept private, and he should have elaborated a little bit on it, not just like Ajaliko said, or progressive. If he knew what to do, why didn't he the federal government and give them some solutions? And if he has done that, why won't he come out in the open and say, I have proposed to the federal government? My whole take on this, I think they're a little bit careful because Nigeria is tense right now. Not that I support him or in what he's doing, but I think we should be careful in dishing out things concerning our security. Everybody has his own opinion, but I think it's a delicate matter, and everybody should be careful on how they lash out suggestions on how to take care of our political situation right now in Nigeria. But I think, in general, the security outfits in Nigeria should be able to give us notices concerning possible attacks. And I don't think it's a good idea hiding these things out from Nigerians. Not to alarm them, but to tell them maybe we received an intelligence that, but it's under control.
Such things,
just to calm the nerves now.
But wait, hold on. I don't know. Is it me or is kind of audio is kind of going up and on. It's cracking. Or is it coming from?
My audio is
Anybody
cracking.
Is anybody feel that? Can you guys hear Mangui clearly?
Yeah, we can hear him.
Oh yeah, I can hear him clearly.
Clearly. Oh, okay. It could be from my end. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I can't hear you clearly actually, but I can hear Jali Coco clearly.
Yeah, it should be fine. I think it's from my end. Go ahead then. If they can hear you clearly, that's fine.
So, but anyway, let me just run through.
Go ahead. Continue since they can hear you clearly. Continue.
So, I'm already done actually in terms of Obi and the security things in Nigeria. But just what I just said, Obi is not the eloquent speaker of all, and he's not the usual politicians that we just every day. But what I do believe is that the security of Nigeria should not be discussed in the open. Whether it is called kinetic, non-kinetic, employing more military and the rest and all those things. It just gives us positions to discuss and to aggravate our feelings about Nigeria and telling our leaders that they don't know what to do. But I just feel that the military should be strengthened in whatever way possible. And I still believe in Nigerian military. They are one of the best in the world. Forget that they are being messed up right now, but I still believe that Nigerian military is one of the best in the world. And if they get a good leader, they will perform wonders. So that's my take on it anyway.
I'm with you on that. Yeah. Well, what do you say to what Dele Farotimi is saying that if we feel that you are too big to pretty much participate in politics, MC Oluomo will be the next governor of Lagos State? Do you see where he's coming from, and do you agree with him that everybody should get involved?
I will say I might not say I agree with him totally, but let me just say this of my mind. You know, one of the greatest fear I have regarding this election is I just have this insane thought regarding Tinubu winning and MC Oluomo coming to Abuja, and what we see in Abuja is just agrios everywhere. And that's one of my fear, importing Lagos to Abuja. Sorry for the Lagosian. That's one of my fear.
Yeah.
Am I echoing that?
Yeah. I mean, I thought it was just from my end.
Maybe we need to drop out and come back in.
Yeah, yes, I think so, because that is very clear now to me, but you
yeah, you need to
let me just go out and come back in.
All right. Let me move to Progressive. Are you there?
Okay, come back to me, please.
All right, Tiger in the city. Tiger in the city. Are you there? Sole. Soli.
Yes, I thought you would skip me again. I don't understand your Yoruba.
You know they understand Yoruba. When Tinubu tell yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
When Tinubu speak for Abeokuta, when they refer to when they refer to the president, Olule, what do you mean?
It means he hits the floor. But
now the talk now I say more Lule ni.
Why would I lule now? I'm always standing, ever strong.
Yeah, strong. They always strong in Igba. So where you stand for a federal government and Nnamdi Kanu? Where's your stand?
Well, I feel like it's still their nuclear bomb. is still their greatest nuclear weapon, they are going to use that guy. I'm telling you, it's their secret weapon. Either they are going to use him to reduce votes, or they are going to hold him till Tinubu becomes president and then they will release him. That's just one of the things that they are going to. They can't release him yet. It's too vital. It's too much of a weapon that they can use. And recently, Tinubu has mentioned Obi as one of his rivals. So that should tell you something.
Oh yeah. So you don't see them releasing him. You don't see the Supreme Court going with the appeal court.
If they are going to release him, they are going to use it based on strategy. They are not just going to release him into the wilderness, just like that. It's like a lion, and you have your opponents there. If you don't have anything against your opponents, you release the lion and let the lion scatter everywhere. That's what I would do anyway. I would not release him unless I could use him to, bring down the votes of my opponents. Plain and simple.
And at this point, the man is no longer on the ballot box. Maybe he can do it for his right hand man, Tinubu.
But I think. Sorry,
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Patrick.
I think we're taking position rather based on certain presumptions, and that Kanu is innocent in all the accusations that have been leveled against him. That he's been able to get a judgment from a court does not mean that if pressed further at a higher court, he could not be convicted. I am not a court, and I'm not a prosecuting agent, but I stand to say that from Kanu's video and broadcast that I've listened to online as well, and that he has not denied, nor have any of his people denied. Kanu should be on trial, and it should not be released. It's very unpopular. That position is very unpopular.
Why do you say he should not be released? The court has acquitted him.
Hold on. That's what I'm saying. I said the fact that he got a judgment at a particular court does not mean that he's actually innocent. So if the people, if the people who have issues against him can bring more evidences and push further, they could get a conviction. Okay. This is one thing I want. And at times they say justice is blind.
Sorry, my brother.
Let him finish. Let him
finish, Progressive.
What they mean by justice being blind is that justice is not biased. But at times, justice is also blind to evidence and reality. And that's why we have people that are running the system. Except we want to deny ourselves. There have been several incitements to violence by Kanu that I have seen. And I don't know whether you people have seen it. Except we want to deny. There have been several incitements to violence by Kanu of his group to go and attack places and attack certain locations, which I believe nobody supporting Kanu today will deny.
Okay, yes, we don't deny. I personally don't deny.
People have been killed in that process. There is no single life that is lost in that process that is less than the value of Kanu's life. Be it the mala that was killed with his children, the woman that was killed with all her children in Anambra because of the Monday Siram, or the people, the policemen that were killed as a result of Kanu incitement, none of them has a lower value of life than you and me and all the people that are supporting Kanu.
Yes, but that's your own personal sentiment.
No, okay, it's not. Okay, it's a fact that no life is less than that of Kanu. If you think that sentiment, okay.
No, is your own personal sentiment.
There's no life. Are you telling me it's sentimental to think that one life is higher than the other?
That is not how the law works, unfortunately.
No, wait. I'm trying to use a platform. This is not a court.
Yes, but
so that's why we are looking at the law. We are looking at other issues.
Then we are going on.
We are looking at it holistically. Now, we will not agree with me.
So what section of the law? What section of the law has Kanu?
Hold on, let me just finish this. Let me ask this question. Do you all agree with me in this house that no life is more valuable than the other?
Of course.
We agree.
Whether it's Kanu's life or not.
I think you think we are disagreeing.
No, what I'm saying is that we all agree that there's no life that is more valuable than the other.
How did he incite violence in the first place? You need to explain these things in a contextual sense.
Okay, so wait now. I'm coming gradually. That there's no life that is more valuable than the other. Whether it's a Mala's life or it's my Indigo brother life in the village, or is a soldier's life who married an Igbo lady and is coming home to do his wedding.
Yes, we understand.
Mr. Peter, may I ask one question?
Wait.
I beg.
No. This will go on forever. I don't disagree.
It won't go on forever.
I don't
because
disagree
even this program is not forever. So
no.
Be able to take a divergent opinion and look at it.
My brother, you cannot say the Kanu and the Kanu was inciting violence. How did he incite violence?
I didn't allow progressive. I didn't allow your interjection.
Okay, if you're asking me how you incite violence, I can now start putting it. That means we are integrating ourselves, which is good.
Wait, just hold on. Yeah, sorry. Mr. Patrick, are you finished with your submission?
No, my submission is this. One, that Kanu's life is not more valuable than the other people.
Sorry, hold on.
Two, that I have seen, you might not. If you need it, I can go online and look for it. Instances where Kanu incites hatred among people, incites violence among Nigerians, incites deep hatred for the Nigerian state and the Nigerian people and the Hausa tribe and the Yoruba tribe and religious hatred, both ethnic, religious hatred. In short, is more bigot than what we call the Bill Sudan. Because I've not seen a Buhari go on and say, look, don't go to Yoruba church. If you are going to Yoruba church, you are a criminal, you are mad. I've never seen a Buhari say, go to Edo, go. If you see policemen there, take their weapon and attack them, use their weapon. I've not seen that. If you want me to video Kanu's video where you have said that I will produce them.
Progressive, let him finish.
I want to ask a question.
Progressive, let him finish.
What I'm saying is this. With the law and evidence, the people running the Nigerian state have what it takes to press further and get a conviction for that guy that was on trial and jumped bail and went outside to UK to incite people to kill innocent people, and he wants freedom. He should rotting in that jail. He should rotting in that jail.
Is it really
how many people have died because of this? How many have died because of this?
Everybody will get to speak one at a time.
So to me, that guy should rotting in jail.
Are you finished now, my brother?
Yes, I'm done.
Thank you very much. Ovie, can I quickly come in there?
All right, go there.
No. Let me finish my session. You interject in another person's session. No,
Progressive.
I not do again.
You will
I
have
not do
your time. You
again.
will have your time
I not
to
do again. I not do
talk.
again.
All right, go
I not
ahead.
do
So
again.
go ahead.
I even forgot where we were. Where were we?
You see
You
how
were in your house.
you
You were in
don't do
your house.
again.
You were in
You
your
don't do
house.
it.
You
We're
see?
talking about Nnamdi Kanu freedom.
Yes, so you can say that Nnamdi Kanu is this, is that. Nobody's denying you. You know, John Gotti got away with his crime. He got scot-free plenty times. All these mafia guys got away from court plenty times. That's how the law is. That's how the law works. You know, if they say the guy is innocent, it's innocent. You bring forth more evidence, plain and simple. You fight your case, plain and simple. And if they don't win the case, it shows how incompetent they are. You know, so governments can't win against an individual in the law of courts. You know, it shows their incompetence. So they have to do better, plain and simple. But I'm telling you that they are just going to keep on wasting time, and they will not release him. They will keep on pushing case and appealing till they are ready to use him. I don't think they have any need for him to stay in jail. It's not their big or top priority. He can't bring down Nigeria as much as he tries, you know. So they're just going to keep him there as a secret weapon they can use. Most likely, you are going to see him get set free after Tinubu becomes president. Plain and simple. They are just using his situation to their, you know, to their, what do you call it?
Advantage.
To their advantage. Plain and simple. It doesn't matter what you feel about him or what you care about him. Everybody has their own opinion. If you want to come here and defend him and say he didn't do all those things, man, you are just being very biased and you are just trying to do tribal defense. You know, he did all those things and he has his reasons why he did that. Even if he says, oh, he hates Yoruba people, even if he says he hates us, yes, he can have his own opinion. That's his own prerogative. You know, he can say whatever he wants. That's freedom of speech. I don't care.
Hold on. Just hold on. Progressive, ask your question. Then I'll go to Mingwe to round up because he will be leaving as soon as he finishes summation. Then I'll come
Thank you
back to
very
you.
much. Thank you very much. God bless you. You said he did all of those things. He did all of those things. Look, I'm not a big fan of Nnamdi Kanu, okay? But the truth must always be told, whether you support somebody or you don't support them. Mm-hmm. You have to take the center position at all time. You live in a democratic society. You live in the United States as we speak right now. I'm not, if I'm correct, right?
Me? No.
So, oh, okay, sorry. Okay, Ovie, I know Ovie.
He live in Netherlands. He live in Netherlands.
Okay.
That's
okay, sorry.
place where they
So,
smoking bowl
in a democratic society,
they smoke Igbo in US too, in open.
We know they smoke Igbo openly. Now they smoke Igbo openly. Nobody, no law.
Even in New York, your New York governor was encouraging people to smoke Igbo.
Angelica, what are you talking about? We smoke Igbo in Colorado.
We'll talk about that. Can we allow Progressive to finish his
Thank you very much.
So, even Obama, even his children, one man fagbo.
I don't live in the United States, but I surely follow a lot of programs online from the United States. And there is one program called InfoWars, Alex Jones, right? So
Alex Jones, now when they don't charge to court to pay almost $1 million.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it was the family of the people that was affected by what he did that sold him. The American government had never at any point gone after people like Alex Jones. Go and watch that guy's show, and then you will understand that Nnamdi Kanu is a child when it comes to Alex Jones. Okay, so in a democratic society, the government, I want you to understand that the government should not be in a position where they are silencing people's right to voice their opinion or their position as to where they stand. Secession, whether you want to secede, is a part of the United Nations rules, whereby you as a people can decide to say, we don't want to be part of this country anymore. And then you can publicly canvass for your own nation. Okay? You haven't taken a gun against anybody. You haven't killed anybody. You haven't destroyed any property. You're just expressing your human right. My brother, go to the law of the Federal Republic of
Progressive.
Nigeria. There is
Progressive.
nowhere. Hold on 1 second.
Progressive.
There's nowhere.
Wait,
Yeah,
I want
go.
to ask
Yeah.
you one question. I will ask you one question, but before you answer, I won't make Mangwe finish because he wants to leave. My
All right.
question is, what about if the national security advisor, that the entire national security advisor, come together and advise the federal government otherwise not to leave him out for security reasons? So think about that. Why I
Not to
allowed
do. Not to do what?
Mangwe
Not to do what?
not to let him out?
Yeah. On what
So
security?
because that,
Is he ISWAP? Abi is it Boko Haram? What has he done?
just man, that's another aspect I want you to factor in. But let us finish with Mangwe because he wants to leave. Then we'll come back to that. Mangwe.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Can you hear me
better.
now better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, let me just insert this, then I will leave. Actually, regarding to what the speaker, I think it was Peters that was saying something. And Peters, if I share your perception and the face you're giving us, but if I may quote one thing, George Orwell said, "All fingers are equal, but there are other fingers that are more equal than others." Human is human, but there are other humans that are more, human than the other one. It's just like a president of the United States, if I may quote him. Before you shoot him, 20 people will line up, give their life up for him, and other people anyway. So in terms of, that's just it. But in terms of Nnamdi Kanu, and I should say that the law should take its place. And take hold of everything that is happening there. It's just also the same goes to Sunday Igboho and El Zakzaki, that they jailed for no just cause. So Nigeria should at least, if we are talking of law, the law should take its place and not just saying that because he said that and he said this, and if he's not found guilty under the law, so they should let him go, and not just. And this goes as well for every other person that is being incarcerated in Nigerian prison for no just cause. I think what makes us the way we are is just and of recent times anyway, the tribal sentiment that comes up and the misinformation of things that have happened in the past. But I pray to God and I say one day all these things will come to foray and everybody should know what actually the different perspectives of truth, because there is no one singular truth. There is different perspectives of truth. So you cannot just say because you see him in this way, he should drop in jail. There are different perspectives of truth. There is no singular truth. So that's just my take anyway. And thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to talk to certain topics, and maybe see you another time. I got
you're absolutely welcome, man. Appreciate your stopping by, please. Come by again anytime you are free.
All right.
Thank
Thanks,
you. Have
man.
a nice rest of the day.
All right.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Yeah. Yes, Tiger.
Hello,
Tiger,
Vie. Yes,
okay.
I'm here, Vie.
All right, let's go before Soli wake up.
Okay, then which area do you want?
Before I roll finish.
Okay.
Did you skip me?
I thought I'm coming back to you. You're not Resident Evil.
Okay.
I didn't finish my session now.
No, I'm coming back to you. Remember, I skip Tiger before coming to you. Don't worry, I will come to you. Keep rolling, roll up, my guy.
Okay, yeah, which one do you want to start from?
You are not supposed to skip me. That's not how it's done. No, let me finish my
No.
session. Then
Oh, Tiger, you see, get that. You still done,
let Soli finish now.
I'm here.
Soli finish. You started with Soli. Let Soli finish in home.
Okay, Soli, go on.
Go ahead, Soli. I actually jumped the guy for Soli. Go ahead, Soli. Finish your.
So next topic, please.
So we just finished from federal government, and you talked about. Now you are actually disagreeing with Ajani Koko on Dele Farotimi. right? That
No.
if you don't join, if you don't take politics serious, you will be Lagosian. MC Lu will likely take over.
I did not say I disagree with Ajali Koko based on that. Though. I disagree when he was saying Igbos have not become president. We should give them for equity and justice because we are doing a carryover and passing around presidency. That's where I did
Oh,
not agree.
that's the reason Farosimi is giving for supporting Obi instead of Showore.
Then I
Yeah,
disagree. I disagree. That's not how it should be done. That's not how politics is done. You have to outsmart your leaders. You have to be smarter than them. You have to encourage the people. You have to be able to talk to the people and penetrate them. If I keep on saying it, if Nnamdi Kanu could penetrate a whole set of people, rich, poor, elite, just basically all round, why can't we do it? You know, and we say we want to get into politics. If Sunday Igboho could do the same thing, even in a small scale, why can't you do it? Politics is not gra-gra. Nigerian governments, even though they are criminals, they are a government, whether you like it or not, and you cannot fight governments. You cannot defeat government with gra-gra. No matter how evil or terrible the government is, you are not fighting them, you are not defeating them. Try all you want to do. You are not. You have to beat them at their own game. Plain and simple. There's no passing
so
around. There's no passing around for any equity and any justice. Ain't nobody going to hear that. You know, ain't nobody going to listen to that one. That's not how it works anywhere in the world. So I disagree. Now,
so
Mr. Dele Farotimi is saying that, oh, if we don't do this thing to MC Olomo will be our governor. He will be his governor too. He will be his governor too, not just our
yeah,
governor.
but no. Sorry. What he's saying is that I think he's just trying to encourage people to get involved in the process. You understand?
Okay.
I mean, they just use that phrase just as a metaphor.
Okay, Ovie,
But
imagine.
which can easily happen anyway.
I know it can, and Nigerians they will not especially Goshians, they will not do anything about it now. You know, they are still struggling to get from mainland to island, you know, in less than 1 hour trip. You think they will care about all those things? And they are still trying to buy tomato and onions at a cheap rate. They don't have time for all that one. Too many problems everywhere. And
Wait.
you know, the people
But
that want
now that you are just bent on criticizing him as a person, now
yeah.
what do you say to him, who is known as was a lawyer? According to me, he's no longer practicing law. It's pretty
Mhm,
much public intellectual. He's a public critic. Some people will say,
mhm,
or an activist to some extent.
mhm,
But now
mhm,
he's fully into politics, fully a politician. What do you think?
mhm.
Now, money
Oh,
having for the love of the game, for what is it for the sake of what he's encouraging us to do, join the process, or now money?
even
Permission
if
to join politics.
it really doesn't matter why he's going there, you know, even if he's going there to change something, if he's not going to be look, for there to be change in Nigeria, there has to be at least oh, I didn't say at most, at least 500 Sowore. You're not going to change anything with one person. You know why? You're going to be fighting against 5,000 powerful people, you know. So whether you are advocate for change, if this part of the country supports you, you still have to fight the remaining more than 100 million, you know. So you have to have at least 500 somewhere in that country for change. That's why when I used to see all this, oh, we did 1 million march, we saw how many people, what's the population of the country? The country is over 200 million. We're getting to 300 million. Even if there are 1 million people doing march, it ain't going to change anything. It's not going to change jack. You're not going to change jack. You have to have 500 Sowore, 1,000 Sowore. Then these politicians will feel the heat. All those NSAS you are doing, I'm not trying to badmouth the NSAS or say anything against them, but that was just one area, one very, very small area in Lagos, in one state out of 36 states. You know, so I've been to countries where there are a lot of people. I've been to countries where there are little amount of people, you know. So I know the amount of human beings I need to see advocating for change to come. And that country, what's the population of youths in that country? Over 100 million, right?
That's what they are saying.
Exactly. But how many of them are in power?
But again, how many of them are empowered? 90, maybe like 2%. or 5% of them are empowered.
Which 2%? You mentioned the 2%.
I mean, 2% is. I mean, at least we see among those you, we see how people who are working for government.
Who mention them? Mention
Wait,
them, please.
now we
that
have people
are known. Apart from I know she not Pele.
No, no. I'm talking about. I thought we are talking generally like the 100 million you're talking about. You figure as individuals. Is that what you are asking?
Just I don't care if the person. I don't care what party the person is. Someone well known and someone in politics. I've mentioned Shino Pele. Can you mention another person?
No, I need to understand your question. Where are you going with? What is the question? I mean, the question, but you don't have to answer a question.
Okay. Let me put it this way: if we want change, we need youths in power, right? We need people that are advocating for change, right? Okay, people are advocating for change.
That's not what he's saying. What he's saying is that there's a need for more people to come into the process.
Yes.
Instead of I don't care attitude. No, generally people don't care about politics, especially young folks. I bet that's it's evil. I bet it's still dangerous.
Okay.
People don't care.
Yeah, if we want change, we need good people, not necessarily youths. Youths have been ruling Nigeria for a long time. That's what I discovered. Youths have been ruling.
Yes.
Until recently, when Buhari came and Obasanjo came, all the presidents we've had have been youths, if you noticed. Gowon was a youth.
Yeah, that's true.
Gowon was a youth. Mohammed was a youth. Obasanjo was a youth when he first ruled. Shagari, when he came in, if you have seen his picture, you know he was a youth. Babangida was a youth when he came in. Abacha was less than between 50-something or 60-something.
What is the definition of
except Jonathan was a young man now.
What is the definition of youth in Nigeria? Can somebody define youth in Nigeria?
Okay, let's not say youth because except we start having people in 30s. If you look at that, then there are only few countries in the world where youth are president.
But sir, what I'm trying to let me explain what I meant by youth.
Young people have been ruling since we had Nigeria until Buhari and Obasanjo second time.
Let me explain what I mean by youth. When I'm saying youth, I'm talking about people with new mindset. You say yes, the youth.
Okay, so that would be a wrong definition. New mindset does not mean youth. Youth does not mean new mindset. You don't create your own dictionary.
Let's stay on point here. Delivery to me is not being specific in terms of demography. He's just speaking generally as a Nigerian. There's every need for you to get involved. If not, we'll keep having people who we don't like to keep governing us. I mean, using MCO is just pretty much a metaphor, but as we know, the guy is very active in politics. It can as well happen on the Nigeria. So he's just saying, get involved. The more you get involved, the probability of getting better.
Yes, but Ovie, he is not the first person to say it. He's just regurgitating what other people have said, in my opinion. So
but we are paying attention to him. We are paying. It's special because him being an outspoken person, he has always been an outsider when it comes to getting involved directly in politics at any level. He always been an outsider and be criticizing the process. Criticize everything, which is good. I like the guy, follow him. You understand? But now he decided to say, you know what? There's no point being out there and criticizing. Let me take a side, just like you take bats. I take one. So he decided to say, you know what? I think Obi is the guy for me. Based on that's where the idea of equity justice come from when the Angelico was trying to point out. So you understand? So that's why he's special. He just born again. Just like now, if you give your life to Christ and you begin preach, he's special now than somebody who has been in Christ all along. You understand?
I don't see anything. That's why special. I don't see anything special about what he said. Other people have said
all right.
Him saying it is not going to change anything. What are the actions that he's putting to make that thing possible?
That's why I'm joining politics now.
That's what I'm saying. This guy. That's why
he has exemplified it by joining.
Okay, but how is he?
He's a spokesperson to Obi's campaign.
Okay, but how is he going to get other people to join? Is he getting other people to join?
That's why he's telling other people to join now.
Wait. It's part of Obi's campaign.
Yes, they want to campaign.
Then it's just politics. Then it's just money now. The guy is not going for any change. It's not going for any change. What is the difference between Obi and Tinubu and the Atiku? What's the difference?
Yeah, but you have to
get between Obi, Tinubu, and Showore and every other person.
If he has if he has supported,
what's Showore, difference?
The difference is that Showore has said that he's going to fight corruption. If
Showore, that's what he said. That's what he said.
Buhari said the same thing too.
That's what he said. So what's the difference?
Wait.
Everybody said the same thing.
Can I talk? Can I talk? Then that contradicts what Obi said. Obi said he's not going to fight the old corruption. Obi said he's going to let them go. Is that not what?
But Buhari said he's going to fight. There are so many other people that are going to fight there. People like Mustafa said they are going to fight too. So
okay, but you and I know. You and I know that if Showore gets there, that guy is going to really deal with them.
I don't know. That guy has not been able to manage the little that he has control over.
He hasn't done anything like that before now. Why did you believe he's going to do it?
He's dictatorial. He's a dictator.
Yes,
to me, he has not been able to make a success of the little he has been given. He has a party to manage. He has not managed it well. And he's dictatorial in his approach. So
Showore have dictated to you before. Showore have dictated to you before.
Showore in his approach.
Tell us how dictatorial. Give us instances. Tell us how dictatorial is.
Hold on now. Hold on. There was a time he was chairman of his party and presidential candidate.
Don't just label a very wrong.
Dictatorial person is someone who has the opinion without listening to another person.
Don't mischaracterize.
A dictatorial person is someone who sees everybody as wrong.
Oh, okay. See,
and only him is right.
Oh, okay.
All these qualities are mentioned. They are Showore's quality. The man who sees everybody as wrong
and
nobody is right.
Is dictatorial.
The man who is the chairman of his party at the same time, presidential candidate. So that's the kind of what kind of democracy is that?
Is dictatorial, yet is fighting for the right of Nigerians on the street, and is dictatorial.
You can be dictatorial and still do that. It does not mean that you are not dictatorial. Dictatorial means you are saying your thing, and what you want is your saying or your belief that should be enforced on other people. So it doesn't mean you can't fight for people on the street now.
So everything. So what you are saying, everything that Showore is calling for has dictatorial tendency. That's what you are saying.
You see, you are splashing that money on everything.
No, I'm just asking you because when
dictatorial in the sense that look, this is what I'm saying. Dictatorial is someone who asserts his opinion he asserts his opinion and not necessarily by the collective agreement of the other person. I'll give you reasons. One, there was a time the youth agreed and said, okay, let's agree and present one candidate. Showore saw that thing was not going to favor him. He just pulled out without even going for that session. One.
You are talking childish now. You are talking childish. Hold on.
I just mentioned one. Let me mention
let me tackle you on that one. You just mentioned. Hold on.
That's everything together.
No. Let's take it one after the other. Hold on. Let's take it one after the other. Showore's party is AAC, right? Why did he form his own party?
I don't know.
Why? You don't know. Hold on. He has his own party, AAC. The other guys have their own party. So you want him to kill his party, right? So that he can join forces with others. Did PDP and APC, did they join forces?
When
you people are talking, sometimes you want to use some instances, some ridiculous. You want to use some ridiculous instances to label somebody bad. You say some people said he should join, but he refused. What are you talking about?
From that point, I'll list my points, and from that point, you'll be able to now see why I drew a conclusion that was dictatorial. I'm not drawing my conclusion.
So that one is dictatorial to you because he refused to join other forces.
I told you to allow me to finish.
Just he refused to join with other parties. It's dictatorial.
Let me tell you, when you say a man drinks, a man is a drunk. You don't call a man drunk because he had one episode of drinking. or they say the man is always is a kind of he can't manage the emotion, not because of one moment of anger.
Yes, sir. Have
If you
an
have agreed that okay, let's look at it and present one candidate.
Mr. Patrick, let's
Mm.
let's pause this argument. I think we have new person in our midst, and I think it's calling from Nigeria. So let's give him.
Yeah.
Mr. Foley B.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
You are welcome. I think this is your first time joining
I'm just
us, right?
joining you. I'm just joining you.
Yes.
I would love to listen to that, my brother, first before coming in.
Oh, okay.
Know how to address it. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. All right. Let's go. Let's is it Mr. Patrick that's speaking?
Okay, like I was saying, my brother, what we're saying was that the other brother before you came in was saying that we need new people and we need new blood. He said we need youth. I said youth have been ruling Nigeria. I said okay, what he meant by youth is that people with new mindset. He said people like Showore. I said okay, but to me, Showore is someone that is dictatorial, and I was trying to give the reason why I think Showore was dictatorial. One of the first point I gave was that in 2019, the young people were coming to come up with a concession of who should be the leader, who should represent the youth and them so that they can join force. And Jomora initially agreed to that arrangement, but he pulled out before the election that eventually presented Fela Durotoye. That was one. Then by being dictatorial, let me explain that I meant that someone who never really enforce the opinion on others without looking at the collective decision of the other person. Then two, I said Showore at the time was the presidential candidate and was the chairman of his party. For me, that's a man who wants to present himself at every front and wants to have his say over every other person. That's a dictator. Beyond that also, apart from being dictatorial, there were controversial management of funds within that party at a point, which to me has not really been cleared up till now. To me, that puts him on the dark side of things. And I was saying that eventually Showore is going to eventually become like every other politician if care is not taken. So it's not necessarily someone that represents the youth and who Nigeria needs from now, because I don't see how he can manage a democracy. A man who sees every other person as wrong and only him as right, to me, is dictatorial. So that was the point I was making. So you can join.
Let me ask you a question.
Just hold on. You will go. Mr. Patrick, you said eventually a show is going to be like every other person.
Yeah, it's going to be like that.
Are you saying show is going to join the APC or PDP in the nearest future?
He doesn't have to join now. He doesn't have to join. When you are the chairman of your party and you are the presidential candidate, look at PDP is even more sanctified. Because now the issue of PDP is that they have a chairman, they have a president candidate that are different, but they are even saying it should not be from the same region. ANC wants the same person.
So please, I would like to come in now.
How immoral and how bankrupt can you be as a person?
Okay.
That you want to be chairman, presidential candidate? That's very dumb now.
Okay,
let's fully respond. He's a new guy.
Oh, okay, it's a new guy. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Fully, can you unmute yourself fully? Yeah, you said yes.
I really appreciate what you guys are doing in your space.
Yes, sir. Sorry?
Yeah, I said I thanks everyone for what you guys are doing in your space.
You're welcome. Where are you calling from, if you don't mind?
I'm calling from Ekiti, Nigeria.
Ekiti.
Ekiti
Yeah, I want to respond to that what my brother is saying concerning Showore.
Okay. Yeah.
And I think many of us need to be schooled about Showore. It's only people believe in what the people are saying negative about him instead of them to do their own findings and know what Showore really is. And I think the problem that Showore has is because Showore has a bigger brain that is more than every person. That anybody cannot just reason along with him. So that's why he always ahead of others.
That's why he's always right.
Whatever Showore said today, Yes.
You
So when you
just
say
prove
something, when
Foley,
Showore
Because
says
that's
something, you have to
fingerprint.
go and
That's how
sit
I
down.
always like.
Foley, you just prove that Mr. Patrick
Let me
right
let
that
me
he's
talk now. Can you allow
dictatorial.
me to talk? Please, can you allow me to talk?
Yeah.
Can you allow me to
All
talk?
right, go ahead.
Please.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
is the one
Showore is the
acting
kind of person that
dictatorial now. He doesn't want others to talk, but he can accuse someone of being dictatorial. But look at him acting
it's
dictatorial.
just we have to school them. We have to school people like them. And that's why I'm trying to
No,
come in here.
you just agree. You just agree that Showore has the bigger brain than everybody. That's kind of
Yeah. Let me give you
dictatorial.
my reasons now.
Messiah,
Let me give you my
Messiah
reasons. Let me give you my reasons before you attack me, my Oga. Just come on. Come on. Uh-uh.
No, I'm asking a question. I'm not attacking you.
When Nigeria need democracy, Showore know that we need democracy. He supports people that bring democracy. Either you like it or not. He was part of them.
So is Tinubu. So was Tinubu.
Yeah,
So was Atiku.
yeah. I'm not
So bring
disputing
both
that
of
as
them.
so
well.
was I.
Wait now. I'm not disputing that as
So
well.
is Mr. Patrick.
They were all there. But if Showore want to work in their part, by now it will have been more better than Tinubu in Nigerian politics. So he decided to choose his own path of always staying with the people all the time. So when we need media in Nigeria, when media are not giving us what we want again, Showore stood for Nigerian masses, and he gave us what we call Sahara Reporter. So you can see if somebody like him, he knows what the people need at any time. But when he started, people don't really key into that system. Okay? But the future and the result always come out plainly. So when we need to change the democracy, they get himself as well. In 2017, Showore actually said, he said, I've destroyed media space, that media can now handle themselves. But now I'm coming into Nigeria to come and destroy political space. And exactly that is exactly what Showore is doing. Whatever anybody is saying today that Showore is, they need other people, they need this, they need that. It's Showore ideology that people are now waking up to, either you like it or not. Anybody that supports Obi or you support anybody today, Showore actually came out to show the path. That alone, you should give him that respect. He came to change the narrative of Nigerian politics. And that's why all of us were here today discussing about Nigerian politics. Before, we don't care. We live our life as if government don't concern us. We don't have business
Why
with
are you
government.
speaking for everybody? Why are you
No,
speaking for everybody?
no. I'm just saying.
Some
Like
people
people
have
like
been
me,
following politics even before Showore
No.
came into the
People
scene.
have been voting. Well, what are they be voting for? What actually bring us here? Bring us to this where we had this situation that we had today. They have been voting truly, but what is the result of the voting they have been having? That's why people are now people of conscience were now coming out to Nigerian politics to say something about it. So will they bring that
No,
spirit out of us, either you like it or not. It was the one that started everything that we're all doing today, including you people that are supporting Obi. I don't know why Nigeria always fall for their oppressors, but it's not our problem anyway. We'll be doing what we are
so
doing, what we know are
Are you
best.
saying Obi is an oppressor? Obi is different. Obi is not like every other
It's
politician.
Oga is they are the same thing. Anybody that can deputize Atiku and praising Atiku 2019 as his boss, today is now claiming is an angel. Oga, go and check yourself.
Showore was busy camping for Buhari.
Please, can you give us one tweet that Showore campaign for Buhari? Just give us one.
He
I will
said
give you 100.
we
I'll
should
give you
vote.
100,000 naira.
Yes, he's saying we should vote good luck out. That
Okay, give me
APC
that.
has the
Give me that.
answer.
Give me that video or that tweet that Showore has to vote good luck out. This guy is only doing his
He did.
journalism work. Give us one.
Oh,
Give us
really?
one. Send one.
Yeah, exactly.
Send one
So
here now.
the journalism work was actually in favor of Buhari coming into power.
No. You don't know what this guy is. That's the problem here. Showore is part of people that
Everybody is.
sent Babangida out of the space. You don't tell me that Jonathan is the best for us then. At that particular time, we need that change. Everybody needs that change. It's
I
not only
like the
Showore that need
fact
that
that
change. So people
I
believe,
like the fact that
people
you are
believe that
using the
PDP
word
has
that
fed
is
up,
part
that
of.
they've messed up.
No. I
People
like the
believe that
fact that
PDP
you're
has
using
messed up. You said what?
Mr. Fode. I like the fact that you are using the word like Showore is part of them, part of the people that do this, part of them. So it's not standing by himself. So why should we ignore every other
that did
person
what? That did what?
that take
Precisely. That did what?
Babangida, that take Babangida out, that fight Babangida, that fought for June 12th, all those revolutionary
He even fought Obasanjo. He fought Obasanjo. He fought for the same
okay,
Jonathan
so
when Kabas
So
and
was
Jonathan cannot align Showore.
Oshomole also fought Obasanjo.
hold
No.
on, I agree
Oshomole
with you.
is an agent. He's an agent. He's not fighting
Listen
for
now,
anybody. He's an agent between
I
the
am
people
agreeing
and
with
the
you.
government.
You see why Showore is always the right person and every other person is
See,
wrong
Mr.
because
Foley,
he has a
I am
bigger
agreeing
brain.
with you. I am agreeing with you that you said he's always fighting with them. So I mean, he's not doing it by himself. There are other people with him when he was fighting this struggle, right? So why are you now asking us to ignore every other person that fought alongside with him and pick him?
No, Showore, people don't get this guy. Showore will only align with people that have the same mindset with him. You can't tell Showore
Thank
to
you.
join in.
So
In
that's what we are
2019, people are
saying.
saying
Is it
because
that
His
we
own
are talking about
mindset is the
2017.
best.
Wait now.
what Polly is saying?
We are talking about 2019. We are talking about 2019 that they call a part, they call a meeting, okay? And Showore back up the same day that Showore will attend that meeting because he has not seen the conviction for him to align with those guys you are talking about. Where are they today? Where are those guys today? All of them they just came in. Showore is coming in with a revolutionary mind. So if you are now asking somebody like him to go and join somebody that just wants to come to politics, come and make name, it's not the same thing. So if you want me to join any movement, it has to be a movement that carry my agitation, my mind. Okay? And today, if you see anybody that follows Showore, you know there are people of the same like minds, people that can reason together, can talk with the same spirit. So that those are the kind of people you need, I think Showore want to align with, not the same idiots, not the same people who are condemning.
There are same
You are now
people who cannot
aligned with them as
question
well.
him. That's what we are
Eh?
saying. There are people, if you see the people around him today, there are people who think he has a bigger brain than all Nigerians and they don't have to question him because he has bigger brain than all Nigerians.
You
They
have
are
to
the
ask
same
yourself that
people.
questions.
They are the same people who want him to be chairman and
Why are you
presidential
choosing Obi
candidate at
over
the same
Showore?
time. Is that?
You don't want
No,
Showore now. You don't
that
want
area,
people.
that
You
area
don't
is
want
very clear
people.
to me.
You don't
That
want
area,
Showore,
that area is
and you
very
don't
clear.
want
That area is
people.
very clear to me very well.
Can I
Let me
intervene?
can I talk to
Can
you
I
about
intervene?
that chairmanship and the governorship candidate and presidential
It
candidate?
was
Can I talk to you
presidential
about it?
candidate, was
Go
chairman at
ahead.
the same time.
Can we talk to you about that?
Let him talk.
Can we just talk to you
He's
about
calling
that?
from Nigeria. Please let him talk. Let him talk. Go ahead. Yes. Go ahead.
Bipolar, please, just one sec. Ovie,
No. See,
Ovie,
see. This guy is new and he's calling from Nigeria. So I
Ovie,
mean,
I'm not
let him.
contributing. I'm not contributing. Just calm down. This is too rowdy. If you are not speaking, can you mute yourself? There are so
Is
many
it
background noise going on.
guy?
That's what I want to say.
Polly, continue.
Okay. Do you want to know what happened for him to be chairman at the same time being a candidate for the
Yes,
party at that particular time?
please.
Okay, 2018, the party was registered around October, 3 months, exactly 3 months to the election. And when they were registering the party, the INEC actually needs somebody to be chairman. Okay, and Showore, when they were doing those things, they put everybody's name there. But Showore was the one that signed as the chairman of that party at that particular time. Then there is no candidate. They have not did their what's it called then? What's it called? Congress then.
Their
So
convention.
when they went for convention, yes. So at the place, people actually agree, not him forcing himself on it, to make himself to be a candidate. People agree for him to be. When people in your party agree, what else do you want? They agree. I didn't mean they had not agreed and he forced himself on them. That's why you can use that what you are saying. If people agree to make him be, his party
Was
people
there
that know
was
what
there
this guy
anyone?
carry.
Was there anybody contesting for that position in that party with him?
At that particular time, nobody contests. Nobody at that particular
Nobody
time.
can
Nobody.
contest now.
No. At that particular time, nobody contests. At 3 months to the election, they just registered the party. It's not. It's a new party.
Okay, they all agree that he should be the presidential candidate.
Yes, they all agreed.
So
And he
that
went up.
Congress, that meeting that agreed that he should be the presidential candidate couldn't agree. That meeting that agreed it should be the presidential candidate, couldn't agree on who should be the chairman.
No. He didn't tell you that they agreed for him to be the president. They agreed for him to be the chairman at the registration of the party.
At the registration level.
That is what he's telling you. Just listen.
No,
your
that
biased mind
was not what he said.
Your biased mind
at the registration level, they agree to use his name to register the party as a chairman.
Fully. So
I'm listening.
He cannot step down for somebody else to continue.
Okay, let me just tell you why. Let me tell you why these people are trying to be very careful.
I can't hear you.
With people they've blown out of it. Look at what he does to the party. That's the fear. That's why they actually trust him. They trust him. They put their trust in him. They need somebody who will not sell them out.
Listen,
they don't trust anybody else.
Just hold on, Mr. Powell. You know, the PDP now. PDP is having a problem. Why? Because they say the presidential candidate and the party chairman cannot come from the same place. But so him being the chairman already, now being handed the presidential ticket, can he voluntarily say, okay, this is not double position. Let me give the chairmanship position to another position to another person.
I just raised a point now. Just raise a point now, and you have to see that my point. These people are not trusting people no, they don't. They actually trust most of guys that are coming in at that particular time. That's why they are trying to be very careful. AAC is a revolutionary party. They move from movement to register a political party. They didn't just wake up in the day to come and be a politician. They have been doing it. It's a movement.
So they can't trust any of them that have been doing it since then. They can't trust any of them among themselves. So how are they going to form a government? If they have won,
wait now.
They just said they were a movement. They've been coming on together.
They just give the party back to Showore when? How many months?
What I'm saying is that they were a movement that have been coming together, have been evolving together all the while.
Yes.
And now they've evolved into a party. So they couldn't trust any of the people in the movement other than Showore.
Because they trust him.
So they gave him president and chairman and
because they trust him. He didn't force himself. He didn't force himself to be.
If he becomes the president, they will also trust him to be if he becomes the president.
The minister.
How many positions are they going to trust him with?
If he becomes the president, sir. If he becomes the president, sir, you see this guy you are talking about is actually ready to even give people. He's ready to release this position. It's people that are now saying, we want to keep this thing in the hands of someone who can trust, not someone who this politician can buy.
So that group cannot trust anybody. That's a strange group.
It's not like we
cannot trust
let me tell
person.
You. Okay, as I'm talking to you, I'm the AAC chairman in Ekiti. I was not even ready to have it. Showore himself called that Folly, you have to do this for us. We trust you. I'm not ready for it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, what I was saying.
I'm not ready for it, but he can see what I stand for. He can know that he knows that I believe in the vision of that party. He knows what I believe in that party. I'm just telling you this.
So when people are talking about what Tinubu does, why is that different from what Tinubu does?
No, it's not. It's not the same.
Tinubu sees he's even
we carry the same.
Tinubu sees a man.
Bros.
Tinubu sees a man who
as I'm talking to you
can do it for him. And he calls the person and
says, let me talk. Can you just allow me to talk? Can you just allow me to talk? Okay, as I'm talking to you, me as a chairman of that party, I'm trying to meet with what's it called, no-name fashion as well, so that we can come together. If no-name person, if I can see that what you already see in me in no-name fashion, and I see the guy trustworthy, okay, I will hand over to this guy. We are not that desperate. We just want to make things happen. But we have to put it in the hands of people that we can trust. We know ourselves. We know what we stand for. So we are not a power drunker person. We need people who can do what we want, who can make this thing to become reality. Not a sellout. We don't want a sellout.
Sorry, yeah.
So when people are talking about Showore, we need people who can. Okay, if you have anybody you can trust. Introduce that person to us. We will talk to the person. We will make sure that person will tell us what we stand for. Everybody that supports Showore,
All right.
you know that these people are that they are kind of people that can't be bought. People who have their conviction right, who know what they are doing. You are not doing it for money. We are not doing this thing for money. We want to have a better society for our children. That's what we're here for. Not. Okay, I'm here.
Oh, no. Sorry, who's that? That's what.
Go on. Later.
Oh. Huh? Later.
Yeah. I want to ask him a question.
Go ahead.
All right. Are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, bro.
Okay, there's gonna be it's just two questions. First of all,
okay.
I don't know. I heard someone talking about dictatorial tendencies. Yeah.
Yes.
I've had that conversation with someone before, and trust me, if I'm able to meet Showere today, I would like to have that conversation with him because I did philosophy in school and I know what the guy that was talking about dictatorial tendencies. I know what he was talking about, and actually, in all honesty, I've supported a lot of the tendencies.
You are going off and on. No, your voice is not clear.
Please come again.
Go. If you can go out and come in again, it's not clear.
You can't hear me.
No, we can hear you now. Going off and on. We can't hear you clear.
You can't hear me.
We can hear you now.
Can I go on?
Yes.
Yeah, go on.
All right, my guy. Are you aware today that even Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, if she runs against Showore today, that is the day. That's when you start hearing every bad thing Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala did in Nigeria, as far as she's running against Showore. So to Showore, if you've eaten with anybody in Nigeria politics since 1960, if you've walked, if you've done anything, no matter who you are, no matter how the world respects you, you are an oppressor. He is the only person that's not an oppressor in Nigeria. So I'm wondering, how are you going to run a government when you believe that? I don't think you're ever going to bring people that has never worked for any government in Nigeria, that has never been a finance minister anywhere or in any agency. I don't think you're going to import people from Ghana, from space, or from Pluto. So that ideology of thinking that anybody that has worked, even if the person has a good record in government, well, I'm coming, because for me, we know our government is bad, but we've had outstanding people. We can count them. Soludo was good. There were few people. We have some few people. You can't just say that anybody that has ever worked for Nigeria government, both political, appointed, anything, that they are corrupt, they are this, that, and they're more wondering, who are you going to work with? Are you going to sack the entire civil service of Nigeria? That's why that guy was getting to the dictatorial tendencies. Are you going to sack the entire army?
Can I answer these questions? I think I've get your point already. Can I answer the questions?
Let me round off before you answer me, please.
Please let me make it one question at a time so that I can be able to respond.
Two things that makes that dictators follow, that make revolutionary people, is either you go with the ideology of dictatorial ideology of revolution or consensus ideology of revolution. Showere is following dictatorial ideology of revolution. So you can answer me.
Okay. I will start from Okonjo-Iweala that you just mentioned.
Yeah.
Anybody that govern with that have been in the system with Jonathan regime, and she spent almost 80 years, and the system actually actually known as one of the best corrupt system in Nigeria we've ever have. Buhari is still there. That's why we won't talk about Buhari now. We are talking about the one we already have. And Okonjo-Iweala is actually a finance minister at that particular time. And today you are telling me that person that governed a country accounts for 80 years.
Have you read Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's book?
It's one of the corrupt.
Have you read that book?
Have you read that?
That person didn't decide. Let me land.
Okay. Go on.
Please, that person don't want to be called. That person don't want to be honored for anything. A good person. I know you said you can't resign. A good person. If me, Folorunsho, if I happen to be in that position and people that I'm working with are now messing up, I will resign immediately. me, I'm talking about me, because I will know that at the end of the day, that thing is going to tarnish my image. If I'm not there for something for myself, and I'm actually there for people, and something is going wrong, people like me, I'm talking about me, I will resign. So I won't speak for you. I'm talking about me. So if you're talking about that's Okoje Iweala for you, people that believe in is what she's doing is better for them. But people like us, we were like when they are talking about Oshimbajo is the pastor, is this, is fine. If me, I'm the vice president, and I can find the system is that the system is not working perfect the way I want it, and it's not going to the side of my ideology, okay, I will resign if I don't need anything. Just
So,
because these people are
sorry.
just there for their own selfish interest. That is why when things were going wrong for the masses, they keep themselves in that position. But people used to defend that is because they cannot resign. Me, I will resign because I know it's not going
Fully,
the area that I thought
fully,
it should go. So I'm
fully.
listening. Yeah,
Yes, I totally I understand where you are coming from. You want to surely want to work with people with like minds, and
yeah,
you give example that he actually personally, appeal to you for you to take the position you are heading right now in the as a chairman.
yeah, yeah.
So my question now is that how easy is it for Showore or the AAC party
ASC party.
to
Okay,
get 20, 30, 37 or 36 people to be the
36.
chairman for the open? Yeah, how easy is that? How easy was that? I mean, you know they every state.
Okay. Let me speak for my own side. For my own side, in my state, we actually have a guy that been that been that been acting as chairman in that particular position. But when we are trying to like make things happen, the guy is not really active the way we want. So we want to have our what's it called, convention, and this guy make sure that the convention did not hold that day. So everybody got angry. We wrote letter to the national, and when the national were trying to bring their list, they asked the guy to do so many things so that he can give them the feedback of how the convention actually go. But this guy is not actually ready to like, because he wants to hold the power, he wants to hold the place, and the things is not moving forward. That is why we're now trying to, okay, we need people who can make this to be progressive, the way we want it. This party don't have money. So you need people who are not waiting for money to make things happen. Looking at the way I was, the way when you are moving with somebody, somebody is the kind of person that he knows when you are lying to him. He's the kind of person that can read your mind and know exactly who you are. So that's what Showore is. And when Showore actually said, there was a guy called Netufo. Netufo give me a call and he said, Polly, please, you have to do this for us. I know you are a busy person, but you have to do this for us. Help us to hold this party for a while so that we can have our convention. So we can be able to have people who can lead the party very well. And that's the reason why I agreed. I actually promised
So,
them I'm not going to spend more than a month for us to have the convention. But because we have to do some papers work, that's what we have not done. We have not really went for what's it called? The convention. But as I'm talking
so
to you, people who are actually working on the ground to look for people of the same like minds who believe in the ideology or what they were bringing to the system. We want to sanitize this
okay.
system, either we like it or not.
But
How,
And you need people like
how,
you and I.
yes. I'm glad that actually you came on the screen. I appreciate that, and I would like you to actually drop your number if you don't mind, so I can call you and we can have like a one-on-one interview, so you can tell people more about Showore and how you guys have been going so far towards 2023. If you don't mind, that will be. It's not going to be live. It's going to be pretty much one-on-one interview. We'll talk more
All
about
right,
that.
all right, no problem.
So if
Tell him to post it to the private chat.
yeah,
He
there's a
doesn't
private
mind.
chat. If you look
Post
your
it
phone, so
up.
if you can post your phone number on the private chat, I will be calling you from.
All right, all right.
Yeah, but how long have you been the chairman of the Ekiti now
Just
branch?
2 months now. Just 2 months.
2 months, okay. So how easy has it been in terms of? I know
And
it's
like I said,
it's expensive to run a
Nigeria
country.
politics have been monetized. So everybody believe in money,
Yes.
money, money. It's only people who believe in that ideology who are willing to make the change without expecting any gain from it. They were the one in AAC.
No, but no, I'm not talking about game now.
So they are not in
easy
other
how
party.
easy you running that party in Ekiti? How easy are you managing that party? How do you
You
in
mean
terms of
me?
finance? Yes, running the party as a chairman.
Actually, I have my own business. I think I can still do some things for myself as well.
No, but no, in terms of the party now, how you say they maintain the party?
You know what? This
Yes.
party is always open to people. Anybody that wants to believe in AAC, we first of all share our ideology. So we don't actually need money to run the party. We only need money for logistics. And the logistics we are doing here, we are trying to make it happen. We have one guy in the in Ado, using my own constituency, that is contesting for a National Assembly. So we are trying to make sure that we put that one out. And the guy has been pulling ground. He has been active. So it's just a step at a time.
And that brought me to my next question. Where that what was it?
Is it possible to bring Mr. Sowore to this program?
No, we'll get there. We'll get there.
It's going to definitely.
You can make it happen. Anyway, I've seen your number anyway. Yes, that brings me to the next question. How many other how many other candidates you guys have in the kitty apart from now Showore is on the ballot as the president? You guys have senators, House of Rep.
We have one.
That's another challenge.
We have one House of Rep, a Senate, and Showore. And we are trying to plan for the Assembly, National House of Rep. We are trying to organize Ekiti to make sure that we have a candidate for House of Rep.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Adelego, you have there's Adelego now one of the now in be diaspora coordinator of AAC. So do you have any question for Foley? Adelego is the chairman of AAC in Ado Ekiti.
Yeah, I just want to thank him that he came on the program today. And I will like you to come in very often as time permits you, so that we can continue to educate our people. A lot of our people does not understand. Even those of us, a lot of us that are in Western world, I am speaking in America, a lot of us does not really understand what that country is going through. Some are still behind. Hey, who is that? Can someone mute? Who is that?
Yeah. Sorry, not the guy. I think it's from his because he's outside.
Ibrahim. So
some of us,
some of us are still behind Atiku, Obi, and all these same old Nigerian politicians. They don't want to change the direction. So, but what you have done,
the guy is gone.
He's gone. He dropped out.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But,
well,
again,
he dropped his number, right? Yeah. So we can contact him, and we just have to thank him for coming on the program. To enlighten a lot of our people that does not even know Showore. They don't know what it stands for, and they will just say, "Oh, it's a dictator. It's a dictator. It's this. It's this." I mean,
but he has just confirmed it now.
If he didn't confirm anything,
he has just confirmed that the guy is the only one that has brain.
Does he not have brain? Does he not have brain more than? Does he not have brain more than other candidates?
All Nigerians.
He didn't say so. You are the one paraphrasing.
And he's the only one that can be trusted.
He didn't say so.
Okay.
You are the one. You are cutting him out of context. You are cutting him out of context.
Fully is back.
Okay, so let's totally continue. But people should be enlightened. People should open their heart, open their brain, and be objective. Don't just call Showore anyhow because of one reason.
You call him with respect. We should call him with respect. We should call him with
You
fear.
don't have to
We should call
respect
him
him.
with fear and reverence.
No, you don't have
Like
to
God.
respect him.
We should
You
not
don't
call
have
him
to
anyhow.
respect him.
Please,
Even Joe Biden,
sorry,
even Joe Biden will call him
You
anyhow.
don't have
Please
to
sorry,
control
respect
this
him.
now.
You don't have to respect him.
Hold on, guys.
sorry.
Hold on, guys.
Showore don't even need. Showore is the kind of
Hold
person that
on, guys.
he didn't even need anybody's
Playtown.
respect.
Playtown. Hold on. Sunaja, are you there?
Hi.
Sunaja.
Okay.
All right. I just want to take question around. If anybody has question for Foley. So, Soli, you get question for
Yeah, hello.
Soli.
No, I don't have any
You
question.
don't have a okay.
He has spoken what I could not say. So he has kept all the haters short. So I'm happy with that.
Ola, is Ola there? Who has the question? Let me leave it. Who get question for Foley?
Ovie,
I
I
have
I
a
think he
do.
has,
question.
I
he
I have
has
do.
one
shut
question.
down all the
I
haters.
do.
I have question for him.
I have question for him.
Who's that? Go ahead. Who speak? Who's that?
It's
This is
Tiger.
man of prestige.
Oh, Tiger. Tiger there. After Tiger, then the man of prestige. Tiger, what's your question?
Okay, my question to him is that what capacity and capability does Shobere has to rule a complex country like Nigeria?
Okay. If you are talking about capacity, I don't know why people always are always thinking that Nigeria is complex. What I think we don't have is we don't have someone that have the intention of making Nigeria to be a great country. We have been having people who are only after their names, what they want to become, and what their life should be, and their families. A day we elect a candidate that can stand on his own and make sure that he's not actually being elected by the cabals in the villa. That was the day our freedom would just come. Because he will be able to appoint people based on integrity, not based on their role they played in politics when they were doing the struggle. So if you have a Showore as a president today in Nigeria, Ross, at that particular moment, Nigeria will begin to feel the change because Showore will make sure that he coordinates all Nigerians. If people look at Showore as if he's a rascal person, Showore is a kind of person that can look at what's it called, last debate they have. Everybody in that hall actually enjoying it. If you can talk to Showore, that you will even fall in love with Showore more than anybody. Showore can all these cabals. Showore will make sure that he put them on their position where they should be, but none of them will be able to dictate for him and on how to run the country. And people that love the country will be able to come in to lead the country in a path that we are all going to be proud of. Not all these money bags people in the politics. The reason why Nigeria is complex is because we have been electing thieves. We have been giving appointment to thieves. People who doesn't care about the people, who are only going there because of the name they want to make and the money they want to have in governance. And governance people and Nigerian people don't even actually we have been away for too long with these people, and they already have their tentacles. They already plant themselves in a very solid way. But a joint of 1,000 miles, we start with a step, like I said the other time. So we are not innate. But I believe Nigeria only need a leader that can stand on its feet. When Buhari came in, bros, you will not believe that Obasanjo have to go and deposit Nigerians' money back to Nigerians first. When they believe that Buhari will come and do something like that will affect them. This is fear of one person as a president. If somebody like Chowore has been doing what he's doing without having power and has been active without having power, Oga, if you give Chowore Nigerian presidency, you will even see you will even believe what you'll be saying from him. I think I'm clear with that. He has the vision and he has the mindset to do good and to make sure you put Nigeria in a path direction.
But the question says that given the complexity of Nigeria is not complex. You say Nigeria is not complex, but
It's
I
not
disagree
complex at
because
all.
Nigeria is complex not because of the people who say we think Nigeria is complex because of the people that ruled us. No, Nigeria is complex
Okay.
because in my state alone, Ovie, if I'm right, we have almost 23 dialects, right? In Edo.
Okay. Okay.
Yes,
In
more than.
In Benue, do you know how many they have? Those dialects have
Okay.
their religion, they have their belief,
Okay.
they have their ideology,
Okay.
they have
Okay.
interest. Religion,
Okay.
ideology, all this is easy to manage. Now, it is the
Okay.
interest of those small groups, and some of the time the interest is something that is conflicting with the interest of other groups. That's the issue. If everybody has
Okay.
own interest and you can settle all the interest, a different thing. But when you now have
Okay.
conflicting interests of tribes, of religion, of professional group, of politicians, of powerful individual, and of Western influence, that's complex now. You
Okay. Okay.
understand?
Okay,
That's
bros.
complex.
Okay, bros. I think I get you now. Are you talking about how Showore will become president, or after he become president? How can
How
he
he
rule
can
again?
manage those complex
Thank you.
interests,
Wow. Fine.
given his
Please, you stay in which
experience.
country? Sorry. You live in which country?
I've lived in Nigeria for more than 40 years, more than 50 or close to 50 years.
Okay. Where do
I
you live
just
now?
came to Canada about 7 years ago.
Okay. Okay. Let me make America as an example. Okay. As big as America is, as big as it is. Okay. Um, somebody is still governing America, right? Actually, they have everybody has their own base. They manage their own economy, right? Am I right?
Yes,
Yes,
Hello?
you are right. You are very right.
Yes.
yes.
Yes,
Fine.
yes.
And America and Alaska to New York. How many hours do you think it will take you for you to get to Alaska from New York?
I've never really I'm sure it's going to,
Okay.
by flight, it
Okay.
should take a
It
long
should,
time, not to talk of driving. It should take
Okay.
more than a
Okay.
day
Let me
or
now
two.
yeah,
let me now say something now. If Nigerian, the highest place in Nigeria to travel to on earth, the highest journey is 1 hour inside Nigeria. Do you
Mm,
get that? Do you believe that?
mm, mm-hmm.
So if Nigeria has a leader today who is really willing to work, all this dialect of a thing, that person will actually move down to every area and call people that can speak their language to them and make sure you speak the language they can all understand and make them realize that they actually have a president who is willing to do whatever they want, and they should all come together to make sure we achieve a goal. What we need here is not ethnicity. It's not where you come from. We need a country that will work, a better life. That's what we need here. So if Nigeria can elect that president who can go that low to bring people together and make sure that let people realize for the first time that power actually belongs to them, not the presidency, not the government. Okay? That person will go a long way. What we need to break here is this trust that we don't have
So
in
how
our
is Jure going
politicians.
to do that? That's what we are saying.
Oh,
Given the fact that, given his experience and his
already,
background, how do you
already,
think he has
already,
the experience
already.
to manage those complex interests?
If Showore can leave America after 20 years with his level and what he has done so far, and he didn't go to governor office to go and join Fayemi, his friend, to rule Ekiti, and he chose to come to the streets to
Mm.
come and align with the people on the streets. Okay, to come and mingle with people on the street to make sure that he elaborates them to see what they were doing now, that this is not normal life, that things have to go other way around. People like me, I'm telling you, I've never been a politician, but when I see Showore, when I listen to Showore give me that hope that Nigeria have. So many people have not listened to this guy to even know what this guy have. By the time the message go to this,
I think
to
you are
go
not
to
getting
the,
the question. Oh.
I'm
I
getting
think
you.
you are not
We
getting
only
the
need
question.
somebody. No, you are talking about complexity of Nigeria because of ethnicity, the languages
Mm-mm.
that we speak,
We
right?
are saying the question that my brother asked is this: that given Shore's experience, because we need someone who has the experience to and capacity, has the experience and have shown capacity to manage complexity,
Okay,
complex things. You
okay,
understand?
okay,
And we say,
okay.
okay, given Shore's experience, has he managed? What I expect you to say is to say he has managed complex situation here. He has managed complex people here. For example, a man who is the governor of who has been the governor of Edo State or governor of a state like Benue can manage complex tribe because in Edo State alone you have like almost 23 dialects. So you could say, okay, that man will scale it up. Or a man who has been confronted with various interests. Maybe a man who had been a union leader, like an NLC, that has so many sub unions,
Okay,
and
okay.
each of these unions have
Okay. Okay, I think
conflicting opinion.
I think I get
So
your question.
does Showore
If
have the experience and the pedigree
sorry,
of managing such complexity in the past?
sorry. If someone at age of 21 years old can lead an SUG president, and in his record, nobody has ever has ever achieved what Showore achieved in that at that particular time in Unilag.
In Unilag?
And
What of Shegun?
yes, Unilag. Yes,
What of
Unilag.
Shegun?
At age of 20.
Ask when next you see Showore, ask him to compare the achievement with that of Shegun Mayegun.
If you are talking, wait, today we are talking about Showore, right?
Yeah,
That
I'm
someone is
saying
good
in
that does not mean
Unilag,
do not see.
in
Hey,
Unilag,
that
Shegun
somebody
was the
good
one that
does not
was
mean
president before Showore came in. And
okay.
if you say nobody has achieved what he has achieved in Unilag, then it means
Yes.
you don't have a sense of history. Ask him about Shegun Mayegun.
I think Shegun
Yeah.
Mayegun is Showore Kapos. Hope you know that, right?
Eh?
They work together, right? Hope you know.
I agree with you, but what I'm saying is that
So
nobody
Showore
has
is part of his
achieved
okay,
what
wait,
Shegun did.
Showore is part of his achievements. Do you know
Okay,
that?
Showore is part of Shegun's achievement. That's what you are
Achievements,
saying.
yes.
Okay,
Yes, that's what I'm
you are
saying.
saying nobody has achieved what Showore has
No,
achieved in
I'm
Unilag.
just telling you where Showore belongs to, what they
Okay.
carry, their mind. You know, that's what we're talking about. The people of the same like minds. Whatever they do something great
So the
than everybody.
complexity, that's what I'm saying. Okay, you are saying that student union of Unilag is very complex, and because he has managed
Yes,
the complex.
definitely. Because they are vibrant, they are brilliant students there who can tackle you and do a lot of things. And if at that
Anyway,
particular time you can govern
let
them
the house
very well.
respond to that. If you can govern University of Lagos student union, then you should be able to govern Nigeria.
At
You
age
should
of
be able to
21
govern.
years.
You should be
At
a
age of
class
21
captain
years.
in Unilag.
Mark it.
How
At age
old was
of
he supposed to be a student
mark
union of
it.
Unilag? Are you supposed to still
Mark
be in
it.
the university when you are 30?
Bros, can you make it at age of 21 years? After
Yes.
21, after 30
People who
years ago, we're talking
become
about 30 years ago. 30 years
people who
ago.
are
If
25,
somebody
who
can
are
govern,
president of student
Can I
union,
say something, please?
are
if
usually
somebody
20
can
something
govern
now.
30 years ago, 30 years ago,
Can I
30
say
years
something,
ago,
please?
sorry. Try to get
Can
what
I
I'm
say
saying.
Yes.
something?
30 years
So
ago.
please let
Please,
the house respond to that. If you are a
don't
student union
think
leader, you can
please,
govern Nigeria.
I don't
Yes,
think
at
you pay.
age of 21 years old.
hold on.
Put it
Can
there.
Just
I say something?
question from Ola. Take question from Ola.
You that you are tackling, tell us what you did at the age of 21 years old.
No,
Tell
I
us the
am
Yes,
position of
saying
I
leadership.
think that's a good
Tell us
question.
no.
position of leadership you
Okay,
held when you
okay.
are 21 years old. You
Okay,
that
hold
you
on,
are
hold
anti-Showore.
on,
Tell us what you did. The position of
hold
leadership you
on.
held at the age of 21. Tell us.
Okay, are you ready to
Tell us.
listen to me? Two
I want
things.
to
Yeah, I'm
listen.
listening. Go ahead.
Yes,
Tell us.
I am not running for presidency.
No.
One.
You just tell us what
Let
you
me
did,
finish now.
the position of
I will
leadership you held at the age of 21.
all of us who were 21 had
Hmm.
how we spent our 21.
How did you spend yours in comparison to what you
No,
already?
as at my 21, I was a student union representative. I was not a student union leader as at 21.
Okay.
But as at
So
25,
you
I
are just a
became.
representative. You never held any
As at
position of leadership. I
wait,
see
please,
why. I see where you are coming from. That is why. That is why I see
now.
where you are coming from,
Okay,
and that is why you don't want to accept your role because you
that I
always
am not a leader
lower.
at
You
21
always
doesn't
lower
mean that I was not even a leader
yourself.
at 19.
You always lower yourself
Listen,
below Nigerian
that I was
politicians,
not
and
a
that is
leader.
why you don't want to
That
accept
I was
your
not
role.
a leader of
So,
student union at 21 does not mean I was not a student
you
leader at
just told
19,
us.
or does
You
not mean
guys
that
calm
I
it
was not
down
a
now,
student
guys.
leader
Let's calm
at
it down.
25. You are not getting this thing. That the fact that I say I was not a student leader at 21
Now we see
doesn't
where
mean
you
I
are
was
coming
not a
from.
leader at 19
You want him
or I was not a leader at 25.
So
Okay,
Nigerian
Okay,
politicians have a bigger brain than
Wait,
you.
hold
They
on.
have better
Hold
idea
on.
than you.
Can everybody
can I
Osborne,
say
please,
something
can you come
again?
in?
Can
Osborne.
everybody, can everybody hold on one at a time because it's getting rowdy and we are not really hearing any voices.
Okay, when I was 21, I was a Christian union leader. I was not a student union leader at 21. In short, I became Christian Union Fellowship leaders at 15. I was a president of your state student mass evangelism movement at 16.
What is Christian Union?
Can you let him
It's a
finish?
body of
Let him
Christians.
finish.
So student union is a body of students. So it's a different thing. At 21, I wasn't a student leader. I became a student leader at 24. But I am not even running for presidency. If I'm running for president, I'm not going to be running on the premise of being a student leader. I'm going to be running on the premise of being a corporate leader.
Okay,
I was an executive director of corporation. I am a chartered accountant.
Does it
I will
not
run
have?
on
Does it not?
different
Can I
premise.
come?
I'm not running
Can
on.
you? Please, I
No,
would like
let
to
me
come in.
finish.
So
Let
Look
if
at the
me
way. Look at
finish.
the way
you
you are
are saying
contradicting
somebody is a
yourself.
leader,
Let
if
me
you're telling me that only
finish.
student union leaders can become president, I'm going to be running on the fact that I'm a leader of a corporation. I've been manager, I've been senior manager, I've been executive director. I'm going to be running on those premises. I'm not going to be running on student. Even though I was a student leader, I'm
Tell
going to
us,
be
Please, I would
running
tell
like
on
us,
to come
tell
in.
that
us,
premise.
tell us the CEO of Sahara Reporter.
Reporter, yes, you are. You, God bless you.
Hold
Tell us
on,
the
let me
CEO of
interject
Sahara
now.
Reporter.
Look, I'm saying this because the guy said because
Yeah, we
Showore
are
was
coming. We are just
a
giving you one
No,
by
student
tell
one.
leader.
us the
Wait,
CEO. Tell
I
us the
just
name
asked
of
a
the
question.
CEO of
No,
Sahara
wait.
Reporter.
It could be Showore, it could be anybody. I don't have
Oh,
that
look
detail.
at
Hold
you.
But
Look
on,
then
at
it could
let
you.
be
me
You are just
Showore.
exposing yourself. You are just exposing on international
There's
platform
nothing.
that
There's
you have
nothing
a
to
deep,
expose about me.
you
My
are,
life
you,
is open out there. I am
yes.
just telling you certain things
Yeah.
that
Is
that
Ore not
a man
is
that
he not
doesn't
a
have
leader
doesn't have
of
the
a corporate
capacity.
organization?
We
Is
are saying
Ore
that
not a leader of a corporate
when you
organization?
ask me a
Everybody,
question,
everybody, hold on. Patrick, you explain your position because I've just come into the conversation, but I'm even sure that the people that are already deep into the conversation, they're not really clear on what you're landing. So you take about 3 minutes. Hold on, take about 3 minutes to land that position. Don't elongate and embellish. Land
okay,
it. Take us through where you want us to be, and then let Ajanle Koko and Folly B counter you. So to that.
okay. Now the somebody on the floor asked a question, so I was trying to get my brother to answer that question. The question was, does Owerri have the experience and the capacity to manage a country as complex as Nigeria? And when my brother was explaining, obviously he didn't understand that question. I was trying to get him to understand that when we say Nigeria is complex, we are not saying Nigeria is 1 hour or is Nigeria is geographically where we are saying that there are so many tribes in Nigeria, like my state, we have about 20 dialects and close to almost 18 tribes, and that the total tribe in Nigeria is over 300. Those tribes have their interests, their nature, their ideology. In some cases, some of those interests conflicts. And I'm saying that, does he have the experience that suggests that he can manage complex situation like that? And my brother responded and said, okay, he was student union president in Unilag. And if he can manage a place, student as complex as those of University of Lagos, he could manage Nigeria. And I said, okay, let the house respond to that. If University of Lagos is replica of Nigeria complexity
Would you
and
suggest
Showore's
then?
experience,
Would you suggest that Showore, with his student union something and his Sahara Reporter School student magazine, are you saying that that is not sufficient enough grounding to manage Nigeria?
at all now, when we can question the capacity of people like Obi, in Anambra is more complex than Unilag. Anambra is more complex than you. Anambra has university inside it. The complexity of the university is inside Anambra. So the government is managing the university and its complexity. And we are still saying that someone like that might not be able to handle the complexity of Nigeria. So how can you say University of Lagos is a representation of Nigerian complexity? No, now.
All right.
And
This
that's
is
my
the
opinion, but let the house respond. If they think that University of Lagos, anybody that can manage a student union body should be able to govern Nigeria.
all right. I think we know where you are. So let's hear a counter argument then. So
Yeah.
what Patrick is presenting essentially is being a student union and running some online student magazine, Sahara Reporters, is not sufficient grounding to manage Nigeria. So is anybody countering that?
Okay,
Yes,
let me
I'm here.
counter you.
I
Let
can
me
counter
counter
that.
in 1 minute. Let
Okay,
me counter
okay.
in 1 minute. Look, I was trying to take him on what he said. You see, sometimes some people will just say something and just say it against themselves, all because they just want to say something against somebody they don't like for one reason, somebody they just don't believe in, but they will not say it on the basis of objectivity. They will not say it on the basis of fact and and truth. He said he would have loved Sowore to have something to present himself before Nigeria as a person coming from a corporate organization. And that was what I was taking on. I said, who was the CEO, or rather, who is the CEO of Sahara Reporter, a corporate organization that run an online newspaper that is reputable, that is known around the world, and that have made impact in our political life in Nigeria. He couldn't even answer the question, say, oh, maybe it's Sowore. So I was just pointing that to him to tell him that Sowore is a CEO, is coming from a corporate organization. He owns an organization in United States, not even in Nigeria, in United States, in Manhattan, the capital city of the world. So if somebody can run an organization like that, an organization that has exposed Nigerian corrupt leadership with assets they own around the world, the looted asset of Nigeria, of Nigerian people. The man that used his own newspaper to expose him, what Nigerian press supposed to be doing, but failed to do because maybe they are not competent, maybe they were gagged, or maybe for one reason or the other, somebody have done that. I expose these people, and yet you want to come on international platform to mischaracterize him because of something that is known to you, known to your heart. We don't know it. So I'm just trying to let him know. Look, and this guy make effort to even bring this corporate body. He bought a lot of equipment that worth like millions of naira to set up that platform, to set up that organization in Nigeria. Nigerian state denied him from setting up that because they know that guy will use investigative journalism to expose them and enlighten Nigeria and take Nigerian people, to stand up against their oppressors and bad leadership in Nigeria. And yet, you still don't see that guy as a person that can lead that country well. He can lead you out of this problem and, calamity that country is going through. But only for you to just come and just want to ridicule him. I mean, and you particularly, and you call yourself a Christian.
So because I'm not supporting I'm not a Christian.
But
I would like to come in. Sorry.
Is there a room for someone to?
So a Christian that does not have an opinion.
No, please. I would like to come in.
Is there a room for someone to make comment? At least you'll be talking. Can I make a comment?
Please, I would like to come in. I would like to come in.
Is there a room for me to make comment?
My boss.
Wait. Later. Let Ola interject before you come in.
Oh, I thought it was my turn. What's going on?
You see, one thing is this. When we are talking of politics, we have to put it in the right perspective, in the right context. If we are really serious about that country, if we really understand the problem of that country. See, at a particular point in time, Sowore experience may be enough to run as the president of the country. And in a particular context, it may not be right for him to run as the president of the country. Now, I will give an example. Adekunle Ajasi in Ondo State was just a school principal, for example. But because UPN has a structure and under the leadership of Awolowo, these are the people that are following the letter of the party program. Yes, Adekunle Ajasi was very good, was good enough to run Ondo State. Just like Jack Onde, a journalist, was good for the politics of Lagos State. because you could not go outside that without incurring the wrath of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. In that context, if you put Showore, it will function. But now, we are in different political structure in that country that even within the party, you will see what happened to Jonathan. Other Jonathan, for example, Jonathan is going to direction A, and the member of the National Assembly for this thing, they were going to direction B. They were supposed to be from the same party. Look at what is happening under APC now today, for example, where Buhari has gone against almost more than 75% of his party program. So that's the kind of country we are talking about. So when we talk of student unionism, that because you were a student union president, that is sufficient, you have to look at the time. You have to look at your environment. Now, how will he become the president, for example? You don't have your people in the National Assembly and you want to bulldoze these rebellious, all these rebellious APC and PDP members you will have the National Assembly. We are dreaming. It's like we don't really understand the enormous, the significance, how the problem we have in that country. In the same way, we are saying that Obi that want to become president, for example, that he does not really know that he has to pull people from the grassroots to solve this problem. That's what we are talking about. So if you ask me, within this particular time we have, can Showore handle that country? I will say no. The only reason he can handle the country is that let him go and populate the member of his party. Let him go to the National Assembly and carry his member of the party. You populate that place. Then you can move the country forward. But as it is now, honestly, we seem not to understand, we still not to appreciate the level of that rot, the level of the problem we have in that country. So I don't think we should even be fighting on Showore or like that can handle that country. So to me, based on the current time, Showore is not prepared enough.
Can I interject?
Ola, you are saying a different thing. The topic we are discussing here, this guy is saying that Toure is a dictatorship and therefore not qualified to be president of Nigeria. We are taking him on his word, the description of Toure as a dictator. So that is what brought us to where we are. We are not saying whether he's going to win the election or whether or not. That is not the bone of contention.
Mr. Jack, can I take him on that?
All right.
Can I take him on that?
I would love
let's
to
hear
come
from
in.
Tiger. Let's hear from Tiger, and then you come in after him. We've not heard.
Okay. Is it Mr. Ayo that spoke, right?
It was Patrick, I think it was.
No. Before
Ola.
Okay, Ola. My reason of asking that question is not to bring J3 to this program, but whenever I see Showore, I liken Showore to Bolsonaro of Brazil, because this is how he started and no one took him serious. And over the years, he continued doing what he's doing and he eventually got into power. So my advice to Showore is this: he should continue to do what he's doing. As time goes by, people will begin to flock. If his message is getting through to people, his message, people begin to flock to his side. I mean voters. I don't mean political heavyweights or those who manipulate or influence election in a big way with money or bribery. But Showore will continue on that line. But he also needs to learn. If I say it's not his time, I'm wrong. But the reason why I'm saying it's not his time because he's not putting that weight in terms of votes, people. But he should continue with the message. Mr. Ola, it's always wrong to say he cannot, because he has no grassroots. The way of conducting modern election is different. I think probably most of us, because we've been abroad for some time, maybe 5 years, 10 years or more, we are still looking at it the other way. This modern time.
See, those people, they can make mistakes sometimes. They drop it with 2 people.
Okay, so this modern time, modern era, you can organize grassroots without even stepping down to that area. Like the man that spoke with, for Showore, I can imagine where he's from, Akure, if I'm right. And he's in I don't think he's in the main city area. We've seen political shift data that Nigerians own telephone, mobile handset. You know how many Nigerians where this communication reach. So people can be reached even though in the local area. So it's not about political manipulators. You don't have this person here, you don't have that person here. If they are not still in the election in Nigeria, if there's no election free in Nigeria, I think Showore, if he has the votes, the followers, yes, in future he can become Nigerian president. Anything can happen because we are on paradigm shift now. Yeah.
Tiger, let me ask you a question. Do you think that the message that Showore is presenting, it presents a solution to what afflicts the masses? Does his message present a solution to what afflicts the masses?
I will tell you why his message not get through to masses because
No. I'm not saying that wasn't the question. I said, does his message present a solution to the problems that the masses have?
Well, it presents, but the masses are not buying into it. That's what I mean.
All right. So why? Yeah, why are they not buying it?
Okay, the reason why they are not buying it, one, they see Showore as a activist, number one. Number two, people still blame Showore as being part of people who brought Buhari by default, not intentionally, by default. Number three, if you are calling for a revolution, revolution will be catastrophic for Nigeria. You know why? Because if there's a revolution, we know what happened in 1966 when some military area from certain part of the country, majority of them participated in military coup, and it did not happen in certain area. You know what happened? So if there's a revolution in Nigeria, one side might be actively engaging in it, the other side may not be actively engaging in it. NSAS shows us that the certain part of Nigeria, they were involved in that big protest, but northern part of Nigeria, nothing was happening. So in terms of revolution, I don't think any bloodletting revolution will change Nigeria, because why? Showore doesn't have the it doesn't have the military arsenal. It's only military people that can conduct proper revolution, and it will be thorough. Because then when they do their revolution, they can counter anybody, any opposition with their weapon, and silence anybody any voice that wants to rise against them. So Showore is saying revolution. When you say revolution involves mass destruction of things, life, property. It may even affect the people who are calling for the revolution. So people are very fearful. So they still link those things to Showore. But like I said, like Jair Bolsonaro of Brazil, Showore point we hit home one point in future, because people will begin to gravitate towards him if solution is not found in the political space by that time. That's my submission.
All right, thank you. So you see you were talking about the NSAS, but even the NSAS space, they don't seem to have adopted Showore, and even the enlightened South, they have not adopted Showore. Certainly the North have not adopted him, but a lot of what Showore is saying, it presents a lot of solution to the Nigerian problem. So there has then to be something in the personality of that man that is not echoing with the people. Is either his personality or his presentation style. Because anytime you listen to him, anytime I listen to him, I am always impressed, and I'm pretty certain that you are always impressed as well. So why is that not translating to mass appeal? That is where the question is. And it's quite legitimate what Patrick raised as well, that this guy, his antecedents, his backdrop is not strong enough to then go and be the president of Nigeria. You say he's a student union leader and he runs an online magazine, and that is preparatory to manage the complexity of Nigeria. I'm sure you will say no if you were not a Chowore fan. If you look at that dispassionately, I suspect you might well say no. But let's hear from Folly, who I think is also part of that conversation. Folly. Oh, I think we lost Folly. Oh, all right.
One man, I would like to say something
Let's
too.
man of prestige. Man of prestige has not spoken. Go ahead, man of prestige.
Please, I'm here.
No, I know you're there.
Please, I'm here. I'm here. Foley is there.
Yeah, Paul.
I would like
Okay,
to say
you want to
something too.
respond to
Foley
that?
is there.
All right,
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
go ahead.
I think the reason why Nigerians are not really buying into what don't believe what Showore is saying is can actually come to reality. We don't have that belief. That's the problem here. But this has been happening since ages. it's not only Showore that all this thing is happening to. Even Jesus Christ, the same thing happened to Jesus Christ. Only few actually see what Jesus Christ was preaching. That's why some people come after him to kill him. But the few, they still continue to preach the same good news. So, and after the oppressors or whatever, and when they now notice that, oh, the message they were trying to kill is not actually dying the way they think it should. They have to align with the Christianity then. And that's why you have Christmas, Sunday, all these things that Christian were doing. The oppressors don't just give out their power for anybody to take over from them. They always look for a way to get involved, to ejaculate their.
All right, you are dipping heavily somewhat, but Showore is the second coming. This what you are telling us. But play town. Do you agree with that? That Showore is the second coming?
Um, and if it was an OB supporter that said this now, the section will be so rowdy.
Hello, sorry, can you
Because
hear me? Sorry.
hello,
Yeah, you are dipping in and out, but we
Hello.
can hear you now.
all right,
Yes, yes, go ahead.
can I go ahead?
Yes, go ahead. We can
All
hear
right,
you now.
all right, all right. Thank you. Okay, so on the show space, on the show,
Auntie me,
I think
Sorry.
I think you
can
are
I
an OB.
continue?
Can you
Or
Ovie, let's hear from Playtown whilst Folly makes the adjustment, because you dip very heavily and it takes away from what we're trying to hear from you. But let's give you a moment and hear from our Playtown.
all right. So can I go ahead?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, thank you. So yeah, on the show space here, for me, I think one man just summarized everything, every single thing on that space. Because for me, anybody that comes to me and tell me Showere does not have the right message or the content or things that sound like the solution to our problem, the person is not being objective. I've read his manifesto. I've listened to him. He has brought out solutions a lot. Trust me, and these solutions are quite fresh. In addition to that, you get what I'm saying? So he has the messaging, just like the same way some people in Nigeria, there are really people. If you've listened to people like Bismarck Rowani, if you have listened to people like Professor Ikechukwu, these people, when they talk about Nigeria, even Soludo, when they talk about Nigeria, you know that they have some messages, they have some solutions. You get what I'm saying? So he's not the only person that has solution, but he has solution. So I can't say he does not have those solution messages. But the problem is, why is the message not resonating? Now, that goes back to the psychology part of it, the personality. So that is why I support everything one man said now, and I also support the person that brought in what he called dictatorial tendencies. There is something that is not appealing about his personality. There is something that is even both a combination of both his personality and the methodology of his messaging. If you read education in school or whatever it is, there's something that qualifies you to be a teacher. What qualifies you to be a teacher is not ability to know the subject. It is the ability to install the knowledge of the subject in the head of your students. That's what makes you a teacher. Anybody can know a subject by reading up on them and accumulating all the knowledge in their own head. That doesn't make you a teacher. What makes you a teacher or professor is when you are able to transfer it into the heads of your students. So there is something about the personality there, and I've tried to study this personality over time because I've always been a fan of his messaging, and I was hoping that you will be able to translate it. But I've tried to study that space. What is wrong? First of all, if you believe that in a space of 200 million people, you are the only person that is right, if you have the mindset, and Yori Museveni, the former president of this, he had that mindset too. He
Still
started
the
off
current
as,
president of Guinea,
you said?
the president of Uganda.
Yeah. And even Mugabe had that kind of mindset when he was, he started off as almost like people's man, speaking for the people. If you go back to their history, he wasn't really a dictator. He was once an activist, fighting for
I
the people
mean,
and
and
whatever.
even the West loved him. The West used to love him too
Yeah,
because
yeah,
of
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So when you have the mindset where people's contribution cannot be accepted, it always has to be your mindset, your contribution, your idea. You get what I'm saying? And even if, for me, I asked that guy a question and he didn't seem to get it. There are a few good people that have come into our system in Nigeria before. We've had the Dora Akuniris, we had the Soludos, we had a few people that came into our system. So for me to dismiss all of them and everything they contributed to this nation in a wave of a hand because I'm an activist, you know what I'm saying? And I say, once you have dealt with Nigeria, we have to kill you, we have to stone you to death. That is dictatorial. There are good. I'm someone that is telling me that the AAC guy that was saying, why don't you resign? If all the good people in government start resigning, and no matter how small they are, they might be less than 2%. They might be that small. They might be less than 5%. But if they start resigning, then where are we going to? We are talking about more people should come so we can edge out the bad ones. You know what I'm saying? And you're talking about the few good ones to leave and leave the field entirely for the bad. Then where are we heading to? So that mindset of once you are part of the Nigerian government since 1960, whether you did well in your parastatal, whether you did well in the small work they give you, you are an evil, you are a devil, you are an oppressor. So who are you going to govern with? Nobody has been able to answer this question. An interviewer asked Shower in one of the interviews, they asked Shower, they said, okay, can you name one politician, somebody, even an appointee or someone that's worked in an agency before, just one person that at least you can say is good? He said there's nobody. Not even one person has ever done good in Nigeria government or in Nigeria ministry or any agency. No one person, according to Shawere, no one person. So it's a careful selection of 100% of devils that has been everywhere in the agencies and everything. No, that's the mindset of a dictator. So what are you going to do? Are you going to get to power and then you line up every single person and burn them to death? And then what guarantees you that those people that have not tested power before, that have never been appointed or that have never managed anything, that if you bring them on, that they're not going to be sent?
Do you
Someone
know
that
the
has
number of
never...
people that govern Nigeria? Can you tell us, do you have number of people that govern Nigeria out of 200 million people we have? Do you have idea of them?
Are you talking about people that have been president or people that have
People
played
that
one
have been
part or the other in Nigeria governance?
governed, yeah. How many, what's their population compared to the population of Nigeria? That if you want to do away with them, have a new set of leadership, new team of leadership, or what
Okay.
would that cost Nigeria?
Okay. In
It will
what
cost
method?
Nigeria a
You want
lot
to
too.
dissolve the civil service? Do you know the corruption going on in the civil service is
It
greater?
didn't say it's going to serve, it didn't say it's going to sack civil servant. It did not say that. So get your fact right.
So what are
It's
you going to
talking
do?
of
For
people.
me, what?
Hold on. If you don't know how
Yeah.
government function, then you just say you don't know. It didn't say it's going to sack civil servants. It's just talking of political leadership that have
Okay.
worked for Nigerian state, that work
Okay.
at all levels. It doesn't want to do anything. It wants to have new
Across
set of
all
leadership.
states, across all 36 states,
What do you mean by
across every...
across? If he become
Okay.
president of Nigeria
Mm,
today, right, is
mm,
going to govern at the federal level. It's not
okay.
coming to the state to govern your state for you.
Okay.
So every person that have governed, that have worked in the past as a political leaders,
Mm.
he said it will have nothing to do with them. So
And
how
there's a
would that
danger
affect
in
your
that.
Ajali Koko,
country?
can I ask you
There's
How
a
one
would
straight
that
danger in
affect your
that.
question?
country? What are you talking about? How
Should
would
I
Let
that
me
give
ask
you?
you.
affect
Should
your
I try to
Let
country?
me
bring
let
your
me ask you
attention to
one
the
straight
danger in
question.
that?
Let me
How
ask
would
you one
that
straight
affect your
question.
country?
Should I
Ajali
give
Koko,
you
let me
your
ask you one
attention?
straight
You
Okay,
don't,
question.
finish
don't,
that,
Please
don't
give
brother.
don't
me
you know
give
how
me a
government is
straightforward answer.
structured? Don't you know how government is
There's
structured?
danger in that. Should I bring your attention to
Wait.
that danger?
Whoever that is, wait. Let me ask this question, please. Ajali Koko. Showore said he's going to dissolve the National Assembly. Please tell me what power he's going to use to do that as
That's
president.
dictatorial.
Hold on.
Without
He
making a
said,
decree.
hold
Without making a
on.
decree. Tell me how he's going
Hold
to do that.
on. Hold on. This is the problem with you guys. You don't listen to this guy with open mind. You listen to him with your biased mind, and that is the
We
problem.
question his
He said,
assertions. That's our problem.
that is your problem.
You listen and you just
listen to
open your
him.
mind without questioning
You
assertions.
listen to him with biased mind, and
No,
that's
we
why
question assertions.
you can. That is why you will, you know, say all sort of things against him. You see, that's why you will take his statement out of context
You
all
can
the
just
time.
answer the
You
question
don't
without
listen to
What
him
saying
he
critically.
anything.
That's
said,
why you don't see anything wrong.
what he
Everything is
said,
right.
no, because you never listen. You are never objective.
Explain.
In your mind, is not your man. You don't want him. You don't want to listen to
The
what he's
conclusion you are
saying.
making
That is
now.
your problem. So go
What an
and
explanation.
Yeah,
learn to
that's our
listen
problem.
to
That's
him.
dictatorial.
That is go and listen to him with open mind. Okay, what he said on the assembly is that when he become the president, he will first of all
All right.
the constitution of Nigeria. He wants Nigerian people to write a new constitution that can work for them. All right, and on the unicameral on the bicameral legislature that we have, assembly that we have, legislator we have rather, he is going to propose that we make it unicameral. That is
Okay,
one
that's okay.
assembly
That's
and
okay.
not
All right.
Senate
All
and
right.
National
It's
Assembly.
a
So
proposal, not
how is that
it's a
dictatorial?
proposition. It's a
Aderobo,
proposition.
How is that
Yeah,
dictatorial?
I get that. I get
May
that.
I ask a question?
hold on, please, hold on. I mean, we've been on this singular topic for more than an hour. Well, that's because we have the chairman of the AC party. Now that it's gone, let me switch the conversation a little bit. But first of all, I want to appreciate. I want to say thank you to Ayo, Ayo, who has supported the channel through Cash App as it's on your screen, for Jafar and the rest, and everybody who has been doing donating, supporting so far. Thank you very much, and those who are looking forward to. Thank you too. Yes, Tunanja, are you there?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I call you specially because you know our security analyst we have in this part of the world.
Seriously, I'm just a paranoid person. I'm just paranoid.
No
I'm
matter,
sorry.
no
I'm
matter.
sorry about this thing. Because my line keeps breaking up. Windows update seems to be fighting me today. So
Okay.
um,
Now
yeah,
because of the obedient, that's why you are using the obedient connection. That's
yeah.
why.
I don't know. I don't know
So,
what did happen. See, when
yes,
when I won't join the last time, they were in charge. Let me greet first, I beg. Greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat
no, no.
and the viewers. Um,
Let me ask you
the
the question
one.
first now. Let me
Okay,
let,
go
let,
ahead.
let me ask you the question first now,
All
Mister.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now you be our security expert. No matter how we they tackle you, this not disagree you with this. We see the sit and
Okay.
say, I think that guy, I think that it makes sense more. But yeah, on the more serious note, now the United Kingdom is actually warning our citizens that it will soon happen for Abuja. So they go soon drop breakfast. Not that I'm glorifying it, but it's just crazy. Say there's a security alert to our citizens in Abuja. So it's restricting
Hmm.
them to just their consulate. Now, on the eve of that, just of that, your candidate Peter Obi was in the midst of Abati and Ruben today, and was asked about what is the security plan. The guy say even if you put AK-47 for him head, he no go pay. He's not gonna see anything about security. So you know what do you
Yeah.
see in this?
I think that they are doing. I don't think is edifying. Because if you are to respond to national security concerns, you have to have something to say. You can't just say, I don't have anything to say. You can say, okay, we are making arrangements to counter whatever, emergencies arise. You can't just say, I'm not going to say anything. You can't make me say anything. This is not a child's play. People need to understand that you are aware even. that something is going on and you have a part of response. This is not new stuff. We are in all the whole world that practices democracy. They have briefings of security approach that they want to take. It's not new. So I really don't like that stuff that they do. Where I think he didn't do it. This is not the first time he's done that. When
Now
they ask him about,
again, I wanted to ask you, even his deputy pretty much did the same thing, and there was a backlash of
yeah,
that president. Then his subsequent interview after that, he actually gave a few one. He actually expatiated on that. That is, I'm talking
mm.
about this thing now. Now, do you think Obi decided to do that just to, you know, get people talking?
It's possible. It's possible they are just doing that just to get people talking, or it's possible that he doesn't even know exactly what to say. And
Because again, now off of that, if we agree that is playing the policy, just saying for the sake of it to get people talking. What if you now come out tomorrow and decide to do what this deputy did and either apologize or give reasons?
I think he's going to do that eventually, because I don't think saying I'm not going to answer or I'm not going to disclose anything is an answer to a question. He's making Buhari look like a talkative now. Buhari barely talks to us, and Buhari actually, when he talks about security, at least he says something. He's upsetting my bed. Oh, the thing is going to be over tomorrow. Not the rest. But this one is telling that he's going to do anything. See, this, and I think it's a problem that all our leaders they have issues with. I don't know why. The other day I had Tinubu making a speech, and he was talking about using technology and everything. Then when he wants to talk about increasing number, he just said it almost in a whisper. It's like there is some contract our leaders have signed or our forefathers signed that we are not allowed to do certain things about the number of security forces in our country. They say it in passing. I don't understand. You know, you can create 2 million jobs from security. Those are solid jobs. They get their houses paid for. They get their health care taken care of. They get pension. That is solid job in a country where we have youths doing nothing, and you are shy about responding to
So
security threats in the country. I don't like that.
are you saying Agbado and what is the other one? Is the way to go?
Yes, Agbado way he didn't even see. He has backed off that. He is scared. I believe he is scared. There's something going on. See, okay, just watch the way our leaders talk about security. They will talk about everything they want to do, but when it comes to numbers, they are very shy.
But to be fair
Just
though, Obi did say he's going to fire any of the generals if they are not performing up to par. That is going to be very what's the word he used again?
not
But
the
it's
number.
going to be very up and going. Yes.
That's a lie. If they tell you that, they are lying to you, because in the end, he knows he's already going to be in office by that time, and they are going to do the same dance that they have been doing forever, where they don't do anything about our security posture. The only reason why we cannot tackle the security right now is because our men have been stood down. We have the numbers to wipe out. See, just by saying you are going to increase the number of your military to 1 million, your soldiers that are in the field right now will feel motivated. The terrorists will feel demotivated. They will know now they are operating in hostile territory that is going to come and swallow them. Sooner or later they will be divesting. But instead of them to do that, they will rather keep quiet to even motivate their soldiers. I don't get that. If you are fighting in a battlefield and you hear that you are getting massive reinforcement coming, you are more likely to fight more and lean forward and attack your enemy. Not when your people are they're going to buy you more special guns, maybe more special aircraft, and to motivate you to fight. When you fully know that you are thin on the ground, that's the reason why you cannot really do a good job of the entire thing. So from that point of view, I don't like the way they talk about security, and I think Peter Obi should talk more about it. They don't have any excuse. Don't give me that nonsense about national security. You can't talk. Americans talk about everything they want to do. Britain talk about everything they want to do. And China or anybody, China doesn't mince word. They will tell you, if you come to Taiwan, this is what I'm going to do. They will do it. That is what it should be. You think terrorists are shy? They already know what we are doing. How do you think they are able to break into prison and take people out? They already know it. So it's the Nigerian people that don't deserve to know it. I don't get that logic personally. So on that one, they need to talk more. On the show that
Now,
seems to have gotten hot.
no,
Yeah.
on
Okay,
the
go ahead. Go ahead.
on the UK, still on the security, on the UK. Let me read. It's short. Let me read what the British are telling their citizens. They say just like the United States, the United Kingdom has also issued a terrorist alert to its citizens in Nigeria. UK warned of an increased threat of terrorist attack in the Federal Capital Territory (FCT), and also admonished its citizens to stay alert, consider movement carefully, follow the local news and the advice of security authorities. UK citizens were warned against visits to markets, shopping malls, hotels, bars, restaurants, football viewing centers, displacement camps, transportation terminals, including train networks, government buildings, and schools. The British High Commission in Abuja also said that from Monday, October 24, only critical staff will be allowed access to its facilities. Parents were also warned against sending their children to school. Odogu.
I don't know. I don't know why they care too much about releasing such news publicly. But if they feel like they need to do it for their citizens, let them do it. But I'm sure they must have released information to the Nigerian authorities. Personally, whatever those people say, you have to take it with a pinch of salt. They may want to say it to throw our security officials off, but I think there might be some credence. The terrorist activity has been relatively quiet for almost solid 2 months now. And whenever it's that quiet, they will want to hit back one way or the other. So maybe they are suffering a setback and they will want to hit back. So I won't be surprised they try to do something. Yeah.
So Naja, I mean, I think this thing it don't make sense to me. Is it even just as you pointed out? Why would they make it publicly? Why would they make it? If our own security and actually government have not alerted of this, then foreign country they alert their citizens publicly, as you rightly put it. Is it even legal? Is it? I mean, sounds like there's something wrong there.
Yeah. Is it not us now? Can you imagine Nigerian government telling Nigerian citizens, be careful, Trafalgar Square may not be safe tonight. Come to MNS and
Yeah, because
you are disturbing another man's country.
Yeah, because the government have not declared
maybe we should start doing that. Don't you think so?
That would teach them now. Don't go into M&S, Tesco's, avoid all tube stations tonight.
Our press will be getting at them too. When we hear any news about them,
they won't like it. They won't like it.
When we say a president like the UK Prime Minister resign, could just bring out the issues that made that resign, then continue to hype it. Then the protest in France continue to hype it and hype it. They won't like it.
Yeah, because it doesn't make sense to me.
For the goose is good for the dancer.
Yes,
it's just like Nigeria don't declare, hey, Nigeria citizens in London should just stay, be careful, blah 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 blah. I mean, just like that, they will, everybody will be panicking.
They're like, where did you get the terrorist threat? You have to show us proof. They're like, where's your own proof?
Exactly.
You come and tell us that.
It don't sit well with me, man. It doesn't make sense. But I mean,
yes, you are right.
Now in America and UK, we could say yes, they are always on the right side.
No, anything you both talk.
I'm saying nobody's questioning the motive behind all these things. But
yeah, they have sinister motives most of the time. They have sinister motives.
That's their job now, to have sinister. It's their job to have sinister motives for us to have our own this in interest, protect ourselves from their nonsense. So they will carry on doing these things. And personally, I don't appreciate it. Was it not a UK defense secretary that is saying that they need to invade Africa again? And you know how he said they should do it, that they should send defense this in like they will send military in form of this in aid to Africa to come and help Africa. This is online, no? And
Really?
That's the past story in the talk now. That has happened already. Now. That has been happening.
yeah,
That deed has been
yeah.
done already. We are in the
And
phase
they've
of
already
it.
come
So
to Africa already. They have already come into Africa already with that mission.
they've been here
They
for
suggested.
decades. They don't get with all the data they need, everything they need. They already get
They have
now.
a base in Ghana now.
They're everywhere.
The
So
US
don't
have a
be
base in Ghana, so
what that woman is saying. She's just being ridiculous. All these things don't happen. Right? We're already in their now. Removing the remote us now. They all the press button. We are educated because we they think like the way they want us to think based on the kind of education we all of us receive. So when they anytime news like this, we not go feel question and we say yes, it's right because this is what we read in textbooks that they provided for us. That they are CIA,
Yeah.
they are M33, what that be the finest. Whatever that is coming out of there is pretty
they
much
are the
an honor.
best.
Nobody should question.
Mm.
So I mean, I don't know, man. We are on a long journey.
It's
A
up to
long
us
journey.
now. It's up to us to take care of our
Exactly.
business because this land and this place that we live in, where 200 million people live, it's up to us to
Because
protect it.
at times,
You know.
sorry, I don't. Let me ask this one. At times, I know this might sound crazy. I was just it is okay. This education system, we just a go low by the day. At times, I say maybe not good thing, because at the end of the day, we are going to produce some generation. We say now only good and they hear. You understand? Now just go. Because because we need that kind of people we miss on to face our problem, which is the ruling class. Now just go there, go here because they are not educated. I think on there we now when we don't finally achieve that hope us finally sit down, design our education system the way we want it, not waiting with me and you learn now. That's what we learn. Just we have all been miseducated. We need to educate the upcoming generation what they really need to know, who they are, and what they can actually be. And this is how they want it. Maybe when people they learn computer, when they learn how to draw ants, grass cutter, grass hopper, hose, rake in agriculture. For now, we say teachers are private. When the word they learn how to design computer. Now the word is they learn how to code.
I
No
think we
good
are
day school at
evolving,
all.
Ovie.
We no good day school.
I think we are evolving. You understand? And that's why I'm afraid of revolution or all those drastic change. I had the opportunity to attend a session where I had John Kufo, then President Bush, every other person was an Access Bank session, and Sarkozy was there. And the question we're trying to push to John Kufo was that the changes that they thought that took place in Ghana was can it be really be attributed to Jerry Rawlings killing everybody? You understand? From the assertion of John Kufo, you could discover that it wasn't that. In short, I'm beginning to get some feelers from Ghana and some of the media spaces in Ghana that they felt that thing was just not too good to just go and wipe out everybody. Because when you do that kind of change, you create a gap. Obasanjo did something close to that, even though he didn't kill people. I will tell you why. And I have basis for that because of my background. My parents were in the military. I grew up in the military. Now I have friends who are in the military, very senior officers, major general like that. Now what I'm saying is this: when Obasanjo became the president of because he wanted to stabilize, he retired every officer that had one appointment or the other. Even some of them were just lieutenant colonel. And Obasanjo now created a generational gap, you understand, of officers. Now, the actual knowledge didn't pass to the junior officers. And that's why we have a military that is not as efficient as the one that went to Liberia. I know officers who were my neighbors then when I was growing up, very good officers. Take someone like Ewang. Ewang was one of the best fighter pilots Nigeria ever had. When he was governor of Ogun State, He couldn't have declined it. Knowing the military, they made you a governor. You couldn't have declined it. You retired that guy at the age of 50 something. You don't do that kind of thing. Everyone was one. Look at people like Malu. Look at eventually Malu got retired. People like Dongoyaro. These were very senior officers. I know some other officers, someone like Akpata, very though unpopular, but very strong officers that were really, really good officers. So instead of leaving those people time to really train the upcoming one, so when you have taken out those people, you now have young ones who were not as trained as the other one. That generation that you took out were the ones that were trained by Nigeria in Sandust, in India, in Pakistan, in Canada, in the US, in Australia. And then you took that, you just went there, took that out and created a gap. You understand?
Yeah.
Now the military is not as efficient as they used to be. So I think it's better to allow us to evolve.
Patrick, can I disagree with you on
that? Can I contribute now?
Before you disagree, Ola, before you disagree.
Can I contribute now?
Just hold on, please. Yes, you will. You know why I'm smiling, Mr. Patrick? Because I agree with you. You know, I don't know where we are ready to have that conversation. That is the genesis of what you are seeing right now. This is security. That is the genesis. And now, listen, there's also the Clinton part. There's also the Clinton part to it. If you remember, Clinton was right almost there at the end of affair at that time to the United States. So there's also that part to it. Now, if you start questioning that Tunanja, are you listening to that?
Yes, I'm listening.
We had this conversation before. And now, if you start questioning that narrative, that is where the man they killed Saddam Hussein. No, not Saddam Hussein. Our own Gaddafi. You understand? So all those stories actually link together. That deficit that happened between Obasanjo that you just narrated, exactly that is what set our military back. And all if you remember, me and Rashonama, we actually going back and forth 1 year, 1 day when he said that yes, our military may don't have the capability. And I was saying no, the political will is not there. To some extent, he was right. You understand? But people no one actually understand what transpired during Obasanjo regime because we just come up for military government dictatorship. Everything that is going on. Yes, everything that we take up. But that guy actually did more harm than any other president in Nigeria history so far.
You're right.
From looking at the data, I went back as far as Murtala Mohammed. Murtala Mohammed single-handedly reduced the military well below international standard. He was the one because Nigeria during Go One had about 250,000 soldiers, and Nigerian population was 60 million then, and he cut it down to 150,000 within that short period he was in office. 150,000, he cut it down, but he did increase. Right? Yeah, I'm not sure why he did that. And then he fired a lot of civil servants. He pushed a lot of civil servants from this thing.
And that's the foundation of corruption in Nigeria. Sorry to cut you. That decision is the foundation of corruption in Nigeria. You know when we were growing up, if you remember, if you finish school, you join civil service, you could take loan, buy car, you could just ensure a good life. Now, at the point where you're in middle service, civil service, so you feel okay, you don't steal money because you could get car, you could get a house, you could do all those things. But when Muritala reduced civil service, so they felt insecure. So all of them now start having plan B. Say, you have to protect yourself. Do you know what their plan B was? It was the 10%. That was when the 10% started in.
I see.
People start, if we go to civil service, you want contract, give me my 10%. Because those people now felt like even government job is not secured. In the West here, in the US, you agree with me, I know in Canada, once you get government job, you feel like, now here I go do. Even when the pay is not too as much, you feel, you are not like to lose that job except there's a problem and then you could get your pension. That was the issue with Nigeria civil service. So the corruption was not as pronounced as this. I was very young, but my brothers and my uncles that was there, they used to tell us. But when that thing happened there, he retired then. Then he said some people were in Ogboni. They had Ogboni. Can you fire people because they are in Ogboni or something? It was Ogboni. They felt Ogboni was donating civil service. Just sack everybody. So those who felt, let's position ourselves. Let's protect ourselves. So this job can go anytime. So that 10% started, and
I
that's the
see.
foundation of
So
corruption in
what
civil
he did then,
You see, a lot of things where they cheat, where we don't know, man. Man, it's crazy.
You know,
the
I have
people
grown up
didn't
enough
know.
to know the implication of these things
Yeah.
now. That time we were small, and our own parents were not as educated as us or as exposed. So we can look at it and say, okay, there are more sides to this thing, though. You know, I think that's what is happening now.
For me, why that is
Sorry,
significant. Okay. You want to say
sorry, let's say
something?
man of person. Man of person, you
All
wanted
right.
to
Go ahead.
interject.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. I know I was busy. I was at work earlier, but anyway, um, let me digress before I talk about OB. I was going to reference to what Patrick said. I've had it on a different platform. Some other people, I don't know if they don't like somebody. I always.
Uh,
No,
Student, let's stay on that security. The
Yeah.
security, yeah.
Yeah. So
I
at that
don't know what
time,
happened to him. He just went off. Yeah,
yeah,
go
when
ahead.
he comes back, I will keep quiet. At that time when Murtala was doing that stuff, India, China, all of them, including North Korea, they were all transitioning towards becoming independent. But what he did was slash Nigerian defense force almost in half in one swoop within a short period, because he ran the country for barely a year or so, and he shot all those things down, removed all. Many people were happy in Nigeria, but we didn't know what was happening in the country at that time, because the West were concerned that we were siding with South Africa so much. Nigeria had a lot of power then. We're siding with South Africa. We're making a lot of changes on the continent, and he just came, slashed it down, and Nigeria never recovered since then. If you look at the numbers, the number remains small. It even got worse. This in Babangida, and Abacha brought it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Then it just plateaued since then, and our population has quadrupled since that time, and our security forces have not increased in number. So I don't know. See, if you just watch your politicians how they talk about security, whether they want to increase the size of your military, and the way they are retiring them. Somebody mentioned it earlier on. Why are you wasting so much talent retiring them? There is a reason. There is a reason why, and they are not telling us why they keep kind of decimating the military. It's like in the army, where if something happens, they kill every 10th soldier in a legion. That's what these people seem to be doing. They just go around and just remove top brasses. People that have
I think
spent
that is
years
changing
training and
now.
just retired them.
Did you notice?
I don't know.
What
Has it?
happened was
No,
that
I'm not
before
sure.
it
I'm
has
not sure.
changed.
Sorry, Patrick. I'm not sure you can say that has changed, because under the Buhari dispensation, to get who he wants as the head of a particular security
Service, yeah.
outfit, he retires a whole bunch of people. That happened with this. I can't recall the one that succeeded Burutai, and that also happened with Burutai as well. So that
Mm,
culture persists,
it has changed. You know why I say so?
right?
Before now, in the army, there's what we call seniority role. In the army, they have a schedule of seniority. Even when you are the same set, you have your army number. So the person that has an earlier army number than your own is like your senior, even though you are in the same set. Now, what happens is that if you miss your promotion 3 times, if you miss your promotion first time, they don't care. It means that your mates are now your senior, but your junior are your mates. Now, if you miss the second time, your senior, that's consecutive like that, your junior has now become your senior. They will stay alive. But if you miss the third time, they feel that now even the ones that were your junior's junior have become your senior. You understand? So what happens normally is that they just retire you. You understand? It has been like that. But when Buratai came, it discovered that they were losing a lot of officers like that. And now say, okay, even if you miss promotion, if you are willing to serve and still stay, you can stay. That's why you see some people, young officer, major is retired. You just wondering what happened because he has missed promotion like 3 times. You understand? It happened to my brother. Colonel to brigadier, he missed it 3 times that time, and they had to retire because that was then. So now when Buratai came, Buratai changed that. So you could now see some very old like colonel, but they are now in army headquarters. You understand? They give experience, they give ideas because the man is a colonel, is even senior to maybe a major general or a brigadier. So they allow them. Now with service chief case, I think they now also giving them the option of staying. If you want to serve under your junior, you understand? You are allowed to do that. But in some cases, most of them just feel that they've had enough, they want to go home, this and that. But if you actually really want to serve there, they respect you. And mind you, among themselves too, even I've seen brigadiers who call Lieutenant Colonel Oga. When they are saluting, the Lieutenant Colonel will salute him, but he knows this man is older and senior to him. You understand? So when they are discussing at the lower level, say, Oga, what do you think? You know, that kind of thing. I will say, why? He say, he was his senior. This man don't take. Maybe has made promotion as captain, as major, as you understand. So it happens like that. But I think it has changed now. We might not start seeing the effect fully because it takes time, like successive promotions to see that okay, this person. I think to be fair to him, I think Buhari has made reasonable effort to try to stabilize the military, allow for progression, continuity. That's why he's not changing service chiefs anyhow. Though it also has a dark side to it, downside to it. They feel that oh, these people are not performing, but you also need them to evolve and grow in that role. So that's the major. This is a tough decision actually because people are dying and you are looking at okay, you need this person to grow. If you take that person out, the new person is still going to learn the process. No matter how, even if he has been a major general for a long time, has been in various command and control position, but if he becomes a chief today, he still need to learn. So that's why you see Buhari say, they ask him, you say, okay, don't worry. He has to be able to balance between functionality and political exigencies, political side of things. So I don't really envy him in that, but I think it's more stable now for us. The last time we had a stable like this is maybe close to Abacha.
All right.
We have not.
Sorry, gentlemen.
Okay, go ahead.
Apologies. I was actually going to talk about you to Niger. I only really to speak to OVA. OVA, if to Niger is amiable to it, I'd like to suggest that you do a one-on-one session with him because I've noticed over the course of time that to Niger has a narrative around the security space that he's been trying to get across, but is either not coming through or not being fully digested, or in the toss and tussle of everything, it doesn't get to the expression to really flesh it out. So if Two Niger is amiable, then maybe book a one-on-one session with him to just have like an hour, 2 hours, however it longs, for him to flesh out his ideas. You interrogate it without interruption, man on man, like one-on-one with the VA sort of thing. And extending that to Patrick as well, who has a backdrop in student
Yes.
activism. So if he's able to that as well, a one-on-one session there, and all of those lies that Asaki father comes here to tell about Peter Obi, do a one-on-one session with him as well, so that we can shut out the lies. So if the gentlemen are amiable to that, maybe it's something we can arrange in the private chat.
Sure.
Yes, I wanted to talk to Mr. Patrick. I apologize to him. I promised to call him this weekend, but I didn't meet up.
Man is innovating
I
very
didn't meet
well. I
up.
think that's a
Yes,
brilliant idea, actually.
that of Seriki father, I don't like him.
In
He
short, I'm
knows that.
looking forward to this security now.
So
I want to
I
hear
don't,
you.
I don't, I don't want to do anything with Cherokee Father. I don't like him. Go away, you. No, Tunaja, I don't like Tunaja. Go
All right.
Tunaja, nothing.
No,
Yeah, guys.
Tunaja,
So on a more
apologies.
serious note, drop your number.
So
You guys
Tunaja,
drop your number on the private chat, so we'll arrange it. Go ahead.
yes, sorry, apologies, Ovie. If Tunaja is receptive to the idea, if you can do it over the next 2-3 days and sequence these one-on-one sessions over so that we have at least three. I've got Vin Maxwell online as well. Not online, but I've got him booked as well to give us a backdrop of actually, because he has served as a Nigerian soldier in Sierra Leone, all over the world, and there's a story to tell there. And you are also on that list as well for a one-on-one session because you are an international athlete who has represented Nigeria at the highest level of VA. So we want to hear.
Should I interview myself?
No, I will do that.
I will interview myself.
No, I will do that. I will take you and Vin on. But if you want to take on two Nigeria,
one man,
Patrick,
you have to contact my manager. I think I'm booked for the next 10
your
years.
manager has packed you aside now. You've retired for how long? You're retired now. Do you still have a manager?
I'm fully booked for the next 10 years. So I don't know where your space is going to look like. But with a good pay though, we negotiate.
Yeah. So I want us to start doing these one-on-one sessions because we do these interactive sessions, 10 people on the screen, and voices are lost in the noise as well, and some key information that will enhance, is lost in just the toss and tussle of conversation. So if we start to narrow down some of the big personalities on the platform, to have a one-on-one session with them so that they have that space to give full expression to their ideas. And whilst we're still within that space, we're going to pin PlayStation down to do a jingle for the platform because we know he's a musician. So maybe we try and tackle him down, as Ola will say, to do a jingle for the platform. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you, VA.
All right, yeah, one man. So we are having a Playtown, two Ninja, Mr. Patrick, and Circuit Father. That's a lot of widow.
You have not given me opportunity to talk at all, Ovie. What did I do?
Yeah, I don't like you. That's why.
One man.
On a more serious note, though. On a more serious note, no, I'm going to stay. I will extend we are not going to have the other section today, so I will extend this one as long as we can. So that's why.
One man, are you here?
So we have time.
One man.
Yes.
Kedu.
All them.
Yes.
But that your Kedu, it's sounding so foreign.
Look at that.
I can only hear some sound of cacophony.
Look at that.
It is not organized. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I want to tell you that as of today, I'm on page 57 of the manifesto.
My God.
Yeah.
Did you sharpen your knife as you are reading it? You sharpen your knife as you are reading it.
Oh my God.
So as at now, I've been able to document avalanche of pros and cons of the content of that.
Which one outweighs? Which one outweighs?
No, I won't let it out. I will come in full force when I finish. It's a very careful study.
All right. Apologies, Ovie, but I'm quite keen on that idea because it's something that I've been discussing with Vin Maxwell over the last few weeks. He actually, I got that idea just from him coming on the platform. But then all of these big personalities with fixed opinions about important matters, so we have to really be able to capture them just in isolation so that they can have full expression to that. So if they are amiable to it, if we can narrow down a commitment from to Niger, Patrick, and Saki Father, then that would be excellent before the end of the session. Sorry,
but can I debunk a false narrative? There is a false scorecard you gave me here.
Which is what?
You said all of the lies I used to come to pour out on this platform.
Yeah, no, you do that unwittingly because the whole of this section is a lie. So you've just bought into the lies and you believed it. But
no.
All right, back to Ovie.
Ovie.
Yeah, Second Father, if you finish, when are you likely to finish that?
To finish what?
Huh?
To finish the manifesto.
Yes.
I'm still working seriously on that, but I'm doing a lot of things at the same time. I have a very important paper I
Okay.
have to
Why I'm
present.
asking? Okay. Why I'm asking is that I would like to actually have you and Kulata side by side to go head
Yes,
to head on
I would
that
like to go with
when you
I
are
would like
ready.
to go with Kolata. I will
Yes.
destroy him. I will destroy him
Yes. So
in a very serious way.
yes. So yes, playtime I have your number. Mr. Patrick, I have your number. Tunanja, drop your number on the private section so that I can call you, then
Well,
we
Playtown, you
can
have to
arrange
be
on the
no
time.
me and Playtown have to go against Kulata because Playtown is still
Yeah,
on
no.
the obedient side.
Yeah, no, on the subsequent thing, that one, I'll go one on one first with anyone that is ready to go before we do those combination. And hey, because it's not going to be live, it's going to be recorded, just me and you. So we are going to be on both on camera.
Okay, okay.
So now we'll upload it. Yeah, it's not going to be like live, just just going to be just one on one, and we can focus on what we are
The
going
only
to do.
problem I will
I
have
will
with
just be
the only problem I'll have with Kulata is that he speaks English too much, and I don't know how to speak English, so it's gonna be a
don't
slap.
worry. I thank God for telling me that I go use PG to dilute the English so
No, no,
that
don't worry. You can do the session in Latin, which is your natural.
Yeah, yeah,
Those
yeah,
where we are speaking Latin, don't
yeah,
you?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
To
yeah.
try and intimidate us. You think you didn't go to school? Like this guy. Eh?
One man, one man, I heard that the appeal court refused the federal government the appeal.
Yes, no, that was going to be
Yes.
the evening session, but I've cancelled it just for reasons of needing sleep and whatnot. But yeah.
All right.
We'll talk about that.
What is going on? Are you guys sharing meat or what? Because I don't understand this party
I
parties.
swear, say at the TC na rational mind and they also I'm not saying that progressive. Are you where you dey say progressive? Which where's your allegiance? We don't know where's your root?
Where's my what?
Where are you? Are you bad, articulated, or be where are you?
No. Me, I'm not. If I don't have any candidate, if I want to, so I was thinking of supporting Showore, but Showore is not going to win. But just apart from that, I'm not a fan of Bat or Tinu or
Okay,
Tiku.
why I'm asking, we are trying to have one-on-one section on on the issue that you have a very strong opinion about. That's why I'm asking you which one where are you
Okay, do you
which
have to
side?
be? Do you have to be supporting a candidate or not?
No, no, it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to. Who can do that one too?
Okay.
But it's not, as I
Yeah.
said, it's not going to be live. It's going to be recorded, just me and you there. I would mine just to ask interview pretty much just to ask questions. I'm not going to be it's not going to be moderating or debating, but I will try and ask questions then. The idea is for you to actually have your let people hear your full
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
thought on
Yeah.
all these
Yeah. I get
issues
what
that
you.
we talk here because we
Oh,
are
yeah. I
always
get what
going
you.
up
I
and
get what
across.
you mean. Yeah, I get what you
Yeah,
mean.
so 1 hour to 2 hours, whatever that we can take, we'll do that. So yeah, so you drop your number on the private chat, then I will call you. Then I'll work with you on when you are available to do that.
All right. No problem. No problem. I'll do that.
Happy. Yes, yes. So enough of what is again one gossip about again before we get back to the menu. Well,
We were
anyway,
talking about
yes.
security.
For those supporting the channel, thank you once again. The Cash App, thank you, Ayo. You've already activated that, and Jafar. Every other person, those who are watching, wherever you can, do you, who will do us. Thank you very much. And yes, let's go. We are talking about security. Should we still stick on that security? I go. Well, I think everything is actually centered
Sure.
around security, except
Security.
Nnamdi Kanu. Even him too. There's a security risk. So say yes. But before now to Nigeria, now I'm with you, right? You are now your turn,
Yeah.
Abi. You are the one
Yes. Yes.
speaking. Yes. Yes. Let's go to that Nnamdi Kanu. Just as Sharikipa pointed out, I think I earlier read that out too that appeal court. Appeal court as they are sticking to their guns. Say yes, we are staying by our our verdict. So now I think, from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong. I think the federal government has already approached Supreme Court, so we're waiting for them to now say, okay, if they are taking the case or not. Is that how it goes? Anybody
I
with
think that
a
I think that the federal government should rise as high as they need to keep the nation safe, because these type of things happen in the UK too, where the courts will rule one way and then they will just use the royal prerogative to overrule the decision. It doesn't happen often, but it happens in the cases of national security or whatever the royals think that is of their interest. So this happens in even Western democracy. In the US too, it happens. They can, if you get to the Supreme Court, yeah, they can't do anything, but they can do things behind the Supreme Court's back. That's how you got Guantanamo Bay and all those things at first, and black sites. So some of the things they say we cannot do, that Western powers are free to do, I don't understand it. Like you see Nigerians sometimes they'll be like, oh, you're not allowed to kidnap people from other countries. Yes, the other people do it all the time. They kidnap people and
Norega.
take them to the backside. They do it all the time. It's like, why is it that we are the only ones following the rules in this world? You know, I don't understand how are people buying into it. And these court people, maybe they are listening to the UN people.
because now we be nigger. Now we be nigger.
Norega
I don't know who
now.
they go
Look at
back for money,
Norega.
back for everything.
Yeah.
So
The other day they should release Nnamdi Kanu. People were like, "Oh yeah, they should release because the UN people say so." The UN people said they should release Julian Assange. They didn't release. The UK government released Julian Assange. No, they didn't. They don't care. They just see they care about their own interests, and then that's what everybody else is doing. It's only us that is not playing that game. The Asians are doing it. The Europeans are doing it. The Indians are doing it. It's only us that seem to think that international law is actually happening. It doesn't exist. It's about what you can get away with. Look at Putin just created, took territories and made it part of his country.
It should be in ICC now. If it's an African leader that did that,
Oh
they'll be
yeah,
saying they should take him to ICC. How many European or superpower leaders have been to ICC? It's only African leaders that get taken to ICC.
To Niger, you are wrong, because at the end of the day, Julius Assange, there was no due court process. As soon as the court gave the procedure for him to be to account for his deeds, right? But you cannot put someone away if the court has not taken it process. So it's a two different thing. So you can't just take someone away and said, oh, why should they or UN say release this person or not? But if now that the Court of Appeal has made a procedure that Nnamdi should be released, then it follows due process. You have to follow the rule of law. That's the difference here.
Do you know the reason why? Not because his Nigerian government kidnapped him. That's the reason why the Nigerian government cannot release how they did it. Not because he's innocent. Will you release an armed robber that the Nigerian government kidnapped from Kenya?
No. You are saying that the court has the final say. So you cannot, for example, if you accuse me of stealing,
I ask you a straight question now.
Hold on, I'm trying to
Sorry.
answer your question here. The way court function, court look at evidence, and you have to prove your case beyond reasonable doubt. It's not on hearsay or what the government say he did or what he did on his podcast. You have to prove it that that's the intention of doing the podcast or whatever. So it's not by saying, oh, he should have been jailed, he should have been thrown out. We have court. That's why we have judiciary. That's why we have three arms of the government: the executive, the judiciary, and the legislative. So the court has final say, not the executive. That's why we have the rule of law.
I think the problem is with the Ministry of Justice. You can package a case in such a way that the criminal is let loose based on technical ground. So I think the Ministry of Justice need to go back and review their cases and then repackage and just do everything to keep him there so that we can keep the people safe. That's the
No,
point.
you can't keep him there because the
We
court.
can legally take position that will make sure he keeps.
No,
They should
no,
do
no. You
everything
are
within the law to keep him there.
No.
They should do
See,
everything within the law. Okay, you think there are no possibilities of being able to keep him there?
Hold on. You know why you have the law? The law is for both the innocent as well. If you keep him there, you also be keeping other innocent people there who are not found guilty here, because government can use that arm to do that. So the law is put in a place to protect the victim as well. So you can't say you can put him there just because you wish him to be kept there or what he said.
Can they have a legal? I don't know if you're a lawyer. I'm not. But is it possible to have a legal framework within which he can be kept there? And I think Ministry of Justice look at that. If there are possibilities of keeping there, we all know that Nnamdi Kanu has gotten a judgment in the appeal court. Okay. But I think Anambra is safer.
You see, that's the problem. That's the challenge now.
If that guy
we are having,
is legally,
you cannot say if government have a legal framework to keep him there. No, the court has given a proceeding. You see, you have to follow it, even if when the case against you didn't favor, you have to follow it. Otherwise, the society will be in chaos. No, tomorrow, Buhari will do the same thing, or the government will do the same thing, an innocent person, and frame him up. So if the court say release him, they will say, no, we have the final say. Look at what they did to Shura as well. When the court say release him, they say kept him. So it's the same thing. You have to, you have to prove your case beyond reasonable doubt. Otherwise, society will be chaos.
Jurisdiction in this case.
And that's the challenge we are facing in Nigeria. And it's not good. It doesn't matter whether you like Nnamdi Kanu or you don't like him, whether you feel that he's guilty or not guilty. Once the court give a procedure on his case, a process has been passed saying he's not guilty, release him. You might release him, then make an appeal.
If Nigeria releases him, Nigeria will be a joke. If Nigeria releases him, Nigeria will be a joke. Because the truth is, I am sure there must be powers that the president has to hold somebody before they charge him with some other thing. Because if they send him to go now, that's fine. But bring the charges that were put on him first. Because if they say, okay, he's the head of a terrorist group, he said so many things, bring all those charges back.
Yeah.
The fact that he has been kidnapped, fine. He's been acquitted, but bring the charges back again, because we can't just. It's a joke. If they just let him walk, we are a joke. Because what's so weak.
No. You see, that's the problem we have. You see, you people don't understand. You see, that's the challenge we have in Nigeria. Listen, 3 arms of government should interfere in the other process. Otherwise, there'll be chaos. You'll be having problems all over everywhere. And that's part of Nigerian problem. You see? So if a court is rested with that power to judge someone guilty or not guilty, it doesn't depend on the Minister of Justice or on the president. So that is their duty, that is their function. So you have to prove your case.
They are supposed to release him. I agree with you.
But presidential powers can allow him to do what he wants to do.
There's even a flaw there. You know, if as the Ministry of Justice, you have a particular case against a guy, and then you discover he's going to let loose on the case you are filing, nothing stops you from filing another case on treason, on other issues that does not have to do with kidnapping. So if he's discharged and is let go on that one, then you have a reason for holding him on this one. Because Nigeria has a reason for holding that guy. That guy jumped bail. Unfortunately, they didn't arrest that senator. They should have arrested that guy. If
he didn't jump bail.
Senator, by now,
let's be honest here. Let's be honest here. He didn't jump bail. We all know that he didn't jump bail. The military went to his house, killed people there, and he ran away. So you can't say
did he present himself to the court?
Why would he present himself? Someone they wanted to kill. They hadn't presented himself. Who would present himself?
I wanted to kill him.
No. How would he guarantee security that when he goes to court, they will not shoot him anywhere?
Now, why didn't they kill him now that they have him?
No, they couldn't kill him now because they will face a bigger problem challenge.
They can't kill him in transit now. If they wanted to kill him, it was when they brought him that say, oh, they have caught him. If they have killed him in transit, they say, we have him now. They can say, no, we don't have him.
Yeah, because they wanted to come and face the court. That's why
Yeah,
they
they
brought
didn't
him
want
back.
to kill him. That's what it means. Because he doesn't
No,
have any value dead now. Why would
That's
they
a
kill
very
him?
good point because they found him in Kenya. If they wanted to do away with him, they
They
could
would
have
have
done
killed
away
him
with him.
then. He was
no,
there in the
because
car and he slept. He
there's
didn't
no way
wake
of
up.
doing. Hold on, there's no way of doing away with him in Kenya. So they know.
How?
The Kenyans are the people who collaborated with them, so
They
they
will use
know.
the Kenyans to kill him. That's what you are saying.
No, they wouldn't have
Even
killed him. The Kenyans do not
they
want to
didn't
kill
want to
him.
kill him. Nigerians didn't want to kill him.
They could
No.
kill him after they took him from Kenya. They did not fly.
Oh yeah, but why did
Even without taking him from Kenya.
So why did they go to his house? If I may ask you, why did they go to his house, kill people there, and destroy the place? Why did they go there?
We don't have full information exactly. We don't know what happened there.
What do you mean I don't know? What do you mean I don't know what happened there? We saw what happened there. People were killed. The same thing with Igboho.
People were killed, but did you know how it happened? Do you know whether they went in to arrest somebody and he led to a firefight?
Oh, please. Which fire? Defense like people with tab. Is that how to, you send military people with some firepower, strong firepower? We are talking of strong firepower here. We're not talking of AK-47 or police. If you want to arrest someone, right, you go with police to arrest someone. Not with military.
If you want to arrest someone like me, go with police.
It has what?
Militant, you go with military.
You know the guy is surrounded by militants.
How can he be surrounded by militants? No, he wasn't surrounded by militants.
I've seen Kanu in front of this in a large number of militants saluting him and doing military.
It's not militant. Don't say it's not true. He has no militant.
Okay, those are not militant.
It's when he went, people fighting. Listen, it's when he went, he escaped. No. It's when he escaped abroad that he become militant.
People challenging the state.
No, they were not militant. There was in the government report, there is nowhere they said that they found gun there or anything. It wasn't. Otherwise, the government would have said that they found gun in his house or whatever. So
no, I think you are losing the question. The question was that you said, why would they go there with military?
Now, of course. It's a civil case. It's a civil case. It's a civil case.
It could be a precaution.
It's not a precaution. This is a civil case. This is a civil case. This is a civil case. Let me give you one
information that I heard. Though this senses I'm not be able to talk about it here. But what I'm saying is that it could be a precaution.
Precaution of what? By sending military people to shoot down the house and to kill people?
If, for example, they want to arrest someone like me now, they probably will go with the plainclothes policeman and say, "Oh, God, you're under arrest. Show me the ID card and I'll follow." Now, you are going to arrest an armed robber. You could go with police. Now, you are not going to arrest someone who has challenged the authority of the state. You could say, let's go with police, and then say, please, let's go with some military because these things could go out of hand. So it could be a precaution.
Hold on. If you say someone challenging the authority of the state, not with weapons, we should get that clear. He didn't challenge authority with weapons.
So we have money, we have weapons. He has said so many things now.
No, he has no. Hold on.
So I want to take his word for it.
Hold on. If I say, listen,
he has told people, to go to Edo State.
Hold on.
I have it against because if he has the right to defend his people, I have the right to defend mine. You told people to go into my state, take guns from policemen. What kind of, is he more Nigerian than me?
Hold on.
If people are marginalized, am I people not marginalized?
Oh, listen.
We produce 80% of the wealth in Nigeria, but we don't go about harassing police and taking guns to kill people.
Okay, hold on, listen. When this thing started, the process and procession of them marching, the Nigerian government were for. They were just killing them. They were killing them. What do you want the guy to do?
Okay, so you agree that now he has weapon.
No, I didn't say so. I didn't say
that he incites weapon.
No. Hold on.
He responded to Nigerian military.
No.
Government killing.
No, that's not what I said.
Killing them at protest.
Hold on.
The way you responded to it was telling them to go to my state, for example.
You don't put words into my mouth. Hold on. Don't put words into my mouth. If you have the evidence that this instructed people to take gun, then present to the court. The court, I'm sure this must have come up in the court proceedings. You understand? So what we are saying here, the rule of law should be respected. The rule of law is not meant for the only
the rule of law is being respected. You must ask yourself, if the government didn't care about the rule of law, that guy wouldn't be alive. The UK government, they would do away with you actually before they bring you back because they wouldn't want the trouble of trying.
No, it's not true. It's not true. It's not true. Those people, if you remember the two guys that were killing people, I think part of Islamic State in Iraq, right? So those two guys, from their voices, the UK security personnel were able to detect who these guys are because they decoded their voice and they start searching for their details and they got their details. Today, these two guys were extradited to United States to face challenge. UK government doesn't kill like that because UK.
Oh my God! Do you know how many were killed in Syria? Oh. They killed one with his tattoo. They detected his tattoo and they used to kill him.
Okay, you are talking of see in Syria. They are in war front. It's a different situation, and those people are not citizens of Britain. So it's two different.
No, we're talking about citizens of the UK.
Yeah, citizens
that they killed.
Okay, listen. To Niger, say, you have to believe. If you believe, I know. I've seen your most program. You don't believe in democracy. So if you don't believe in democracy, then you will not. It's true. Olivier is laughing. He doesn't believe in democracy. If you don't believe in democracy, no, you will not believe in rule of law. You will not believe in rule of law.
I believe in the rule.
He doesn't believe in democracy. He doesn't. He doesn't believe in rule of law. He don't. You don't.
I believe in democracy, but you have to understand.
You like this Nigerian
idealized version.
No, idealized version.
Idealized version of democracy. You don't understand.
No, you cannot.
How rocket democracy can be.
No. You can't.
Assange, the reason why he's still in prison today is not because he challenged any state. He only gave to him.
Yeah, but he went through court process. He went through court process.
And
that's what we're saying.
In jail. He's not even out of jail. He's still in jail. They are delaying him, trying to keep him in jail as long as possible. Even if they don't have anything to hold him for.
To Niger, please don't be like this Nigeria. They see someone and they find it do jungle justice. So that's why the whole place is chaotic. And in that process, they kill innocent people.
I'm just letting you to understand that democracy that you like to idealize is not true.
No.
These people have black sites all over the world.
Listen, democracy is democracy. There's no two types of democracy. Either you are democratic or you are not, or you're a dictator. You cannot be two.
Check online, search for a royal prerogative in the UK and look at the cases where the royal prerogative has been used to overrule the court's ruling. It happens all the time.
That's because it's in their constitution. See, you cannot. That's what I was saying. They go to court wherever the judge has that power. The judge we've seen many cases where the judge have overruled the government. So it's because it's in their constitution. So you cannot use that.
Yes, but what makes you think that the president doesn't have any form of power? The security service doesn't have any form of power?
No, the president have power of emergency. Yes, emergency. He can invoke power of emergency. But now Nigerians, he has not invoked that power of emergency.
But in the case of national security, we don't have that information fully. Actually, it's technical a bit. In the interest of national security, I think the president can invoke some powers. You understand?
Yes.
In the interest of national security. And I think he can detain. I'm not sure. But I think he should be able to detain.
Just after the ruling, the national security met immediately after the ruling of the appeal court. Not today, the previous one. They met, and I think that informed what the Malami were doing. I think they actually, I'm not saying there was not the official communication yet, but based on what is happening so far, I can easily say that I think the federal government was still holding Nnamdi Kanu was due to what the National Security advised.
Yeah, but that cannot overrule the court decision. That's what we're saying. It cannot. It cannot overrule the court.
No, it can overrule in this case.
No, the constitution does not give the presidency that power. See, that's the thing.
National security interest. The National Security Council, not even the president alone. In national security interest, National Security Council.
Yes, the National Security Council will meet and advise the president. Say, hey, this is the security. It will obey them.
I think they have such.
If they advise it like that, they will take to the advice. But we don't know yet. Let's see what they pick on. let's see what the Supreme Court will say when they finally respond to the
Yeah,
submission of the
yeah,
federal government.
yeah.
Yes, let's move on to another topic so that we all not go get. Yes, we all know Dele Farotimi, right? The lawyer. So
Mm.
he's saying that if we don't get involved in politics, I mean, pretty much everybody. I'm paraphrasing here, but if I assure you, he said, if you think you are too big for politics, MC Oluomo will become your governor, Dele Farotimi. So he's speaking. So it's actually this is his own way of motivating people who don't actually care about politics. They say politics is dangerous, politics is evil, politics is expensive. Well, I mean, there's 1,000,001 excuse people are looking for who find it. So he's telling us that say, hey, if we don't join, we are going to end up with people that we don't want or we don't like to govern us. Do you guys agree with him?
Yeah, you have to be engaged now. You can't leave. If the good people and the people with good knowledge leave the mumu to run the country, don't complain because at least those mumu they are doing something. You are not. I think somebody they used to say that a living dog is better than a dead lion, and
Yeah.
if the good people stay silent, then zombie will run the country. Have this thing good things to offer to the country. They have to understand that they are very very important to the future of the country. No matter what it takes, they need to engage. And I don't see it. We shouldn't be shy. The days of being shy is past. We have really look at the state of the country. We can't sit back anymore. You have to get involved and start changing things, whatever, however way you know how to. Some of us that are sitting here have access to even make bigger changes for very little effort. And if you have the opportunity, take it, change things. If you have a way of stopping a corrupt guy from getting to office, stop him. If you have a way of stopping an apologist to the West getting to office, stop them or remind them that you know what, our country first, our people first, before foreigners. Believe you have to start from that point because everybody else is doing it. This world, everybody is defending their own people first. And
Except
we don't
us.
have that mentality. Only us
Mm.
that we always say, oh, the UN, ICC. Nobody, nobody cares about ICC. This world is eat or this in dog eat dog wall. Dog wall. I mean, sorry. So you just have to do what you have to do for your country. And for me, when I look at this, it's very simple. The equation, and if you start seeing things like that, the equation will be very very simple to you. The problem is that we were on a panel yesterday and we were asking how many people are going to die for Nigeria. You will be surprised. And sure, I don't think you guys will be surprised. A lot of people were like, "Oh no, I'll never die for my country." It's like, oh, another man's country, the one that they built already, the ready-made shining country that they built. I don't
Right.
understand that mentality. So we need to start changing our mindset. And the good ones, the good ones that are not apologies to the West should really understand that they are very important. That's something I just thought I should add.
But to Niger, you are part of it. You are the people Dele is talking about. You are
Oh,
not you
fine.
are not in any political party, are you?
Oh, no, I'm not in any political party because
Exactly.
you know
So
why?
why don't you take up the challenge?
you know, okay. see, you know why I don't join political party? I don't join any
Why?
political party because I feel like our problem is bigger than political party. Personally, I think we should have a government on national unity.
How can you get government? See, you have to join a political party. You have to change the inside of political party gradually. You have to find a party to join, like-minded with people the same, not opinion, but how you see things change, how you want things to be improved. So you have to join a political party. You cannot be outside talking inside. They won't listen to you because you are not influencing any
Mm,
any decision. You are not part of the demography. You are not voting. You don't belong to a political party. So how are you going to make the change? People who
yeah,
understand. For example, I listened to Erufai some years back. He said if they don't participate, they will not take power. So you cannot be outside talking, being a social critic. You must participate. Either you join them or you form your own political party. People of like-minded opinion, and get things moving and have opposition. You may not win power straight. It could take you 10 years, 20 years where you are starting. You are building a momentum and you are putting layers upon layers upon layers. But
exactly.
Staying outside,
I don't care about winning.
Exactly. So
you have
then,
to understand. I don't care about. Let me just explain something. I think you have a point there that is good to get into office to actually physically make the change. But the truth is, there is another way to make change to win the argument. If you win the argument, whoever gets into office will have to do what you win the argument for.
How do you win the argument?
By sensitizing the people to the ideas that you are spreading. Like if you say, okay, you want transparency, you want if the people buy into your idea, the government will have to do it.
Sunanja,
I've seen it happen in the UK before.
Sunanja, the
Yeah.
stage we are now in our democracy, that is not going to happen. It's not going to happen in the sense that people would have promised some to do something, they don't do it. Yes, you cannot do anything. If they just because you win the argument, with what? With
Actually,
people
if you
back
are
you up,
not in
they
there,
refuse to do it. Now,
Let me
there's
give you an example.
another way I know you can actually get. No, let me finish. Another way you can get it, but that physically be in the office. Is that to form a union, a political union, with huge numbers enough for you to bargain. Say, hey, this is what we want. We are going to give you this 20 million votes, but we want this to be done, right? Or you make money. You're a fucking billionaire. So if you make billions, sponsor your National Assembly or upper National Assembly. Laws will be changed drastically with your men inside. But
That's
all this shit
it's
take
a
time.
valid
So
point. Yes, see, everybody's making a valid point. You can go through politics, you can go through the this in the mass movement like
yeah.
unions. I agree, they are all valid
So you
points.
have to have
And
something to offer. You have to have something to offer, like physically you have to actually have to offer to these guys for them to actually say, yeah, they will be your bid. If you are not offering anything, you are not bringing in votes, you don't have money to give them. Trust me, they can promise you heaven and earth.
no, but you know you
And they
can. You
don't
are
do it.
right. You know you
They
can
can
make
do
changes without being there. The difference is that when you are
yeah,
there, you make changes faster. And then if you are not there, you
yeah.
can still make changes, but it's going to be progressive. But where the two of them fail is this: whether you are in there making changes faster, you are out there making changes gradually, that change effort must be sustainable. And I'll give you an example. You remember this extractive industry transparency initiative that was introduced by Obi that time? I don't know if
And
anybody remember.
due process.
Obi Ezekwesili
Due
introduced this
process.
extractive industry
Yes.
transparency initiative when she was Minister for Solid Minerals. Do you know that
Mm.
when she left, I don't think they are even dealing with that. If we had stayed on that thing, part of the security problem in Northwest wouldn't have come up. Because a number of the security problem in the Northwest was due to that indiscriminate exploration of solid mineral, gold, all the mineral in the North. They have a lot of resources there, and different interests are turning that place to DRC now if we are not careful. But that woman put that structure there, that extractive industry transparency initiative. If they had, if so, that's why I'm disappointed in people like how they fire me. He had been there as minister, and he didn't do anything. He was minister of solid mineral, and he's a security expert. So it's like being perfect for that role. But look at what they are making out of that security challenge they are creating out of that thing now. So what I mean is that you must not always be there. You must be sustained. And that's the reason why Lagos is succeeding. Because the man who has the ideology had been there and he makes sure that that structure is sustained. I'll give you an example and I'll close with it. Look at countries that have made major changes in Nigeria. It's unfortunate. We are Democrat, but look at countries that have made changes all over the world. Look at Singapore. Do you know for how many years that man ruled that country? Look at Rwanda. Do you know that guy has been ruling now for almost 10 years? That's Kagame. Look
going
at
to 30, going to 20 years at least.
look at China. Do you know how long communist there's only one party. What I discovered is that for you to look at even the US, look at Roosevelt, that was able to effect a prolonged change. The man was the only president in that time that ran 3 terms. For you to be able to actually make a change, If you are very sincere, it's unfortunate that Nigeria lost that opportunity. Zimbabwe lost that opportunity. Mugabe, he ruled for a long time, but he didn't make the kind of impact I expect a dictator to a prolonged person to have made in that length of time. Maybe because of some Western interest and stuff like that, actually. But if you look at most of the countries, look at Saudi Arabia, look at Dubai, look at most countries that make changes. There are places that you have had someone or a particular party that have sustained pressure in certain area of industries, in certain area of development. But if unfortunately democracy is like that, somebody can have just turn it and gone it and they abandon it until that party comes back into power and then start from where they last finished, or even if the new person is not even interested, he starts another thing. So we're not going to be making progress like that. It's unfortunate, right? But that's the pattern I've discovered. Most countries that have made changes, there have been people who have sustained that pressure from the same ideology, and that's what's happening in Lagos. If you had had another governor in Lagos after them, Lagos will be worse than other places like Delta. Unfortunately, Delta had the same government, but I think the successive government had the wrong ideology. That was why. But for a state like Lagos,
No,
they continue.
the had issue. The boss had issue. The Delta boss had issue. It
Okay,
was
maybe
when he
that's why.
came
If
and all
not,
that. So
for ruling that
that's
state
the issue.
consistently for that period of time, you would have seen some. They will just be building and building and building and building. No matter how bad you are, if you keep doing the same thing, you'll be improving. You'll be improving on it.
Okay. You are talking about see, that's why it's called equilibrium. After a while, it starts saturating backward. See, when a certain leader stayed there for a long time, he runs out of idea because things change. You cannot use the same measure that you use in governor or your implementation 20 years ago and apply it now. It will not work. It will not work. So what I suggest is, if people want to join political party, they should go and form a party. Start from a local government, win that local government. Start doing something good in that local government. They will start winning some seats, maybe federal seats, Senate. Start doing something. From there, they will take over the state. And it will be a catalyst. And people will begin to see that they associate this party with progress, and they begin to see the good things they are doing. They will win the national. But the problem with Nigerians, they just want to go to the national, to the center stage, and become somebody, which is not possible. Go somewhere,
That's
build
where
up
the
a
money
party.
at. That's
Yeah,
where the money resides.
yeah, build a party. Like in UK here, you got Liberal Democrat. They started from there. They've not ruled this country, but they are contributing their own quota, and they are making changes where it's deserved. They brought up the idea of NHS in this country. It's Liberal Democrat that brought the idea. So that's their own contribution.
What? Are you sure it's Liberal Democrats?
Yes, when I did it in my exam. I swear, UK, when I want to nationalize
Me
here.
or
Yeah, I did it. It's Liberal Democrat,
again, the
a member.
series went off. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, so it's
Okay.
Liberal. Yeah, so it's a member of that party that brought NHS, and that's their contribution. And what happened during David Cameron? They needed to form a coalition. They were part of that coalition. A part of the party that formed the government.
Apologies, Tiger, but it was Labour Party that introduced the NHS.
I read it. Okay, I'll do research again, but I read it. It's Liberal Democrat guy.
It's famously Labour Party.
Maybe you got that question wrong with your people.
No. The person that hold on. The person that introduced that brought the idea was a member of Liberal Democrat, but it was Labour as a party that introduced that made it to become functional. That's what I'm saying. It's a member of Liberal Democrat that brought the idea up. That's what I'm saying. So what I'm trying to say in essence is this: people are looking for the bigger cake. They should go to a small place whereby they can contribute their own quota, win local government, win chairmanship, win the states there, begin to come to the center. If they come to the center, they can point out what they did in those areas, and it changes. and the changes will be constant. It can take 10 years, it can take 20 years. Not automatically you become president of Nigeria. That's the problem. Our political party is not based on our ideology. It's based on different things. So that's the challenge, one of the challenges we have in Nigeria.
All right, Ovie, if you can just give me a moment. Tiger was talking about the NHS just then. I'm sure most of you, if not all of you, must be aware that we've just had like an Obama moment in the United Kingdom just today. So the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom is a Punjabi Asian British born called Rishi Sunak. So an Obama moment for
Oh,
the
the
United
Indian
Kingdom.
guy.
Yes.
Is it
So
the
that's the
Indian guy?
Wow.
Oh.
so that's the new Prime Minister of Britain. So like you were saying earlier on, we were intending to have one session today, but I feel necessarily this has to be discussed and addressed. So I've scheduled another session for 10 minutes past 10, where we shall reflect on this, especially what this means for the black population in the UK and the wider black population diasporally. So I think that this, because it's a moment in time, what we have just experienced in the United Kingdom. So
First
I'll
time in
be,
the history of Britain.
well, of course, I mean, first time in the history of Britain.
Almost
Uh, and
But
more than a
one man,
century.
where's the man from originally? I mean, what's his?
Punjabi.
it's from Southampton. That's where
Okay,
he was born, but his ancestral background is Punjabi Indian.
okay, thank you.
So I feel this is something that needs to be discussed. So a schedule, but it's going to be no more than 3-4 hours. Just because it's just excessive after that. But Ovie, I just thought to flash that up. So if you have any thoughts on that, then come join me at 10 past 10.
Oh, okay. My apology,
That's
panelists. I'm one man. You are actually right. I recheck again. He's a member of Labour Party. I'm sorry for that.
Yeah,
we good.
this in the guy that for the NHS one. Yeah, I think this Sunak thing. I hope India doesn't get carried away. they don't. I hope they don't get
Thinking
carried
that they
away.
are
Like,
ruling the world.
oh,
But look,
Her
they have
Majesty is my Her
no.
Majesty
Listen,
is my
they have
friend now. His Majesty is my friend. That's not happening
they
though.
are number two. They
Yeah.
are number two in America. They are now them be vice presidents. Now them be head of a medical the chief medical from it. So they know what they are doing. No, no
Okay,
be
that
today.
woman is an Indian man. I thought that woman is black and
Maybe I
Asian.
forget that TV. That's what now we just watch cinema. She's more.
She's a quarter black,
She's
I
not leaning
guess.
towards Indian. She's not
No,
leaning
no,
towards
Eh.
Ovie,
Indian. But she's
he's
black
he,
anyway.
Ovie,
That's just the
Ovie.
yeah.
His dad is a Jamaica. His mom is an Indian. That's how you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, Indian they are everywhere. They are making their moves. So yeah, getting carried away. I mean, anything is possible, but I don't
I'm
think
not sure. You see, the thing is,
Oh, Ovie,
let me just add it. There's no
the
use
man is
being
not
a
the man is not Indian. He's British.
yeah. Okay. You see, people like that will always keep saying that. see, there's no see, there's no use being leader of a country if the country doesn't become pan your country. Like Obama now was the president of the US, but US remained pan European. US never flinched to be pan African in any way or pan black. You see what I mean? So that's something we have to keep in mind. These people are Europeans,
What has that got
and
to do with it?
because it matters, isn't it? If it was a Jewish prime minister now, Israel will
Uh-huh.
power will double.
national
You
allegiance.
see,
Yes.
the power of Israel will double. But that's not going to translate like that. This guy is going to serve the interest of the West, even if it's against that of India.
Yeah.
Obama did. Obama took
It
Obama
won't work for
The
us
thing
like
is,
it won't
the
work
India.
for
thing is
Africa
not
like
an
that.
Indian.
Hey,
He's not an
you don't
Indian
know.
prime minister.
It's not guaranteed. Tunanja. If that's what you are saying, I lie you. You know what is the essence of the is it to India or to the European people? And that one go, and that one go work. Not just because he become the head, it doesn't matter.
See, the reason why that may come to haunt him, because every move he makes, he'll be judged based on whether he's trying to favor his people anyway, and that is going to be a problem
Oh,
for him,
for
and
sure.
he's going to go over. Because of it, he's going to go over backward to try to do the opposite. You see what I mean?
Let's save this conversation for the latter session, because
okay, yeah.
And please turn up to Niger, because I know you have strong views on that, and the progressives as well. So I mean, you both live in this country, I suspect. So you are under the influence
No,
of
no, no.
Nigeria.
I don't live there, man. I'm in the Republic of Ireland. Let me
Are
just
you
clarify. I know
Republic or are you Northern? Are you?
No,
Are you
no,
not
Republic. I know you've said that. You've said it a couple of times. Just let me correct it. We are the Republic. We are the Republic side, not in the Northern
Don't
Ireland.
worry. You still fall under the Greater British influence. You are still a colony, whether you like it or not.
Republic side.
Mama, let me tell you something. Mama, let me tell you something. Yeah, the one you do with Peter Obi. These guys, they can forgive you, but Irish people will not forgive you if you come and tell them they are the same with British.
Sorry, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern
Yeah,
Ireland and Northern
that is Northern Ireland, not Republic of Ireland.
Is it Yoruba people that are in Northern Ireland? Is it Yoruba people?
No, our currency here is euro. We don't have pounds. We have euro.
All right. Do you have a border between you and Northern Ireland?
No, we don't have border post.
Oh, there you are. So you're part of the greater.
Typical of a black man. Typical of a black man will never support his brother. First time British people is raising a black prime minister, you are denying it, progressive. Shame on you.
Who is a black prime minister?
He's not a black prime minister now.
That's what they got right now.
He's an Indian man.
Those people that are worshiping cow.
No, that's their religion anyway. That's sensitive. But
let's keep that for later. Man of prestige. You go big person up. Are you ready now? You don't say it. Are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello,
can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm sorry. I know I went to work temporary earlier, so I know the topic has been involved, so but let me just speak briefly to what I understood the topic to be earlier.
Let me ask you about that Obi space.
Yeah, I'm going to go to a big space.
Let me ask you that Obi space. Yes, okay. you now as a founding member of the military wing of the Obedience. What is you guys' security plan for Nigeria?
No, I'm not a founding member. I'm just obedience, okay? Objective obedience. So don't put that in my mouth. Thank you.
Yeah. So, what do you think about what Obi is saying? Obi no get planner.
Okay, let me be realistic on this. I mean, there's two phases to my answer to this. Okay, neither they have an idea what they're going to do. They just don't want to devote it to us. I don't know. I mean, I probably won't go. But to me, he doesn't have to go in detail. He should have come out at least give a little bit of Barbados what he's going to do. He doesn't have to go, because they have said this several times. I'm not buying that. I can't say they don't have a clue. If you look at it, I mean, they can't be that dumb because people have criticized them several times. So they should have come out with a talking point. I mean, they read a lot of review, what people are saying. So now that they just want to stick to this talking point, we're not going to talk about it. Or even I thought they don't want, like you said, even I thought they don't know what they are talking about. They have experts that would have given them advice. They would have just come with, a very fairly Barbados, talking point and say, this is what we're going to do. One. You don't have to, go in detail. So I'm thinking they just want to stick to the point. Do I like it? No, I don't. And I come up with a little bit of something. That's what I think. I think they just want to stick to it. It's not that they don't want to. Believe me, they have some military advisors in their cabinet. They would have told them, okay, next time, just give this small talking point. Apparently, the party has decided not to make any point about it. This is my own opinion. I'm not in the party, okay? Because it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense for you to say they don't know. Come on now. They have an expert. They should have told them, just say a little bit of this.
Sorry, Madam President, is it the same nature that you people are rejecting?
No, come on. They have other military people, believe me.
But he's still in the party now.
Yeah, he's still
He's
in
still
the
in the
party, but
party.
it's not in the. It's not
It
in the.
doesn't mean that he
It's,
cannot serve them in other areas. He could still serve
right.
them in other areas. So
Ovia, this is just my opinion, okay? I think they just want to stick to that. Do I like it? No, but is it going to make any difference to the obedience? Definitely not. So they don't want to devour more information. They want to stick to this talking point. They are coming. We're not gonna elaborate. When we get there, we get it. Is that what I want? No, I don't. I'm not asking them to devour any kind of secret or military point. They just should have come out and give us a little bit of information. Say maybe in this area, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna get some foreign like USA power to help us in this terrorist, some experts, but they are not doing that. So I don't expect them to do like you said. What happened tomorrow if they come out and start giving more information? That means they are hypocrite or contradicting themselves. That may be the case, but for now, if we ask me, I think they have decided we're not going to devour more information about that. So that's my opinion about it. I can't really stay here and say because they don't know nothing. Even at all, say Obi doesn't know anything or daddy. Come on now. I would have go ask somebody after the first day that I didn't say it right, and everybody's criticizing me. I mean, that has been about a month right now. They've been going with the same talking point. They would have come out and said a little bit of things. So apparently, this is where they want to go. That's my opinion about that.
Good.
Can I,
When you say
man of prestige?
yes,
Can I add in addition to that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I think we should understand that the most of the security challenges is in the northern part of Nigeria.
Okay.
And they need votes, and they don't want to say things that will offend them. So
okay.
That's why they are keeping their whatever they will do to their chest.
And you make a very good point. I think okay. The person speaking, I don't know your name, so I don't want to call your wrong name.
Tiger.
Has Tinubu or PDP, has they come out and say anything? That's
yeah. They've come out. Even before contesting, everybody knew Tinubu position
No.
about
Forget
security.
about before contesting. I'm talking about right
He
now.
has come out. Yes, they have come out.
Yeah, he has a manifesto.
They have come out. State policing.
No.
Obi already said that. Don't say that. That one is not the thing.
No, those are secure. Do you know that Tinubu has been saying that thing since even Nadeko days?
But that's not what we are. That's not the security.
Having more boots on ground. Tinubu, when he was discussing with was it which one body? I've forgotten the name. He talked about increasing the boots on ground. Okay, Kaduna investments. Card investment, he talked about increasing the number of boots on ground. And in his colloquium, he has talked about increasing the number of boots on ground. That's why they say Agbado and all those things. Okay. He's talking of increasing the number of boots on ground. He's talking about state policing. He's talking about community policing.
Speaker, if those are the security
but that's not good enough because Obi has go and look at Obi 10 talking points.
He has already talked about all those ones.
So I don't see any reason why Obi is not reinforcing that. That's security now. Because if you have community policing, kidnapping that is happening in southwest or southeast will be reduced.
Policing.
But that. I mean, to me, I don't think that's in detail compared to what we are talking about. At least
no, that's what you need. You didn't even mention any of that.
This is why I told
my
you.
My brother, security is not more than that, too. If you have a strong policing.
My brother, go read his 10-point agenda. He just made.
I agree with you. So I'm saying, why is Obi not reinforcing that each time they ask him?
Yeah, I'm just saying. The reason why I'm saying this, okay, my brother, I'm saying, maybe they don't want to talk about it. He should at least say this because if we go to
because you already mentioned, you already put in the agenda.
Some perspective to this? Can I be some dimension to this? Everybody talking about increasing police and getting state police and all that. Today, as we speak, APC that has even have majority vote in the both houses could not rally around and get the issue of state policing on the what is it called? Constitutional amendments. But we are here listening to all these men promising all this heaven and earth. How are they going to do it?
Yeah, that could be a problem. I guess we are talking about what is going on right now. I mean, that's what I have to say about that OB space. I'm not saying I myself.
Because you know why? That is why people are asking for details. Don't just say you want to do this. How? Because we know some things that you can say that you can't do it. Regardless of what, you cannot do it. Even if you have all the intention in this life, you can't do it if you don't have the cooperation of other people that matters within the system. So that's why we
Ovie,
are asking them, give us this
Ovie,
thing
Yeah.
how you want to do this thing, so
Hold
people
on,
can
guys.
talk.
Hold on,
If
guys.
you are
It's my
not,
turn. It's my turn. Let me talk, please. You are there with me. I've not been able to
go
talk
ahead, go ahead, yes.
for all day, you know. Yeah, but anyway,
You're
going
right.
back to what I was saying, you know, it's just my opinion, okay? Do I like it? No, I want more information. I'll be honest. They need to come and say more information, but there's nothing we can do. I mean, I don't think ordinary Nigerians, they're not gonna, you know how Nigerians are, you know,
Okay.
it's we elite, you know, that we so much focus on this, but ordinary voters, they don't care, you know. I mean, he's gonna say what I say is right, you know, I'm not gonna devote my information. Believe me, if you go to the space, different space right now, everybody believe that he's right. Say don't give more information. I'm just talking about ordinary people. They think Obi is making making the right move, but I myself, no, I don't. I think it should come with more information.
Who
I mean,
are
that's
those
me.
ordinary people saying that what he did was right, and not to tell us
Yeah,
how
I'm
is
I'm, I'm
who are
serious,
those
Ajali Coco. Go
on
listen to the obedience.
on
Go,
the Twitter, right?
yeah, go listen to them.
Okay.
Yeah,
Those ordinary
I'm not saying
people.
that.
No,
I'm not saying
not be
Mm.
only
I'm
Twitter,
not
not be
Yes,
only
Ajali
Twitter. We
Coco.
have
I'm
yes.
not saying I agree with that. I didn't say I
Playtime is
agree
here.
with that,
I
but
agree
I'm
with
just saying
them.
ordinary people in Nigeria.
Yeah.
That's probably okay with
Yes.
them, but it's, you know, I don't believe in that.
Those one that doesn't even know the problem that the country is going through,
How
rather
many
than
Ajali
knowing
people
the
in
Coco,
Nigeria know
solution.
the problem?
Yeah,
I
Playtime
mean,
and Ola agree.
yeah.
yeah.
Come here on this
I,
platform. You will know the problem, and you will have idea of the solution to it, and not on Twitter. Tell
Okay, let
them
me go
on
back
Twitter
now.
to
Ajali
come.
Coca, it's
Tell
your
them to
turn.
come to one
I'm
man.
gonna give you a challenge.
Tell them to come
Yes,
on one
so
man
they
when to
become the
go.
one man.
Yeah, tell them to come here. Then we will enlighten them on the problem of Nigeria and the solution to it.
guys,
We have it here, not on Twitter where they're just following the trend. They don't really know the real problem. Then how can somebody want to be your president and he doesn't want to tell you? We don't tell you to tell. Don't tell us details, but just give
Exactly.
us the key point of how you're gonna. I mean, the highlight. Just
this is
highlight.
for
Oh,
security.
okay.
Yes.
I
Ajali
am.
Coco,
I am going to do
To be
this.
fair enough
Yeah.
to be
Yes, you're
Ajali
right,
Coco,
man.
to be fair to him,
Eh?
it's for security reason. That's why he doesn't want to talk for
There is no.
security
What
reason.
It's
No,
not.
no, no, no,
It's a
no.
corny. It's
Ovie?
a
No,
I
no,
corny
don't need
no.
a
man.
detail. I
He's
don't
a
need
corny
detail.
man. He's just corny. He doesn't know how
He
to
doesn't trust us.
articulate.
He doesn't trust
Yeah.
us.
No,
Just like
Ajali
it's
He
just
Coca.
doesn't
like
trust
saying
us.
Ajali Coca.
it's just like telling us that okay, I will give you free education, I will build all the road in Nigeria, and you are not telling us how
How
you're
you
going
are
to
going
pay
to
for it.
pay?
Ajali
Exactly.
It's the
Coca.
same thing. He
Ajali
said
Coca.
Ajale
I
Coco,
have solution. He said I have solution to the problem, but I'm not going
Ajale
to
Coco,
reveal it.
can
Does
I
that make
Okay,
interject
sense?
a bit?
I
Can I?
myself, right? I'm not a military expert. I
Yeah.
can give about 2 or 3 talking points. So that's what I'm saying. He
Yes.
has people that could have told him what to say. But apparently they have decided this is what we're gonna do. Like I'm saying, I agree with you, Ajali Coco. You should have come up with some at least 2 or 3 talking points. You don't have to go in detail. I completely agree with you. But my point I'm saying, I think they have decided we're not gonna say anything.
That is stupid. Do
It
you
may
agree with
be.
that?
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
I
this
mean
is
that's how
what
I
the
feel about
people
it.
and those dumb on Twitter.
don't
This is what they should be calling on him to do. That
don't call
no,
Nigeria dumb
we
now.
are
You
your
from Nigeria.
we are for you, but you have to tell us if you don't try to challenge this corrupt politician or ask questions, interrogate them, they will think that they are smarter than you. He's just trying to play smart. It's just a corny
Okay,
politician like
can I
others.
I think
interject?
it's
Can I
just
interject,
It's
please?
just
this.
like the same. It's just like the same thing he did recently. He said, calling on others, "Oh, let us abandon our campaign and let
Oh
us go
no.
on humanitarian on our people." And
No,
Ajali
no,
Coca.
Ajay Coco,
hold on,
don't go there.
Let me
Ajali
finish
Coca.
this.
Don't go there,
I
Let me
please.
finish
disagree.
this.
I disagree with you on
Let
that.
me finish this. Well, let
I
me
Don't go
finish
disagree
there,
with
this.
you
please.
on that.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Say, oh, abandon your campaign. Let us go on humanitarian you know,
Angelico, did you hear Bode George
be
say the same thing
empathetic
today?
with
Did you
our
hear Bode
people.
George say the same
Is
thing
And,
today?
Bode George campaigning?
and then
He said the same thing today.
hold on, Bode George is not, he's just one person like me and you.
He said,
So, and he
you don't know what
went,
is going on in Nigeria. I am in
he went,
Bayelsa,
hold
Angelico.
on, let me finish.
There is a
Then he went on this,
you guys are outside. You
he
think
went on
maybe
this
Nigeria is
humanitarian effort, and he have the logo, the big logo of his Labour Party
It
on his
doesn't
chest
mean anything,
and this thing.
Angelico.
What
He's
was he
he was
doing?
nowhere
Is
a
it
campaigning.
not
candidate of Labour
campaign?
He
Party.
was
Is it not
campaigning.
campaign? He said they should abandon campaign, and he have logo of his party on his shirt and his trouser, and he say, "Let us abandon campaign." How does that sound to you?
Logo doesn't mean
Campaigning.
campaigning.
Oh, you don't know anything. Look at you. Look at this is what we are. When we are telling you that these politicians are smarter than you, they are cunning people, and they can manipulate you and
Okay,
get
what
away
does
from you.
logo mean?
Angelico,
If it
go
doesn't
on.
mean campaigning, what
You
does
don't want to
logo
agree
mean?
with us. Eh?
What does logo mean if it doesn't mean campaign?
No.
Abio.
Let me address that, please.
Hold on. Officially, it doesn't mean
They
an
will not
official
agree.
campaign.
No. Wait. Let me address that,
The
please.
obedient people, the people that want to die for Obi, just why do you want to die for somebody instead of you to hold him?
Wait,
To
Angelico, let me
My
address
ask
this
him
brother,
space,
hard
please.
question.
my
You just want
brother,
to die
if you
for
say
this man
logo is
for
not
nothing.
campaigning, do you remember the first argument NRC had against MKO was that he was wearing a logo on his agbada because he had an embroidery of the horse. And Unduka Obiagbina was the spokesman of NRC, and the argument was that he wore that agbada, the MK wore that agbada to the polling booth, and that amounts to MK campaigning in the polling booth because he had the logo, which was the embroidery was a horse. So the SDP representative was saying no, that it wasn't a horse, that it was a unicorn. And the other argument was that he had a cap where they wrote MKO, that slogan MKO on that cap is a campaign, that MKO is a slogan, and that MKO was campaigning at the polling booth on the election day, that on the grant of that, it should be disqualified. That was where the first argument that started this June 12th crisis came from. By that man, this same Arise man, Nduka Blagbina.
Yeah, you are right. I remember that. Yes.
So
yes.
logo is campaign.
It's a campaign. These people they will not agree with us now. When we are telling them that Obi is a cunning politician. It's not just try to be smart, but it's a cunning. Don't allow politicians to manipulate you.
We are waiting for him.
Can I continue, guys? Let me continue my space, please.
Okay.
Yes, continue. Let me continue. But anyway, going back to what Angelico said, I'm not going to devote a lot of time on that. What Obi said, on that campaign, that for them to suspend their campaign, I thought that was a master strategy because he put them in a box. Neither they agree to do or they don't agree, and of course they decided not to agree. So a lot of people will look at it as not patriotic. You may look at it any way you want, because giving 100 million is nothing. It's not patriotic. You have to go there. And lend your voice to people, and they see you. That's what matters, not because you give 100 million. I mean, money, Nigeria people like money, but nothing like being live there, empathize with the people. Look at what will be, being in the boat and everything. That make a lot of statement that money. I mean, that's how I see that, in my opinion. But anyway,
what we are saying, he has no right to call on other candidates to suspend their. Hold on, he has no right because he's not a member of their party. He should focus on his party. He should not tell them to abandon their campaign because of social problem because it did not develop their campaign strategy. It did not develop their campaign itinerary. Hold on.
It's a political strategy.
That strategy has failed.
No, it failed because we said one man was the first person. One man was the first person on this platform that said this man is trying to politicize this space by calling on these people to stop their campaign.
What's wrong with that? It's not politics.
Everything is wrong. You don't
politicize
humanitarian. You don't politicize humanitarian effort. All right. And then this man, after that, saying people should abandon their campaign, he now carry campaign logo to that ground where he said he went to empathize with people. It's just a a dumb Nigerian politician. They thought we are stupid people. We are not. We will hold them accountable here. We will ask them questions and we will expose them here.
Well, okay. What is it? What are you exposing them going to do? Now, ordinary Nigerian people, they don't listen to you. They don't pay attention to your space. So what are you talking about?
I tell them those on the Twitter. Those on the Twitter, tell them to come here. Look at, we just expose him here now. That's what I'm saying. He said abandon campaign. Then he carry his campaign logo. He carry it to the Wayo, Nigerian politician.
All politics now, like a all politics. Let me continue. Let me come to Showore space. Okay. What's that guy named? The one from Canada, my brother. What's your name?
Patrick.
I don't mess up.
Patrick.
Okay.
My name is Patrick.
Ajali Koka. Let me tell you, I've heard it from a lot of places, that Showore has a dictatorial tendency. I'm not saying I do believe that, but I've had that, I've had that talking point. A lot of people, have said it. I've not mentioned it here, but a lot of people have said it. I mean, I'm not privy to that. I like Showore, but a lot of people have said maybe the reason why things are not resonating with him because of his personality. It's not that he doesn't have a lot of, it's not that his manifesto, or his point doesn't make sense. He's probably one of the best in Nigeria. But so it has to do with, personality. I don't know if he has a dictatorial, tendency. I don't know, but I've had it a lot. So I don't know how true is that, I know, Ajali Koko, you have more information on that, but of course, you may be biased when it comes to that of his personality. So let me know. What do you think about that?
Can I say something? Since you said you don't believe,
I say I don't know. I didn't say I don't believe because
so
I don't know.
that has answered the question now. That means you don't see anything
Let me answer his question.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You see, one thing about Showore is that he's so blunt. It's a very blunt person. He tells you how it is, He doesn't sugarcoat it. Yes, he might have some this persona of I know it all kind of persona, or he doesn't care.
And that's how to be a good president.
You see, one thing about him is he's just a blunt person. He tells you how it is. He doesn't sugarcoat it. And Nigerians are like that. When Nigerians are like that, whereby they want somebody that would always sugarcoat things for them. That is how they don't gravitate towards that kind of people person. Showore is like that. If people understand Showore to be like that, I for one I understand him. And
is he rational mind?
Yeah, it's me. Yeah.
So why is he not getting traction? Can you tell why?
You see, this is the reason why he's not getting traction. Apart from his persona that is, he has this blunt. He tells you how it is. Another reason is that there's an ethnic dimension to Obi's emergence. When I say ethnic dimension is those people who were formerly supporting Showore, some of them were IPOBians and who are some of honorary Igbos who are not even IPO sympathizers. Now that this whole narrative of it is Igbo's people, Eastern people's turn, they've not had a shot at this presidency and everything. They all saw that, oh yes, our man, our own Igbo extraction person has to be there too. It's our own turn. Everybody from the Igbo extraction now, Igbo side, they now run towards Obi.
Hold on, rational man, before you continue.
Some of the
again, hold on. He's been in prison for the last 3 years.
Yeah, this also that one
to move around. Rational mind. Before you continue, let me interject on that point you just made. Okay, how are you going to say that? He probably has some Igbo extraction supporters, but it seems like he has lost up to 90%. So you can't tell me that Igbo extraction is up to half.
I agree with you. He has lost a lot, if not even 90-85% of his supporters. Okay. I don't see him going anywhere in this election cycle. So for me, you see a lot of things that happened while he was in prison, like Obi said, and after he got out of prison, and this whole narrative of it's Igbo people, people from Eastern region, is their own turn now to have a shot at the presidency. So I think all that is one of the reasons why he lost those traction. Yeah.
Okay. Very interesting.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Rational mind, do you know why Showore is not gaining traction? You know, as an activist, he can pull at least over 60% of Nigeria.
Anybody hear me?
But when
Yeah,
it's
we can
come
hear
to,
you.
we dey hear you.
Hear you.
So, but if we are talking of politics, this is why
Dollar breaking
I
or
was
is
saying
me?
the other time that the issue with Showore is he has not been able to build his base. You know why I was using Luna of Brazil and Bolsonaro, for example, is this. Those guys, they were more or less like activists. But when they wanted to come into power, they didn't just target the most competitive position in the country. They didn't say they were going to become the president. Okay, look at the current Bolsonaro, for example. He served in the legislature, in the Congress. He was re-elected 6 times. This is what I was telling my brother Tiger the other time, that you can never compare the two different situations. Someone that served in the Congress for 6 times, 6 times. So there's a difference. And look at Luna. Lula, when he won for the first time, you know, he used something like a workers' party, you know, and this guy today, Bolsonaro, will claim that that guy is his mentor because he's used something similar to his tactics. Now, a person like him, he won the first time, and when he won the first time, he refused to go the second time. He started going to all the provinces he started getting people into key positions. And he now came back after 16 years to contest. By that time, he has already managed to gather, you know, the majority. So he now came down, he won. And now, see Bolsonaro, what Bolsonaro managed to do is this. They fragmented the Congress position in Brazil. For example, there are 54 positions for them to grab, but the party with the highest number of representatives in that Congress has 7. So that means that the equivalent of the National Assembly is heavily fragmented because there are 20 parties represented there. If we have that situation in Nigeria, yeah, the like of Obi, the like of Showore, they can easily get that because there is no party with overwhelming majority. Unlike in Nigeria, where APC and PDP are the overwhelming majority. For example, even as Buhari wanted to put issue, for example, these guys stood against him, Bukola Saraki, and he could move nowhere. So this one, I say, when you look at the processes, our hope sometimes when we have hope, I just want us to place our hopes properly, and we sure we know we understand the problem. I still believe, I could be wrong, that we are pushing candidates forward. Do we really understand the problem we want to solve? If you don't understand the problem, you don't have a solution. So at the end of the day, let's assume accidentally we have either Showore or we have Obi. How are you going to move that country forward? We can end up the worst scenario. Now, Obi was elected as Anambra State governor. They impeached him. Do you think if it's at the federal level, if you impeach that guy, do you think the guy will have a chance of coming back like in Anambra State? I doubt it. I'm not too sure. So these are the things we are talking about. When we are talking of the situation, let us make sure we understand the situation. Patrick, anyway, before I stop, Happy Bank. Oh, if you answer me, I know where you are from. Happy Bank, happy customer.
Happy customer, happy bank.
I know you. I know say we did. I know say we belong to the same area.
I need to ask Ola a question.
I'll be suspecting you say we both came from Intercontinental Bank. So nice meeting you. It's mainly I saw you. You didn't respond to my distance. As I saw you, as I see the face, I say, this should be from Intercontinental Bank PSC.
Okay, what's the name again? Let me see.
Don't worry, we go shout privately.
I may make catch me. Happy customer, happy bank.
Happy customer, happy bank. You know, Intercontinental happy customer, happy bank. Don't worry. So, it's good.
Ola, let me ask you a question. Because what you just said right now, it makes it sound like, we have to just depend on these two parties because they have structure. That's what you're saying. We can't go with Showore or Obi, who has that structure. When is it time for us to make a decision we call like a revolution? I mean, there has to be a time.
No, democratically, the revolution is not sudden. Okay, respond. Maybe I'll have a word after that.
See, you can't start building from the roof. You start from the foundation.
Mhm.
If you get the foundation right, there's no way you are going to get the structure right.
But they
I've
won't
never
allow you
this
to
way.
have any foundation. That's the
No,
problem. The two party right now.
Who told you that? Did you know how APC started? Do you know how you understand? If you see
Yes, it's
APC
because
started
people
from
from the
the
other
area,
party migrated to a
APC
different party. That's
started
why.
as Action Congress. And over time, when Tinubu hijacked the structure, it changes to AC, then ACN. ACN, now they merge with APP, if I get it right. APP. Before you know, they have some kind of merger between those agreed people in PDP and those they came with this for their platform of APC. Look at how it was. When it was AD, for example, when it was AD, they could not play the national politics. They have to get the structure. Meanwhile, they've captured all theirs before they propose to merge with others. To have, if they've not merged together, no way they would have even defeated APC.
No, Allah, when they are in AD, they work in alliance with APP for Olufalaye.
Yeah, they work with them.
They work in alliance with Olufalaye, you know.
But they didn't win.
But they didn't win. And that will have been the best option for us, for each region to have their own party. Even now, to have their own party, and they can work in alliance with other party outside their own region that have the same ideology with them, and they can form a coalition this thing. But
that
see,
that can only work in a parliamentary system, not in
no, it could work. It could work. It could work. You remain a party in your region. What your region believe in, the priority of your region is different from that of other region. So your party will work on their own ideology to develop your people based on what you believe in. And at the national election in presidential, you can work in alliance with other party for one candidate and that party at the top level, both of you can work things out on how, on how to govern the government. You can share position, you can share a lot of things together and form, a government of unity and move the country forward. But when you see the situation,
can you answer his question? We agree that AD was a major political party, at least in the Southwest.
Oh, yes.
APP too was a major political party where they.
But can you answer his question? His question was, when are we now going to be ready? If you say like a Showore should take time to build or something, that when are we going to have the revolution? I want somebody to answer that question because I also have an idea of what that question is. Somebody had the opportunity to catch in on that because opportunity for revolution come. The person that had the opportunity to catch in on that was Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu has the opportunity to install governors in almost every southeastern state. Do you think if he has succeeded in installing governors in southeastern state, do you think his agitation for Biafra would have been easier? But because our young people they don't want to spend time to build structure. You can build that structure within 10 years.
Patrick.
You are a younger person, so you have capacity to live longer than these people.
Patrick.
But you didn't do that.
Patrick, what you just suggested now, we've said it here on this platform many times. I've said it. That you see, in fact, there's this professor or doctor something from Osun State. He also said something like that. He may also propose that to the Yoruba Nation people too. What you just said. But you see, the thing with these two, this self-determination group is that because they were aligned to Ninas, was that they said, on what basis would we install these governors or people who are pro Biafra or pro Yoruba Nation? On what basis? Or is it not going to be on the basis of the same 1999 constitution that we're all challenging?
Yes.
That was what they were saying. Say it will never work. These people, they will keep them. So that's the only way they can go around it. If they can.
If Kanu is controlling 5 governors, you think they can arrest him? They won't even go anywhere.
National mind. That conversation we can take us on another session to do. So let's round up because the next session will be opening Wait, that's remember the next section will be starting in an hour, so let's round up. Then we can just
Okay,
do
an
another
hour.
question.
Okay.
Can I
Yeah,
get
yeah.
the can
So
I have the go first?
1 minute.
All
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
So
you can. 1 minute each, please. Please make it
maybe in
snap.
the next session, I want us to see if we can bring it up again. You see, I want to interrogate that Tinubu's surge. I mean, he wants to use the kind of what US did in Iraq when they used the surging. They had to bring in more troops, putting more troops on ground, like what is going on in Russia right now. It's not the answer. Employing more hands. I mean, well, of course, Nigeria armed forces is understaffed. They don't have enough to go around, but it's not about employ 50 million youths or whatever, like he said. It's about the quality. Look at why Russia, I mean, let me not say almighty, the mighty Russian military war machine. Look at how they are crumbling before the Ukrainians because
No,
they're
before
bringing
the whole world, though. Before the whole world, though.
they're bringing in untrained populace. They were deploying people. They're just bringing them. So the point is the quality. It's not about just bringing in employing youths to become part of the armed forces or the police. Even the current police we have, the current armed forces, they're not professionally trained. So you need to get that right first. You need to have them trained, well trained, before you can say you want to bring in more. Have them more professionalized. I think that's the way to go first before talking about bringing in more people to join the force. I think that is what Tinubu should be talking about. So for me, that is all I want to put into that Tinubu's Agbado and employ more youth and feed them feed them corn and whatever. No, it's about the ones we already have. Professionalize them first. Make them real. Real policemen and women and army men and women. Give them the real equipment that they need, the real training, the real orientation. That's all I have to say. Ovi.
Thank you, man. Watching our mind. See you in the chicken.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Who's there? Let's start from who never here before. Where everybody? Second father, are you still there? Saki. All right.
Zaki, don't go.
Okay. See you on the other side, Saki. Playtown.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, man. Just we're rounding up because the other section will start in less than an hour. So just a minute to round up.
All right.
This guy in chalk.
I thank you
Oh,
all
sorry.
for the session, for the participation, and Ajali Koko. We had a face off, but that's all right. Ovie, thank you for the moderation, and just to end here, I while we were having conversation, because earlier when I interjected, I I was in meeting. I was in the middle of the meeting here because we came to Bayelsa for some stuff. So when I interjected on that OB space about the security issue, so I didn't watch the interview earlier, so I had to quickly go check out the interview because I was wondering in my head, at the back of my head, I knew that Obi had already left that space of I won't disclose. So I was like, does it mean he went back there? What happened? But I didn't want to ask that question openly here. Now I've gone back to that interview, and I really suggest that when people bring up topics about this guy or anybody, because somebody has done that with Tinubu, bringing out what Tinubu said without bringing out the context of the question. And I've challenged that person before. If you want to bring out what somebody said, please do well to bring out the context of the question and everything, so that if we want to say for or against, we'll be saying it based on facts. So if you watch that interview with Obi, what Rufai asked him was, he said that the UK sent an intelligence to Nigeria about a pending attack that might happen in Abuja. If you were president and you get this kind of intelligence, what will you do? That was the question. Nobody asked him question about what he would do about Nigeria security. No. He has already addressed that in previous interviews. And if you I asked for your email, I'm going to forward, I'm going to bombard you with a lot of that. But that's by the way. And this was Rufai's question. He said, "What will you do if you get such intelligence about a pending attack?" First of all, he said, "First of all, go and check my antecedent of what I did in
And
Anambra when I
his
was."
response, what was his response?
I'm coming. Let me say the response. He said two things. He said, "I will not divulge to you what I will do in such instance because if I do that, I'm coming. Don't interfere. If I do that, it will be counterproductive. But what I will tell you is that I will be in charge and I will be commander in chief. And that means that if you don't deliver, you go." Before I had to ask him, "Do you mean you'll be sacking service chief?" He said, "We are not going to waste 1 minute. If you don't deliver, there is no second option for you." If I had to ask him for him to re-say that again, he said, "If you do not deliver, if you miss, like what happened in Abuja when people were released and Buhari was still moping around," he said, "There is no room for that under my watch. I will be commander in chief." And that was an answer to the question. So, but people went to that interview and scraped out that if they put a gun in my head, and said it was him responding to the question of how will he fix Nigeria's security. And I think that's really unfair. And even when he said that, he had to say that even when America was going to attack terrorists, what was his name? The 9/11 guy.
Saddam Hussein.
Yeah,
Saddam,
that all Obama kept saying is we are handling it decisively. That what was happening inside was never, because it will be counterproductive. But he said, "What I'm going to do is that I will be in charge, commander in chief, and if you, as my service chief, you don't deliver, there is no lobbying, there is no, you are going, you are off." And that settled it. But all over internet, people went and said Obi came to respond to security issue by
all right,
saying,
no
"I don't
worry.
know what to do." I think that's really unfair. So that's it on that space. That's it on that.
We'll talk about that tomorrow in the
Yeah, that's it on that
tomorrow
space.
morning
So
session.
apart from that, thank you guys, and I appreciate. I'm glad I was able to join today, and yeah, I think I'm probably going to join again in the next section. Thank you.
All right, man. Thank you, later, man. Of course, I will connect with you. Hola, are you there? Hola, you don't go
I can hear
bank. I
you.
think in a
I
bank
can
day.
hear you.
Oh, I just say you don't go bank. In a bank day now. They go bank on bank day.
Waiting. What are you talking about?
When I call you now, you know, but I thought you went to bank, and it's a bank day. It's
I
supposed to be
know
free day today.
I
Very
work on
soon.
my deck, so I may be attending to something, but doesn't mean
Wait, on
now
the
whole
bank
day
day,
now
on the bank day, they share money.
bank day.
Bank day, they share money.
I don't understand what you mean though. You mean
that
bank
that
holiday?
means that means that they give una free money. Now in the ask.
Bank holiday, right?
Yeah, that
Yes,
means
they share money.
the
It
bankers like you,
depend.
whether una
It
they share
No,
money.
depend.
no,
It
no.
depend.
Anybody now? Can I just walk into a bank on a bank day and get money?
Well, if you have an account, you go there and use your card now. Maybe you withdraw from ATM.
No,
Now your money
Ola,
now.
you mean free money.
Oh my Allah.
Which kind
Allah
of
no
free
go carry
money?
it out.
Which kind of free money? You work for your money. Nothing is free. Even if bank give you free money, won't you be scared?
But now bank day now, how do you commemorate your bank day? You
Okay,
go do
you
something
keep
now.
you keep money in a bank. You keep money in a bank, and that bank start giving people free money. How will you feel? Will you
No,
still
on
bank with that bank?
the profit as a manager way they make, share it.
Oh, so they don't have
Oh
stakeholder, they
yeah.
don't have shareholder.
Allah, use 1 minute.
The bank manager
You
no
have
dey
one
make
minute.
profit for himself. Oh.
Allah, I
I
get
just
60
wonder.
seconds to round up. 60 seconds.
Yeah, the only thing I want to say is, like I keep saying, I can't emphasize it enough. I like the perspective that rational mind brought. Uh, but whether we like it or not, see, before you achieve something, you must get the process right. If you get the process wrong, there's no way you can get it right. the type of revolution we are talking about, it could be some kind of disruption. When you talk of disruption in the business, you start from a very low area. Go and capture your local government. Start doing that. Maybe if you have different party, Ovie party capture its own local government, Patrick capture his own local government, and Tiger capture his own local government. When you have those, you can now join together and say, okay, you want to take power away from these people. But you are talking of people that they've already pocketed every structure that you want to use. So even the fact that the contestant, they are targeting the highest position, is telling you that it's either they don't understand the problem or they are just too ambitious and they want to use Nigerians for their ambitions. That's the way I see it. So other than that, you must get that process right. Well done, Ovie. Well done, one man, where to move. Like I said to someone, my friend there, I said, we come here to learn and relearn. So sometimes you take this place as a serious school. So is you don't just come when you want to come and teach us something, you present fact and you defend that fact. Don't give us what is not workable because we are going to challenge you. Thank you, everyone. See you later.
Appreciate, man. Thanks for sharing. I'll see you later on tomorrow. Have a nice rest of the day. Go collect money for bank. We share money there.
Mm-mm.
Tiger in the city. Which city this tiger there? Okay, saying they now. Tiger in the city. Are you still there? All right, man. Thanks for sharing. Good night. Man of prestige.
Yeah, thank you. It has been a very pleasant day. I was a little bit engaged, so I was unable to contribute all day, But the little that I contribute, I enjoy it. So good presenting. But having said that, what Playtime said, if that contest, the contest which will be, say what he said is today. Okay, that's a little bit. I would excuse him for that, So I will not ask much if it is that contest on that contest. But I'm going to go watch it again. But having said that, this is probably the most important election in my lifetime, for Nigeria. So everybody should do up everything possible to make sure they vote. And the way you're going to vote, don't vote your conscience. This is very important. Please, everybody, vote for Obi. There's no conscience this time. If you want a Nigerian savior, vote for Obi. No conscience voting. Thank you, everybody.
That's a good one, man. That's a good one. Don't put your conscience. Put to be okay.
Yeah.
I like that, man. Thanks, man. Thanks for sharing up, man. Man of prestige. See you later.
Oh my God.
Mr. Alexandra, meanwhile, you're muted. So
Vredo. Uh,
okay.
how long have you been on for? You've been on for over 6 hours.
Yeah.
I'm doing overtime today, as they say in America. Overtime.
I'll make sure. I'll make sure I find a way of sending you $150. You've done very well today.
Oh man, I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
yeah, I
Thank you.
will. I will make arrangements for that. It's the problem with Nigerians is that we're sometimes too smart for our own good, and we use sledgehammer to crack a nut, something you could use your finger to crack a little bit, and it breaks into two. We're looking for sledgehammers. My father told me that in 1974, 75. Nigerian problem, it really isn't a major problem. It's just looking for the right people to govern the space. We need the likes of Soludo and people of that high intellect to take us to the next level. It's a great country. I lived through it when it was regarded as the greatest black nation in the world, where you celebrated everywhere you go to in the United Kingdom. Just the mere fact that you're Nigerian is something that they just want to get to know you better. We're like Arabs then, but the whole place has gone down. Do you know that from independence to now, Nigerians have embezzled over $10 trillion in embezzlement? $10 trillion.
That's a lot
And
of money.
I realized when I was in London as a stockbroker in the 80s when they started this Dubai project. I remember my Urobo friend, who was my closest friend that I've ever had from Ugeli. I remember him telling me, watch what's going to happen here. This place is going to turn into a heaven. And I was, because it was all a desert at the time. And look at what it is today, because they have true leadership, they have patriotism, they have love for country. And these are the key ingredients that we do need to take the greatest black country on paper to the next level. We need all those characteristics to take us to the next level. And like I said, if you want, bring Jesus Christ and John the Baptist to rule over the space. It's just going to be difficult because the mindset is just so warped. The mindset is warped. You know, I know Ghana. Someone came on this platform earlier, and I think the man is still on. I think he's still on. I think he's still on the platform right now. Said that yeah, they had a session with John Kufuor and they asked whether Jerry Rawlings was the reason why Ghana has become what it was then. I can tell you, I lived in Ghana. My children are Ghanaian. I was married to a Ghanaian before I got divorced a long time ago. Ghana today is Jerry Rawlings. There's no one can deny that. We all know, we that know Ghana like the back of our hands, we know there's no love lost between Kufuor and Jerry Rawlings.
No, we're asking, was it because of the killing? Was the killing the reason
they had
the change?
Yeah, it was you, right? You said it, right?
Yeah, I said the killing,
Yeah,
because the question to John Kufuor was that, are we going to attribute the changes in Ghana to the killing? Because now we don't want a situation where we just kill people. Because Ghana
are you talking about the killing of? Are you talking the killing in general or specific killing of the generals? Which one are you talking about?
The killings that Ghana took place, that Rawlings did in Ghana. You know,
that
Nigerians
was the
are saying,
reason
no,
why
let's
Ghana.
kill everybody.
Look. I lived in Ghana for quite a while. I have a house in Ghana. I know I went to Ghana when Nigerians were not in Ghana. I can tell you about Ghana more than I can tell you about Nigeria. And I'm telling you that without the great amount that I own in the highest esteem, John Rawlings, or Jerry Rawlings rather, Ghana won't be what it is today. My brother, look, I'm from Lagos. I'm from Lagos Central.
About the killing now.
Listen now. I'm talking. Can I please finish this? Ghana is a relatively poor country. My local government is richer than Ghana, but what they have been able to do is manage their limited resources to the max. So if corruption is cut down to the barest minimum, there's no country without corruption. A country like Ghana has the minimum corruption. And the reason why they've been able to do that was because they got rid of the people who messed up the country in the first place. The generals, even my uncle-in-law was killed by Jerry Rawlings. They were all corrupt people. If they were still in power, he wouldn't have the chance to get Ghana. He wouldn't have had the chance to get Ghana to where it did before he stepped aside. So if John Kufuor, who was not a fan of Jerry Rawlings because Jerry Rawlings jailed him as a minister, as a member of parliament, under what's that northern man? I can't remember his name again, but I'm sure I'll remember him. I think that's a biased statement. A Ghanaian who's not an Ashanti will tell you, yes, Jerry Rawlings really transformed the country. So regarding what what's his name? President Kufuor said, that's not exactly right. I wouldn't expect anyone from an Ashanti region to say that, because most of the people that Jerry Rawlings killed were Ashanti people. So, I know Ghana too well, my brother, for anybody to want to run circles around me. Anyway, let's go back to my country. I'm not talking about Ghana right now. So if we don't change our mindset like it was in my parents' days, where you're just patriotic and you just wanted to give back to your country, we're not going to get anywhere. The country is totally divided. The level of corruption is out of order. You find politicians wearing $1 million watch. You find politicians with a $20 million house that's unoccupied in Vienna, Austria. I mean, what is this? People are suffering. This country is not supposed to be like that. I've said it over and over again, and I don't want to repeat myself. I left Nigeria in 19. When I finished high school, I left Nigeria on an Aeroflot Russian airline through Tripoli for 18 naira. 18 naira in the 70s. 18 naira. So what happened to us? Corruption. Babangida. That was what happened to us. So until we get the right leaders, not Buhari, not Babangida, not what's it called, not Atiku, not Tinubu, not Obi, new politicians with fresh ideas, with love of country, with a sense of patriotism, we're just going to be beating round and round in circle. I feel sorry for the person that's coming in as president of Nigeria because he's coming into nothing. Nothing. There's nothing in that country right now. So it's going to work overtime to get us from the mess we are right now. So, Wavier, thank you very much for what you do. On behalf of one man, on behalf of Maryland Comprehensive High School, that I'm extremely proud of as an ex-student, I salute you and thank you for having me, my brother. Okay.
Appreciate it, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks for sharing up. Yes, Mr. Patrick. You're muted.
Okay, parting word. Thank you, everybody. I hope to see you on the other side. God bless you.
Appreciate it, sir. I will give you a call.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. Kokolunlaja. Adane Gogo.
Ovie Magbaje.
I still don't, I know
Ovie
that I still
Magbaje.
don't believe that's your real name though.
Ovie
Adane Gogo.
Magbaje.
Because now my name be that. That's my nickname in Ibadan.
That's why I don't leave you alone now. That's why they follow you. As I they follow you, they beat you. As I they beat you where for track for Ibadan. That's why I come follow you here. I
No,
come beat you where for one man went to move. I not go leave you. If you like, you run go back to his son. That's why I go follow you, beat you.
no worry. Kokunle
So yeah, thank you, Ovie. You've done a good job today, and I want to thank everybody that came on the platform, particularly my brother from Ekiti, the AAC chairman in Ekiti that came. Yes, he really enlightened a lot of people about Shore. And I want to thank my brother Alexander Gomez for his parting word this afternoon that, Nigeria doesn't need those criminal politicians that dominating the political space now, and that we need a fresh leadership, new team of leadership that can take Nigeria on a new direction, and that is what Shore represent. We represent leadership with vision, forthright, stable, uncompromising, unpurchasable. Those are that's the quality that we want to see in who to lead that country now. And on top of it, patriotism, a patriotic leader. Showore left his family in United States to come to Nigeria to fight for Nigerian people, to take that country back, to lead in taking and participate in taking that country back to the people. That's the type of leader that we want. So I hope our people can get it right so that together we can take that country back. That is my parting word, Ovie. So thank you. See you at the later session. And good job. Good job for you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Adane Gogo. See you later. Yes, thank you very much, everyone that showed up and everyone on the comment section. Kudos, as you guys done what you know how to do best as usual. Yes, one man went to more will be coming up in the next, let's say, give and take 30 minutes. You want to be on that show today. It's historical day, as Wama earlier said, in Britain. First time having a British Prime Minister after how many years? These people never more than 1,000 years. Yes, I mean, you want to look back 20 years from now and reflect back to today, where you were when it happens. You want to say, yeah, you are one man show deliberating or that listening or actually contributing to this historical moment. Me as a person, I think it came to me as a shock. Maybe because I didn't pay so much attention to that space. I never expect that they will put a brown face there, but it has happened. Let's see what that means, and I see how he's going to perform. The most importantly, yeah. That being said, see you in the next 30 minutes. For that, on our politics.
Sunday, Ife samo samo Sunday, Eke salila samo Sunday, Ebe mi wana konyo Sunday, Eti jeri Sunday, Eti kankanyo sepo Sunday, Ebe senya kanda safana Sunday, Asante,